Hello, good morning and welcome to Day 2's coverage of the 2023 Modern Tyres Ulster Rally. 4 stages completed yesterday, a fascinating insight into the ability and car control of all our leading drivers in really difficult wet and windy conditions. British Championship leader Adrian Fourmeau is leading the event, but Callum Devine, in line for possibly a tarmac title later today, is pushing him very hard in second. Most notable thing about yesterday was the fact that the British and Irish regulars were really very close to Adrian Fourmeau over the first 4 stages of the event. We have 2 loops of 3 stages today. The first stage this morning at 9:45, Shin Bridge. Followed by the classic Tyrone's ditches, and those of you with great memories of the history of the event, as we've just seen in our opening salvo and montage, a stage that is synonymous with both the Circuit of Ireland, the Ulster Rally of many, many years gone past, and then finally across to Mount Pleasant, a stage that is new this year, but finishes very close to Armagh City, where we have a midday regroup before the cars return to service in Newry. At the wonderful complex for Modern Tyres in Newry. That has been rally headquarters now for the last couple of years. Now, the most erstwhile of you may notice I am at the moment flying this plane solo. We had a huge amount of rain last night. Michael and I were talking about the wind storm Betty that was coming in, and I live literally 150, 200 metres from the middle of Shin Bridge. And there was a lot of rain overnight. There's a lot of broken branches and twigs. I would imagine the organisers are out double checking the stages. Very similar to what they did in Cork there a couple of weeks ago. But my colleague lives in Royal Hillsborough, so they get twice as much of everything as everybody else. They get twice as much sun, so I'm guessing they got twice as much rain. And not all the horses and carriages are out of the residence houses this morning. So Michael will be with us later. We will be moving across to Tony in service because the cars leave Park Fermy and head for a short service before they make their way towards the outskirts of Newry, where they run Shin Bridge. Shin Bridge is run a little bit differently as it has been before. But for those of you from yesterday, it's Adrian Fourmeau who leads the event after 4 stages on a total time of 31 minutes. Bear with me, 31 minutes, 25.4 seconds. After 4 stages yesterday in horrendous conditions, really difficult conditions, it's 7.4 seconds further back, Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan. Cahan McCourt and Dean O'Sullivan showed very well yesterday, and they hold third. Johnny Greer and Niall Burns are in 4th, with Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes in 5th, and Ryan Loughran, who had a fastest stage time in stage 3 yesterday, his first fastest stage time in the Tarmac Championship, he rounds out the top 6 this morning. Running order this morning is Adrian Fourmeau, Callum Devine, Cahan McCourt. They're going to run in the order in which they finished yesterday. 2 loops of 3 stages. Of course, this is the final round of the Irish Tarmac Championship. It is round 4 of the Reece Insurance British Rally Championship, and of course we have British competitors on the Modern Tyres Ulster Rally this weekend, and the battle is just as intense with them. But they have Rally Ceredigion and Track Rod and Cambrian still to come. So for now, we're going to go and catch up with Tony, who has caught up with the crews as they make their way and begin day 2. 6 stages ahead. It's still very wet and still very windy, and hopefully it's a little bit drier though for Tony in service in Newry.
Good morning and welcome back to service. We are here, the first service of the very last day here in the Ulster Rally. We're at Modern Tyres in this absolutely fantastic facility, and behind me you can see Callum Devine. He's just after popping in here, and we're going to get a quick word with Callum in a moment, but we've somebody else very interesting here as well, so we're going to get a quick word with Andrew Nesbitt if we can. Andrew.
Good morning.
You are no stranger.
I met you again.
In this exact area.
Pardon?
And come here, rallying.
Yes.
So close to your heart. You're even out watching it today on a sort of a miserable Saturday morning, but that's how much you love the Ulster.
Well, do you know what? Back in 2003, the weather was exactly the same. The heavens opened up, but guess what? We had World Championship drivers here at the time, and the Irish were still fit to do the job on them and take, some of the stages we were fit to take 20 seconds off them.
Yeah.
So it's really the right tyres, the right choice and the right attitude.
Exactly that. The right attitude, I think, is the main one, Andrew. And tell us what you were most likely watching everything last night and keeping a close eye. The guys were putting it up to Adrian Formeau as well, weren't they?
Oh, absolutely. Look, he's obviously playing a big game, but I think Callum has it under control now. So these next stages this morning, particularly the stage Mount Pleasant, I think will sort the men out from the boys. You'll see a big change come the end of this rally.
You were saying that you actually went over the stages this morning. Was it just one, or did you get a few of them?
I had a look at the few stages because it brings me back down memory lane. I took Linda's Jeep out for the spin there, just to have a look around the stage. Ridiculous at my age doing this, but it just brought everything back to me, and I'm sorry I'm not in a rally car, to be honest with you.
We might see you back soon, Andrew. You're very excited by these rallies all of a sudden again, aren't you?
Yeah, well, look, it's I've had a great response to a lot of footage that have come out recently, and people are saying, would you not please come back for one more or two more, and it's very hard not to.
It is very hard not to. And tell us, what are your predictions for the day?
My predictions right now, there's 1, 2, 3 as I see it. Callum needs to probably pace himself and back off a little. Josh has to go for it.
Yeah.
And the leader, he's obviously going to try and win the rally.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens on the third stage.
Okay.
And my prediction is Callum will take that stage. And if he does, he's most likely to win the rally.
Tell us why the third stage particularly, Andrew.
That's the stage that you can do the business here. It's very deceiving, but there's anywhere between 10 and 20 seconds in there to be had by someone who's committed to that stage.
Excellent. Well, that is an exciting bit of information to get from the main man. Thank you very much, Andrew. We'll head off now, let you enjoy the rally in peace, and we'll see what Callum has to say. Enjoy your day. Thanks, Andrew. So there you have it, Andrew Nesbitt, previous winner of the event and massive rally fan in general. Andrew hasn't been in a car in quite a number of years now, and he is always here to support and see what's going on. If we can get a quick word with Callum, we'd be very happy. He's just in, he's on the phone here. I would say he's trying to make strategic decisions this morning. As Andrew said, there's a lot of stuff that can be done here today in terms of mileage and just conditions, I would imagine, as well, more than anything. So we look forward to hearing what Callum has to say now in a few moments. What we actually might be able to do here is take a wee run up this way and see if we can get Cahan McCourt. We missed him last night. But we're obviously very eager to hear what Cahan has to say, as he's lying third overall and had some excellent times yesterday. So bear with us as we get Cahan, and that'll give Callum a chance to regroup. I don't see Cahan here at the moment, bear with me.
What do you want this for?
So we'll just bear with us here, folks. We've let Ryan Locker in there as well, talking to the tyre man, Dave Moynihan. We're going to give him a wee second. I'm just going to pop into the truck here and see if I can find Cahan. There he is. Good morning, Cahan. We missed you last night, but my God, those times.
Aye, look here, probably the fourth stage I wasn't that impressed with. It just, my eyesight bit me, and I think it was just hard to commit in the dark, but no, here we'll go today again and see what the crack is. Going to be wet again by the looks of things, so nothing has changed.
No, and I mean, nobody was expecting that really. Like the actual weather coverage was to dry up, hopefully, but it's not looking like it.
Maybe the second loop, I'd say it might start drying, but like the rain that there was last night, it was mental. Like that third stage yesterday was, I never in my life driven anything like it. It was something. Oh, here, look, everybody got through it and there was nobody hurt, so that's the main thing. But no, definitely there'd be a big push on here today to see how we go.
And tell us, last night obviously the times were quite impressive, and it must have been very kind of nice getting into the bed last night thinking that you were that comfortable, particularly against the likes of Adrian Formeau.
Aye, definitely. Look here, I suppose, again, Adrian hasn't done much over here, and it is probably a technical event this, but again, I've only done it once myself, so I suppose to be matching times with that calibre of driver is definitely it's something that you look back in years to come and say, Jesus, you weren't that far away. So, but no, even Callum, here, I thought I was going to be in that space this weekend. I've been sort of saying to the boys going in the road last night, if I thought of where I was last night, if I thought during the week I was going to be there, I'd be happy enough. So, happy out.
And tell us, it's the same plan of attack this morning, is it?
Oh, definitely. Look here, I think the stages probably will clean up a wee bit because, with all the rain and that, but still a lot of shiny and slippy bits, and just have to be on your toes all morning here. So we'll see how it goes. We'll do the first one and then see how it progresses from that.
Brilliant. And any of the 3 stages that you're looking forward to, particularly in the Loop?
Not really, to be honest. No, there's none. They're all kind of the same. I've never done any of them. The boys probably have done some of them last year there, but look, I don't think that really matters in a day like today because knowledge from last year and at lash and rain kind of just. So here we'll just take it how it goes.
Man, Cahan, thank you very much.
Right,
best of luck for today. And we'll just scoot over here and see if we can get a quick word with Ryan Loughran. Ryan, you're watching everything that's going on here. Are you're anxious to get going this morning?
I just eager to get going. You said it. You know yourself. Just seeing her standing about, you just wanna get in there and get going, and get the nerves settled and stuff. It doesn't be too bad right enough on the second day, as bad as it does be on the first day. For me, anyway, it doesn't be. So, I'll not be too bad.
And tell us, everything's feeling good in the car last night. You had the quickest time.
The car's feeling superb. All on the second stage yesterday evening, and just had no confidence in the car at all. I don't really know why, to be quite honest with you. And then I suppose the second time over that last night, it was totally different in that stage. Like the grip level was so good, but it was just a fear because it was so bad the first time. It was a fear to push and get caught out somewhere. So we had a nice steady run through it. So we'll see today now. See if we can get going here this morning and just see how we go and plan from there.
So you have no major plan this morning. It's just get out, get in, and enjoy it for the time being.
That's really it. Just get in. If I feel comfortable and feel happy, I'll push on. And if I don't, I'll not. I'm not going to prepare to stick my neck out just yet. So I'll drive to my own comfort and see where it gets us.
Good man, Ryan. Best luck. We'll see you at the next service. Thank you very much. Good morning. It feels like the rain has stopped ever so slightly here. I don't know if it's disappeared on us completely or if it's just lightened off a wee bit, but it's hopefully a good sign of things to come. Now we can see here in the distance, I'm sure you can see that just off here we've got Callum Devine chatting to Andrew Nesbitt here. So I would assume that there's a wee discussion of possible plans of attack here. So we'll see if we can interrupt now in a wee second and speak to the main man. We're interrupting here, folks, but Callum, we're dying to know how you're feeling this morning.
Okay, look, quite relaxed, Tony, because it's the same as it was yesterday. It's all about the championship here at the minute, and I would love to be able to go to race at it, but it's not the conditions to do it. You know what I mean?
I'd say that's what everybody was kind of hoping to hear from you this morning, that you were out to race, and that's that, and see what we can do with Adrian.
Look, I would love to. There's definitely everybody on semi wants to go race, but I'm just thinking in the morning when I'm sitting at the house and I'm after maybe on a race or nip and tuck and then I slide into a ditch and something. Championship's gone after all years, so look, we're going to manage it, but look, if we'll get into it here now. If it stays wet, I think it'll be okay. It's a bit more predictable, do you know what I mean? The road's cleaner, so we'll see what we can do, but look, I'm not putting my neck out just yet.
Not just yet. And tell us, it's a big pressure, we spoke about it yesterday, but it is a big pressure on your shoulders to try and hold it all together but still keep it motoring enough where you're fully focused and concentrated on the stage. Yeah. It's hard to go slow. Yeah, exactly.
It is. And look, I find that last stage, obviously in the dark last night, was I just got myself into a bit of a rhythm, and keep the head clear, and it was probably you could focus more on the nose because you couldn't see that much, so it worked quite well, and we had a good stage time, and we thought we just managed it as best we could. Went well, so
it's definitely worked, and obviously then starting off a rally and getting a wee bit of a pep talk from Andrew Nesbitt has to be a good thing.
Look, this man knows exactly what to do. I think the championship's the most important thing that he needs to focus on. and just measure his pace for the first stage and take it from there.
You're going to listen to that, Callum?
I'm going to do it, eh? We'll see. Hey, I'll get to end the first one first and find out.
Good man. Thanks, Callum. Thanks again, Andrew. Well, there you have it. All of the information that we can get from the championship front runner at the moment. And there we have Adrian Formeau passing, heading out to the first stage. So you'll be delighted to see that, folks. You'll be heading for... you'll be delighted to get... seeing these guys leaving the service, because it means you're getting live footage of stages very soon. With Paddy Robinson there, co-driver for Desi Henry. We're going to see if we can get a quick word with Josh Moffat here. We missed Josh last night, so it'd be good to see what he's thinking this morning. Again, we're doing an awful lot of talking about championship here this morning, because there's one day left, and today is the day that decides what's going on, who's getting what. And it's tough on them, like, you know, as Andrew said, Josh has to push. He only has one option here today in order to gain the championship. So we'll see. Bear with us, folks. We'll see if we can get him. I'll sneak into the truck here and see if we can get him. You're flat out. Can we get your 2 seconds? Thank you. Over that way, Josh. Josh, we missed you last night, but they were tricky conditions.
They sure were, and I suppose the darkness added to it all as well. So, yeah, look, we're just happy to get through it, and look, we'll have another go at it again today.
And you were sitting in at the laptop there. Obviously, there has to be a plan in your mind today as to what you're going to do in terms of the championship. With one day left.
Yeah, I suppose there's probably not much we can do about the championship at this stage. It's really all in Callum's hands. So, yeah, look, we'll just go out and try and enjoy it today.
And any of the 3 stages you're looking forward to?
I don't know one from the other. They're all the same to me. So
we were speaking to Andrew Nesbitt there this morning, and he was saying the conditions they're good. Like they're obviously quite treacherous in some places, but we know all that. But a very interesting day's rallying ahead.
Yeah, it certainly is. Like, anything could happen. Anybody there. Like, it's just it's going to be so slippy and tricky out there. So it's there's a long way to go yet. And
tell us the car. How's that feeling now in the wet?
I don't know, much the same really, but yeah, look, we try to keep working on it anyway.
Well, listen, we hear it starting up there, so we'll let you go, Josh. Thank you very much for talking to us, and we're going to head down another wee bit and see if we can get any more information from a few of the guys further down the field. I want to try and sneak in here and see if we can get Marty Toner. We saw him last night trying to fix a few things in the car, so it'd be great to see how he got on and if they got that sorted out. Obviously, we'll hopefully get a word with Damien there as well. I see Alan Carmichael's car still sitting here from this morning, so I would assume he's decided not to go out here today. There's still plenty of working on to Marty's car here, I think. So we'll just get a quick look in here if we can. Marty, you're flat out here again this morning.
I didn't get it sorted last night here. I had only 15 minutes here to try and get out.
That's what we were going to ask first thing, was how did everything look last night?
It didn't look brilliant. It doesn't look good yet.
And I would imagine that did not help to a good sleep.
Oh, no, I slept all right, funny. I would be a good sleeper. I'm charging all night perfect, but still no steering, so I get it sorted now.
And tell us, is it likely to get that sorted in 15 minutes, or are you kind of thinking that you might have to drive without it?
This man here, get it sorted here, well.
Thank you, Marty. We'll let you get back at it. So we'll see now if we can get a quick word with Damien. Damien, another day.
Another day, yeah.
What's the plan this morning?
Oh, I don't know. The conditions not much better, I don't think, are they?
No, and I mean, a lot of people thought that there was going to be a lot of drying here. Now, obviously not first thing this morning, but it's not half as dry as everybody thought it would be.
No, it's going to be as much standing water nearly as last night, but we're going with the same tyres again for the first loop and try and put a bit of a push on, keep steady and keep her on the road.
That's what you were saying last night, that your big thing here was about pushing now today.
Yeah, well I'm going to try it, but it mightn't work out, but I'll try it, I know.
And tell us, any of the 3 stages that you're looking forward to that you feel confident going into?
That Thrones Ditch stage is a good enough stage. Nice big flowing stage. Hopefully get a good cut in it.
I'm after drawing a blank. First thing in the morning. So tell us, tyres, stuff like that, you saying you're happy enough to stick with the same plan as last night?
I'm still going to go with full wets in the front and a cut wet in the back. So.
And that's the best thing for it?
Well, I think so. Hopefully, I know.
Good man. Damien, thanks a million. We'll let you go and get everything sorted here in service. We've got Kyle McBride in here, so we want to try and get a quick word with Kyle as well. Kyle, you're here to start another day. You looking forward to it?
Yeah, looking forward to get going, a new day, and yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. The weather's a bit tricky out there, so yeah, I can't wait to get going.
You had to be pretty confident or pretty content even last night getting into the house and getting yourself set up for tomorrow. A good day's rallying yesterday?
Yeah, we had a good day's rallying. We had a good clean run through stage 3, and yeah, we're leading the junior BRC overnight, so hopefully we can keep it going. It's a long day today, so it's not over till it's over, but we'll keep learning and trying.
The famous last words, not over till it's over. How do you find yourself keeping your cool, or how do you try to keep your cool and stay focused?
Yeah, I don't get too excited. As just try and focus on what's on the stages and what's on hand to do, and yeah, the loop's very long, so anything can happen, so we'll just keep pushing on.
The loop is very long, but are there any of the stages that you're feeling particularly confident on?
Yeah, the 3 of them's very nice in their own unique ways. The third one of the loop's very tricky section. It's tight and narrow with green grass down the middle of it, so yeah, a lot of mud will be pulled out in that, so with the 4-wheel drive cars in front of us, so no, we'll have to just manage as best as we can, and yeah, keep going.
And obviously yesterday at one point we did mention the fact that it's quite tricky then when you're in the 2-wheel drive to deal with the muck of the 4-wheel drive cars. Yeah,
that is for sure. We're like the 3rd or 4th 2-wheel drive car on the road this morning, so it's going to make it a little bit tricky, but no, hey, it is what it is, and yeah, we'll enjoy every minute of it.
Good man, Kyle. Thank you very much for talking to us. So that's Kyle McBride. We're going to see if we can scoot across here now and get a quick word with James. Well, James Ford is now gone. We were going to see what James was doing, so just bear with us as we go around here again to the right. I saw Stuart Biggerstaff coming in there a wee while ago, but he's at the other side, so what we do is head for that direction and hopefully see if he's there and we can get a quick word. This is the man that we were looking for as well, actually, so we'll just wait. Kyle White's popped in, so we'll just let him get into his position and we get a quick word with him once he hops out of the car. Good morning, Kyle. The conditions aren't as rotten as they were last night, but they're still pretty slippery out there.
Yeah, we're just going to take us as it comes at the minute. I think that's all you can do at this stage, but yeah, it's just still fantastic position to be in overnight, and going forward we'll try and give it our best today and see how we end up.
What about the 3 stages that are ahead? Any of them you're particularly excited about or confident on?
I can't really remember any of them. I've never actually done them before. I think I'd previously done 3 corners at Bomb Bridge stage in 2016, but these are all new again to me. Quite like Shin Bridge, the first one at the service, but yeah, it's just a wee bit into the unknowns. Same for everybody though, so we're at least we're in level playing terms.
And tell us, whenever you're doing the recce, Kyle, do you ever find that you're able to spot a stage that you're going to absolutely love, or because they feel so different in the recce at times, you know, could you tell between any of the stages when you were recceing, like if there was one that was going to be more suited to you? Yeah,
well, I tend to like faster stages that, you know, you can get a bit of a chuck at really, because it just suits my driving style, but it is quite hard to tell from recce because it's a contrast in the car between me and Sean. He didn't like the Bomb Bridge stage, I liked it in recce, and we ended up going 14 quicker than anybody, so it's hard to tell, as I say, but you'll know as soon as you cross the finish line if you like it or not, so yeah.
Well, that's it. And tell us, how do you get into the stage then this morning when you're sitting now? Do you kind of go over things on the laptop, or do you check notes or anything? Like, how do you remind yourself of where you're going today or what you're doing?
I suppose you're really meant to do that, like, but we don't do anything like that. We just get in and drive at the pace notes, because me and Sean are together there so long now that we sort of know each other, and I can tell in his tone if something's, you know, maybe dangerous or something, so it's yeah, it's good so far, but we'll take a chuck and see how we get on.
A good sign of teamwork and pure trust in the notes.
What is it?
A good sign of teamwork and complete trust in the notes when you can do that.
if that's what you can call it.
Good. Thanks, Kyle. Best luck. So we'll head on, folks. As I say, we're going to see if we can try and get a quick word with Stuart Biggerstaff. As you can see, the service area is quite quiet here at the moment because we're starting the day off, obviously. So we don't have as many cars in just yet. There's a lot more people in Park Fermy. So we'll see if we can actually get a quick word with Camillus Bradley here. He's looking at tyres, so we'll see how we go. We'll try and sneak in here. But interesting discussions, and as you can see there, the guys are actually taking some water out of the boot of the car, doing as best as they can. Tricky conditions. Good morning, Camillus.
How you doing?
You're happy to get back out on the stages today, I would assume.
Yeah, no, I'm glad to get out again, yeah. I had a poor start yesterday evening. I just could not. I was nearly worst ever I drove with the first two stages. But thank God then third stage I got it up and got it. I just could not concentrate on the first two. I couldn't put two notes together really. But great, the next two stages then, good run. So hoping for more of the same today.
Aye, and have you figured out what that was, Camillus? Like, was it a case of the weather or what?
I don't know. I don't know. It's just myself or maybe a bit anxious or a bit just maybe thinking. I don't know. Just couldn't put my finger on it, but definitely knew it wasn't good.
And tell us, we're seeing a few of the guys here trying to get water out of the car. That's obviously not ideal in terms of messing up and stuff like that.
No, well that's it. You always get a bit of water. We didn't bother cleaning it last night, so we just leave it this morning and get fierce like water last night. No such thing as not having water inside it again. But we'll get rid of it.
You will get rid of it. And in terms of the stages today, you looking forward to any of them?
Oh, I wouldn't remember anything anyway. My worst word, no. Looking forward to them all, just all the same.
You're dying to just get out of them.
Yeah, that's good to get at them, and hopefully we'll get the first one done. With the first one over, then we're flying again.
And tell us, tyres, we saw you looking there. What's your plan?
Jesus, I don't know. I was going to stay in wet. I'm probably going to stay with a wet in the front and maybe like a half wet, we'll say, in the rear, maybe.
Because it's okay. It was raining all morning there, and obviously the stages are soaking wet. But there's a big wind there too, and if the rain stays away, it will change the conditions slightly.
Oh, it will certainly, and it is. The forecast is sort of giving it a dry, but every year they keep bringing the wet on. But hopefully in the next year or two it will stop raining and don't know. I don't think. I mean, there'll be certainly lots of water about, but I don't think there'll be maybe constant water. Hopefully.
And obviously, you know, for the spectators and the fans out there, this is the exact kind of material that they want from the Mark IIs. Rear wheel drives in this kind of condition is just brilliant.
Yeah, I suppose, but they'll not be enjoying standing under the rain, but they'll be enjoying us having the conditions to deal with. Yeah.
Hard work for you, but great to watch.
Yeah, unreal. They got that first. The third stage last night was just probably the worst conditions. Waterways I've seen any ever I drove in my life, like, and I do like wet. Like I don't have no wet. I would be looking forward to wet, but it was tough stage now.
Tough stages. There was a lot of water, and I mean, obviously, then today though, if you're confident in the wet todays, where you're hopefully going to pull it out of the bag and away you go.
Well, that's it. Well, so I'm not out often enough, but I'm doing. Still good to be out. Good to be out.
That's it, Camillus. Thank you very much. We'll let you go. So that's Camillus Bradley, a veteran of rallying in the Mark IIs. A good, calm, clear head on him there this morning by the looks of it. And we've just missed Jason Black there. We'll see if we can get a quick word with Gareth if he's in here. We've spotted him here, so we can see if we can get a quick word. You're on the tee. You're nice and relaxed there this morning, Gareth.
Yeah, have to try to relax after last night. It was a big night. So
big night. You have to be happy to have gotten through.
Yeah, happy to be where I am now. Yesterday was definitely challenging stages. Now that's third one. I think that's probably the most treacherous stage I've ever drove. And so looking forward. Hopefully this morning now, yes, there's going to be a lot of standing water about, and we'll try to get around the first loop then and see where we're at.
Good man, and tell us any of the conditions or any of the stages in particular you're excited about from the recce or from memory.
This first one this morning probably would be one I liked the best when I was racking. The second one, there's a lot of muck and pulled out stuff. The boys were at silage and stuff, and a lot of muck around the roads. And then Armagh stage, it's not bad, a lot of grass up the middle of the road, but I'd hope this morning now is going to be a good one.
You'll be looking forward to getting the wee started out again.
Yeah, get out and rip this morning.
So, good man, Gareth. Thank you very much. So there you have it, folks. We've spoken to a few people this morning, and everybody's actually quite excited to get going today. The stages are, I would imagine, going to be very, very tricky, but very, challenging and exciting for drivers to get stuck into. So we're going to leave you at that, and you're going to head off now and enjoy the next couple couple of stages, and we will see you after that loop back here in service.
usedcarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Go, go. Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. This is exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys, oh, the joys.
Come on. Come on.
The joys, oh, the joys.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
And you're very welcome back to the studio here just before we begin to get rather excited of the Stage 5. We're going to have a run through of the stage map very shortly, but my co-commentator and co-host Michael Patterson has joined me this morning. Obviously managed to row the boat out of Royal Hillsborough, and very different weather they get in that little enclave part of the world.
Royal Hillsborough, we have to,
give it
its proper appropriate title.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been a fierce night, hasn't it? Storm Betty really was a bit more fierce than I think people anticipated it would have.
Definitely.
Now, you might as well live in Royal Hillsborough yourself. You know, you have been showing me stuff from where you live, and the stage it's just literally just up the road from your house.
We were joking about it yesterday, and
this is no laughing matter this morning.
It's not.
Serious bit of weather last night.
We're going to show you a photograph very shortly. I got up a little bit earlier this morning and headed up the A1 as if I was going to service, and hung a left, and I joined the stage Shinbridge this morning shortly after the start. And at that stage, the rain had eased. The rain eased about 5:30 this morning. Loads of power cuts during the night. At home, I had 4 power cuts during the night. But there is lying water. There are, where you have the thick trees, the smaller branches have got blown off. They're lying on the road. I'm going to show you a photograph that I took this morning at location 7 on stage 5. So the crews will know about the weather and its effects. But it's going to be really a case this morning, and we've heard it from the drivers in service with Tony about a cautious approach. There'll be no heroes for sort of, hitting a pool of water and going off and losing the championship or losing the position. But there on the screen now, that is, they come down here into a square right and head up to the top of that hill. Winnie, who's very good to my wife, lives further up the hill on the right-hand side, owns a farm. But that's the kind of thing they will see this morning. Now, their crews, Michael, obviously, and team can go out and drive the road before road closing or not.
Well, look, the top crews have the privilege of having these resources, Sav.
Yeah.
But remember, the vast majority of any rally is made up of clubman competitors.
Yeah.
They don't have that privilege. They are relying on the organisers passing on whatever information they can. They're not stupid. They've lived a life up to this point. They know exactly. This is these are the vagaries of a storm coming in the summer in August in Northern Ireland. This happens all the time.
Yeah.
What we do is, at the end of the day, we'll have for 2 days probably now. It's going to take to sort this out.
Yeah.
These guys don't have that opportunity. They're on a time schedule this morning. They're going into this first stage, and that's the long and short of it. As an organiser, what's the organiser got to do? The clerk of the course is sitting, Wayne Turkington sitting with a team of people around him and going, right, okay.
We've had a bit of rain, we've had a bit of a wind.
Yeah, we've had a bit of weather. It's a rally. This is what it's all about.
Exactly.
Okay, boys, get on with it.
I think this adds to, I mean, last night we saw in the conditions, a horrendous rain, and Cahan McCourt alluded to it. But this is another challenge for the crews today, how you judge and your ability to judge conditions after the rain we've had. And funnily enough, I had mentioned to my colleagues here in the production studio that I had seen what I thought were a couple of safety crews out really early this morning. I now realise that one car I saw in particular, a sort of winey red Porsche Cayenne, was actually Andrew Nesbitt.
Very good.
Because he admitted to the fact to Tony in service that he'd actually got up to crack of dawn this morning. He's driven the 3 stages. He said they're challenging, but they're good to go.
Yeah.
But I just took a photo because that challenge of lying water, it's not just, it's going to be in various parts. We have, farmers obviously operating at the moment in terms of silage and slurry. Now, won't be doing that today because the conditions aren't there for it. It was quite funny. On the way home last night, I probably saw 12 or 14 tractors on the A1 that had no silage trailer or no tanker. They were all making their way because
they'd given up. Yeah, I actually pretty much the same story myself. I thought, though, anybody who lives in a rural area knows when you make hay when the sun shines. It's an epitome of the farming community. And I passed 3 or 4 tractors on the A1 myself with nothing attached to them, and it's like, those guys will be so disappointed because they're like really hungry to get the silage in and get the things.
And believe me, when I say they run 24 hours a day, they do. I mean, I've had a few fields across from us. The stage today actually traverses and circumvents some of the fields I'm trying. I've seen them cutting silage there at 2:30 in the morning, all the lights on. So leading crews are now at the start of special stage 5, Shinbridge, 12.18 miles. Now, the stages ran yesterday with 4 at about approximately 8 miles. This is a really good stern test, Michael, this stage. We're looking at the Sport Track app that we have.
Yep.
You can see the little green dots on your screen that show you the cars moving towards the start of the stage. A couple of things on Facebook. Keep in touch if you want. We'd be glad to correspond with you during the day. We're going to try and do a leaderboard after day one shortly. Raphael Scullion says, we'd lovely to see Andrew Nesbitt back. Nicky Burke says, 10 years ago, Noel O'Sullivan was servicing for his dad, Noel Sr., as they went on to win the Irish Tarmac Modified Championship that year. And it's great to see him today, along with Callum Devine, fighting for the overall title. Stephen Larkin is asking, where is Shin Bridge? It is off the A1 if you're heading from Banbridge to Newry on your left.
What I was going to say, Sal, I don't want to interrupt you, but actually they're calling it Shin Bridge, but what is probably more well known, and this, because this is your neck of the woods, the start of the stage is about 200 yards from what we used to call McGaffin's Corner. Which probably makes more sense to a lot of people.
Yeah, it's just up the road from that sort of crosses that. I was looking at it this morning, so people would know it as a variation of that. Eileen O'Donovan says, good luck to Dara and Michael taking part in the juniors today. Yes, we will have coverage of the juniors later on this morning.
Yeah, and we must mention them. Special section running at the back of the field today. The juniors are doing just today rather than the full rally. It's not, I think is there 5 competitors in the
I think there were
rally?
7 at the start of the week. I think we now have 5 or 6. I'll double check.
I know Peter Hamill, our absolutely fantastic production guy today, one of our major producers, helped us out in Cork 20, and he quipped yesterday that they can have their own leaderboard on the screen in its entirety. I thought, yes, Peter, you're absolutely on the money with that one. Fair play to you.
Those of you that weren't with us yesterday, a couple of withdrawals or non-runners. Car number 9, Ewan Thorburn and Keir Beaton didn't start. A non-start for Andrew Purcell and Shane Buckley. Gareth McHale and Brian Murphy did not start. Niall Henry and Barney Mitchell didn't start. Eddie Doherty and Owen Doherty didn't start. John Gordon, Paul McPhillips didn't start either. Johnny Mulholland didn't. Engine issues. I'm just looking at the entry list here, and of course we were talking about Willie Singleton yesterday and him in the years gone by in the Escort. His son Scott is in the event, car number 53. Scott lives within a stone's throw of the second stage of the loop this morning, and of course the stage close to Armagh is very, very close to where Andrew Nesbitt lives, and we've heard Andrew has been out on the stages already this morning. So right then, who's going to take the overall win today, Michael, and who's going to win the Tarmac title? Who's going to finish best BRC?
Look, there are 3 loaded questions,
I know,
Mr. McCartan.
I know. I was here first. That gives me the privilege.
Yeah, you do have the privilege in that respect. And to Johnny Leonard, I hope you're getting sorted out this morning, and I'll send you an email with those links very shortly, by the way. And I appreciate, we're doing this. Right. I'll deal with the rally win. I don't know. I think this is fantastic, what we have here this morning. I think we have the World Championship interloper doing the BRC. It's a privilege to have somebody of Adrian's skill and ability, and the M Sport team. It's brought a touch of glamour and class to the rally. Not that it needed it, because the Tarmac Championship this year has been absolutely fantastic and hotly contested. There's nothing in it. It's a Rizla paper, as we might say, between any of these guys. I think the fact that the rain has stopped, there's a little bit more consistency going to come into the ability to fight for the rally win today. Moving on to the Tarmac Championship, it's Callum's to lose. Yeah. With Marion gone yesterday, and that was so unlucky. A mechanical failure within the car, wipers failed. We know this is a 100% sport, whether you're competing, involved in spectating or whatever. It's pretty much you've got to commit 100% to it. I think Callum has it in the bag with the championship. All he needs to do is get to the finish today, and it's all his. The BRC, well, Adrian Formeau he's in the pound seat for himself. he doesn't really have to worry about anybody behind him because his next BRC people are some way behind. So he has, on the one hand, the difficulty of concentrating, but he's not. I think he's going to go and show his class today, and I think the ITRC people are the same. It's game on. There's no rain forecast. Beautiful pictures. Standing water this morning's going to make it really, really difficult, and that's a really good shot from the first stage.
That's where I was parked where the white lines were.
Really?
Yeah. Coming up, they come up the hill here, and then they utilise part of the stage when it ran in different format. So this is literally probably at the moment about 1,000 metres from the house. So I can see it's actually got better since I was there early hours this morning. If the cameraman did 180 degrees, he probably would be able to see them come down what they call Grattan's Lane. Where they loop back, and again that was part utilised in a different way last year and the year before. So Adrian Formeau is now making his way up. He should be with us in the next probably minute and 15 seconds. The area of the stage that he's on is very, very narrow, very tight. He's passing a house that has been rebuilt, and across the road it is sort of a messy, narrow farming road. You're in the real country here. They make his way up, then he turns square right and down a really narrow, when I say narrow, I mean really narrow. The hedges are almost close to the windows. He's in that section now. It goes down into a dip and then a big rise uphill before a sharp drop to a square right, and then we should be able to hear him on the camera very, very shortly.
I think one of the things that there's a nice graphic on the screen at the moment. We see the Shin Bridge map, 6.06 miles. This is absolutely classic Ulster Rally territory.
Yeah.
And here's Formeau. Just, I don't quite know what to say, how difficult this is. Wowza.
That is fast up through there. I mean, I can promise you it's a long time since anything went up that lane as fast, and especially with the jump in the middle. But that's a great idea. It shows the characteristics of the stage of today. Hedges out to the very edge of the road itself quite narrow, but a really good test. This opening stage this morning, just over 65 stage miles in total today. But 12.18 miles of Shin Bridge before the crews then make their way over towards Points Pass on stage 6.
What caught my eye was, I'm not quite sure that the graphic had the correct mileage, because I'm thinking this is a much longer stage than that. This is a typical Ulster Rally.
Yeah.
Callum. Wow. Never lifted. Bumps, jumps, standing water. This is as tricky a place as you're ever going to get.
Well, we're probably at best only a quarter of the way into the stage, so you're probably 7 or 8 minutes before we
start getting
get time.
Result.
So
yeah.
Maybe I know somebody asked about the leaderboard, but after 4 stages and overnight, it was Adrian Formeau leading on a total time of 31:25.4, ahead of Callum Devine on 31:32.8. Cahan McCourt was holding third, 31:40.5. Johnny Greer was holding fourth on 31:45.8, and Josh Moffat rounded out the top 5 on 31:53.
So here's Cahan McCourt threading his way through the standing water. Now, we've alluded earlier on to the top guys probably have an idea of where the standing water is.
Well, it's interesting to see not a brake light the whole way up. No.
Well, that's I went quiet because I wanted to hear the commitment basically from the driver. Not a brake light. They're absolutely on it here this morning.
I know some drivers, like on a crest, just before the crest to damp the brake.
They'll settle with a little bit of left foot braking just to
bring
settle
the car
down.
down. But it's interesting to note that we didn't get that, but just with the left foot, it settles the car, as Michael said, just on takeoff.
Well, to a certain extent, I often remember in Finland a couple of the top drivers saying, look, when you're in the air, your wheels aren't on the ground, you're not going forwards. Unless you've got major momentum to carry you forwards, keep the car on the ground. Johnny Greer. I think this will suit Johnny this morning, though I'm not convinced that Johnny's not at full speed there. Johnny, I think, is being cautious enough there this morning.
You can
Great
see,
car control.
yeah.
Johnny's got this sublime car control that all the other drivers really respect him for.
He's very constant and very steady.
Yep. His performance yesterday, actually, we know he had the big accident in Killarney in May. I think he's back. He's back to his best again, and there's a big race going on at the front of this rally. Cahan McCourt and Callan Devine and Adrian Fermot. Can you imagine the briefing in amongst all these teams last night, Sav? You know, Fermot will be sitting down to dinner with Rich Milner and M Sport and everybody else, and it'll be like, and here's Josh. And it's almost like Josh knew the standing water was there. He got the car squared up before he turned into the corner.
Yeah. Yeah, Josh is moving right. You see, from Johnny Greer's point of view, Johnny's sitting on 52 points, 12 points behind Robert Barrable. Now, Robert, I think Robert again is having an event where he just doesn't get where everyone else is just quicker than he is. So there is a very strong chance that Johnny could pip him for fourth in the Tarmac Championship. You know, we had Josh and Marion on 82 points each, which was 16 odd points, whatever, between Marion and Robert. So that points thing will change, but.
And it's not like they're having a bad day. It's just the last couple of rallies. It seems to be the Citroen. I don't know if it is the car, but we know these guys are capable of setting fastest times. Johnny yesterday, second fastest times, a couple of stages. Another man who got our fastest time yesterday, his first fastest time on the Tarmac Championship, Ryan Loughran. He's doing a great job, isn't he?
Yeah, every event he's improving all around.
I just want a wee check to see where we are on the. So this is such a technical stage, long stage. Probably with these conditions, if they do the stage in under 11 minutes, they'll be doing very, very well. In perfect conditions, it'd be just over 10 minutes. One thing for sure this morning is at least it's stopped raining for now.
Yeah, I mean, the rain stopped around 5:30 this morning. So Jason Mitchell, Paddy McCrudden. Jason had a couple of really good times yesterday. Very steady start over the opening 4 stages of the event.
Yeah, but he's committed there. He's absolutely flying there this morning.
So next car with us very shortly, Robert Barrable, who was chatting about in the Don Buckley run C3.
Very competitive guy, you know. I know he'll be analysing why Tony Kelly seems to be able to get the best out of Robert. He's very honest with Tony when he does his interviews, and he's very calm about the whole thing. And you know, this is a big deal to come back to the Tarmac Championship at this level. He could go to the National Championship where, the competition is just as fierce, but maybe the intensity of the stages in the Tarmac Championship are probably a bit more longer stages, more technicality in them, which means if you're sort of getting exposed, this is where it happens. Okay. Darren Gass should be up next.
Yeah, Tony caught up with Breed Deary last night in service. Thank you very much for the kind words, Breed. And an excellent presenter yourself, but nice to know you're keeping in touch.
And I'm called Michael, by the way. Appreciate your text, but yeah, I haven't changed my name.
So Darren
just settling the car into that jump, but he's committed. Look, he's absolutely on it. Fair play to him. First stage time in, Zav? No, it's not. I'm sorry. False alarm. I think the results people are doing a wee test. They won't be doing the stage in 59.59.
No.
Something will be badly wrong if that's the case. So I think that just caught my eye. But in reality, we are due the time from Adrian Formeau. He's just approaching the finish now. And everybody who's passed us so far looks like they're all on course at this point to finish the stage accordingly. No dramas in that respect. We may have a few dramas behind us on the stage. No. I think we're all right. I think we're
There's
okay.
a Henry through now.
Very committed there, Desi. Very, very committed. Desi's a brave driver when he wants to be, and rarely puts a mark on the car nowadays. Did a bit of damage in his early years when he was a young fella.
The time's maybe a little slow this morning with it. Time in for Callum Devine. So
I've got a really interesting text from Tim Hoare, the motorsports technician for the Michelin, and he says the tyre they have recommended for the crews this morning is an MW1 for the loop. SS5 surprisingly clean. Stage 6 and 7 wet and dirty. Good information, Tim. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
And we know, of course, Pirelli and Michelin both supporting Tarmac Championship this year, primary suppliers. Matt Edwards is out and about on the stages this morning advising the Pirelli runners.
That's looking back towards the stage. If the cameraman keeps seeing, you'll see the cars come over the hill and come down. I mentioned Grattan's Lane earlier. There you go.
Yeah.
And this is them out over the top of Grattan's Lane. Now they will come down here to where the cars square right. And then will be with us very, very shortly.
Sav, you could have just stayed at home and phoned in.
I was going to phone in, yeah. So, top 3 times through this morning, and it looks as though Adrian Formeau and Alexandra Correa have had their Cocoa Pops. They did a time of 10:53.6. That was 6.6 seconds quicker than Callum Devine.
Yeah.
And Callan McCourt, Dean O'Sullivan did an 11:06.5.
Okay, it's early doors yet, but
yeah.
That's look, what did I say? It would be 11 minutes for the stage under these conditions. I wasn't far away, but Formeau stamping his authority on this, I think.
Well,
as is Callum Devine. Callum doesn't need to stick his head above the parapet, but there's a pace that obviously Callum's comfortable with. Now, it'll be interesting to see what Josh does, because we know Josh is, he's so competitive.
Gary Pearson through there.
Who now has the added benefit of Marion Evans as his technician today, I believe.
But it's like Callum said to Tony in service that, Tony said to him, it's really difficult to drive slowly, isn't it?
It is.
And he said, yeah, that's the thing. You have to stay, and I think you've hit upon a really good point. I don't think Callum's comfortable driving sensibly slowly, if that makes sense. he's much more comfortable on the edge, ever so slightly, but the right side have been on the edge, calculated on the edge. If that makes sense.
Look, we briefly touched on last year's Ulster Rally yesterday and what Josh Moffat did last year, driving within himself with the championship in mind.
I mean, the time this morning are quite interesting.
What's interesting is Josh
is 25 seconds slower than Callum Devine.
So we've spent the whole season talking about 1 second here and 1 second there, and there's one stage he's 25 seconds.
Big gaps. So I'm sure that there has to be a spin or an overshoot involved because Ryan Loughran's almost 12 seconds quicker than him. But Ryan Loughran doing a really good job. He's moved up a place now based on the times that we have in for stage 5, which is Shinbridge, the first run over the 12.18 miles, and of course another long one coming up in Tyrone Ditches, and as we said, that's in a stage that a lot of you will know from years gone by. That's due off in about 25 minutes. Leading crews making their way out to there.
So Jason Black leading the modified overnight. Whoa, Jason, that's very brave. That was full beans for Jason over that. Fair play to him. I suspect he's treating this very much like I'm just going to drive at my pace today. There's one speed and that's flat to the mat. I think this is a difficult stage, Sav. It's very technical. It's relentless. It's 12.1 miles long. It seems like 20 miles when you're doing it. Yet the average speed is over 70 miles an hour under ideal circumstances. They've done the 12 miles in just under 11 minutes, which is an average speed of about, off the top of my head, roughly 65 miles an hour in horrendous conditions. Okay, it's not raining. Stuart Biggerstaff. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I'm going quiet because I want to hear the commitment of the drivers and everyone so far. There's been the odd little left foot brake to settle the car, but fundamentally everybody's been flat out so far. But Fermo is the only driver under 11 minutes into the stage on a 10:53.6. I think his World Championship experience is sort of borning out.
He's had so many events this year on such a variety of surfaces. And we always hear, a lot of, top line drivers say it's about seat time. It's about seat time. And then consistency in making your notes and being able to commit to them. So you would fully expect them to be that much on the pace. But it's interesting to see the gap is slightly quicker in daylight because, the British regulars and the Irish tarmac guys were certainly able to keep them in their sights yesterday.
Absolutely. But one thing I'm going to say now, I hope this doesn't come back to haunt me, but Callum, we can't say is driving for the championship here because he is. We've got a really well established 1, 2, 3 here, which is the top three. Fermo, Devine, McCourt seem to be moving the goalposts for everybody else. Callum has obviously made a decision mentally that he has a speed he's comfortable at, and his speed is a little bit faster than everybody else in the Tarmac Championship. Fermo's the same. He's got a speed, it's a little bit faster than everybody else in the whole rally. So, Callum McCourt, and let's listen to the Mark II.
When they disappear out of shot there, it's probably 400 or 500 metres straight down the hill.
Oh, they're still flat out for another. But what was interesting there was Marty needed to sort of settle the car, I think, rather than. Jason Black didn't do anything. He just kept, as they say in Northern Ireland, he kept her lit.
Yeah, he was flat to the floor. And Dean Roscoe shouting for all the Roscoes today.
Yeah, and Kevin O'Driscoll's out there.
Is
Actually,
Kevin in touch?
Kevin's just come on. He said, "Morning, folks. I'm on Shin Bridge, and Damien Toner's just passed him, so he can't be far from our camera point." Nice graphic with the leaderboard. Divine now 14 seconds behind. Now, anything can happen today. This is an extremely difficult day's rallying. But has Adrian Fermot stamped his authority on things this morning? Is this the way he wants to go on? I suspect it probably is.
I'm just looking at if you look at Callum and if you look at his nearest challenger.
In the championship?
Yeah, I'm just looking at time, just, after 5 stages.
Gareth Black. Let's see how Gareth tackles these jumps.
Callum's 45 seconds ahead of Josh Moffat, and I don't think there's many events we've done this year where you would have said that after 5 stages.
45 seconds would have separated the top 8 on most events this year.
So
I'm going to have to do a refresh on my tracking here. So Gareth through. Hopefully Ollie Benton up next. So we're a bit of silence here in the studio. We're just looking at the tracking. Ollie, obviously. Ollie, go for it, man. That's very committed. Suspension working superbly. This is absolutely classic Ulster Rally stages.
Oh no, it is.
This is what we don't get to see a lot of the time. It's the jumps and the crests and the dips and the compressions.
The speed.
Yeah, and the speed.
This is a great spot for that.
And actually, would I be right in saying, with the passing of cars, that huge puddle is dissipating?
It is a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Compared to when you were there at whatever 7:30 this morning.
When I was there at 6:30, it looked like
6:30. Yeah. That was after you'd done a 6-mile jog and wee swim as well in your own personal swimming pool.
Yep.
Yeah, good man. Glad to see you're keeping up the fitness regime, Sav. It's paying
You
off,
were just
by the
turning
way.
over for a second sleep at that stage,
I
weren't you?
won't tell you what I was doing at that time. That was nobody else's business but my own. And
Okay.
Kyle White. Yeah, it is Kyle.
Kyle White, Sean Topping. And Sean, this would be a local stage, fairly local stage for Sean, and not a great lover, but Kyle going very, very well.
He did a great interview with Tony in the service park after those stages. He tipped his hat to this is a replay of Jason Black, who I have to say was absolutely full chat. That's one of those, look, I have every confidence this car's good to do this. But I was going to say Kyle did a great interview and had a fantastic time. So lost a chunk of time in stage 3 in the pouring rain. And we said about McBride just how well he drove on stage 3. Well, fair play to Kyle White. He had a fantastic drive in stage 4 and he pulled 14 seconds back on that stage. So this is one big battle going on with these RC4 boys today.
It's been very close in all the events this year, and it's a really good sideline watch as well.
Bit of a shame I lost Owen Lloyd yesterday. Technical issues, the car let him down, but these other guys are really having a ding dong, and I think it's going to carry on today. So that was Camilla's way through. Wayne Sisson's due up. There we go. Yep. Anti-lag chattering in on the Evo 10. I think Wayne's having a pretty good rally. He's he's a reliable, good bet. If you wanted to have a wager on a solid result, Wayne's your man. Times keep coming in. I think the person I'm sure he's disappointed is Josh Moffat. He dropped 25 seconds to Callum there this morning. Darren Gass, good time, 11:10.
Neil Roskell, fastest on a 10:37.2.
I can't. I don't believe that's correct. I'd say that's
we'll keep an eye on it. It'll be. I was going to say that somebody go, yeah,
absolutely in reverse. So, Liam McMullen, I think, isn't it? Just a wee bit of a overshoot. Not too much time lost, but just goes to show conditions are still very tricky. It's still a lot of water about. Tim Hoare from Michelin says the stage is surprisingly clean, but the next two are really dirty. I would be a bit suspicious about that time in experience from Neil Roskell. I'd say that's an 11:37. It's a minute out. And Paddy McCollum, if you're watching or listening to us, maybe you'll have a look at Neil Roskell's time, car 22.
And you don't need us adding to your workload.
No, but
sorry.
Paddy and I go back a long way, and
well, that's why I always let you talk to him. I don't want to offend him.
Generally, if it flags up on my radar, there's a suspicion that things aren't quite as they should be. Mark 2's singing.
Yeah, Ricky Clee says Jason Black definitely leads the commitment prize. I would agree with you there. Yeah. So I noticed that some of the weather warnings, the wind warning has been cancelled, and the forecast for rain this morning has changed ever so somewhat. So I know that the long range forecast in the area is to brighten up and get drier, and sunny intervals this afternoon, much along the lines of what Michael was saying yesterday. So we could have a very wet and windy morning and a very nice and dry afternoon. But at the moment,
doesn't make it any easier for the guys and girls in the rally cars, does it? They still have to deal with what it is on the ground.
Yeah.
But that's what I would call a good picturesque picture of Northern Ireland in August. A bit of dampness, a bit of wet, but beautifully green.
There's a great crop of blackberries down that road.
You're going to make some jams up.
I would guess that some people who listen to me would wish I would make jam all the time, permanently. Shane Quinn through there.
So the irrepressible Mickey Conlon is due up next. One of the crews that I'd like to hear, have we a time in for Desi Henry for this stage?
We do, yeah, 11:12.5.
That's good because and there's Mickey with a single windscreen wiper. So there's obviously still a bit of moisture in the air. drivers feeling the need to run with their wipers on? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Neil Roskell's time is not correct for the stage, Sav. When you consider he's not going to take 26 seconds out of Adrian Fermot. That would be a remarkable turnaround of events, and the conditions are just not suited to an average speed. Conor McCrossan. Okay, so next up, after Conor McCrossan, just looking at the tracking, car 50.
Kevin Quinn and Michael Laverty in the Class N6 Escort. Seeded 50, running 31st out of Newry this morning. Running out of the...
Oh, nicely taken the corner as well. Got the car nicely turned in.
Rally headquarters based at the Modern Tyres manufactured facility in Newry on the Carnby Industrial Estate. Superly impressive site with plenty of room for all the teams, crews, mechanics, vans and awnings, as well as scrutineering, and then in the main building itself, all the rally management team, as we just watch a replay.
Yeah, that was good. Fair play. That was nicely done. Kevin's having a good rally. And wiper on. I think that's maybe why the wipers are on after they're coming through this bit of standing water. Cars are having to plough a bit of a furrow through it. Trevor Wilson, first historic on the road, leading the historics. Interestingly, this morning I see that if I'm not mistaken, did I see one of the retirees? Yes, it did. Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver are going in Super Rally today. The newly crowned Tarmac Championship historic, who crashed out on the first stage yesterday. Apparently it was nothing, they just slid wide, and a bit like the BMW, was it Nathan Quinn, who went off at our camera position. Something very similar just up the road happened at Duncan Williams, and they're running in Super Rally today, as are a couple of people. But you know, considering how difficult the conditions were yesterday's there was remarkably few retirements.
Yeah, I'm surprised. We were talking about that for this afternoon and this morning's running, and the number of cars. Overnight there was still 88 or 89 cars
to restart this morning,
including the juniors. Yeah, so we're running about 90 again with the juniors. But the general consensus on the ground is that the rain has started to ease off. There's a bit of a breeze has picked up. It's drying, but it will be interesting now. With your information from Tim Hoare, that this was the cleanest of the three stages, because the stage that runs from Gerrard's Pass up towards the back of Points Pass, Tyrone's Ditches, another over 12 mile stage for the crews, that goes live in about 9 or 10 minutes, and of course we'll go live to there once it is. But
I don't think we're far off. Maybe 5 or 6 minutes we'll probably be going live to the second stage of the day, stage 6 in the rally. Tyrone's Ditches, synonymous Ulster Rally stage. So Gareth Daisley Absolutely committed over that. Fair play to you, Gareth. That was just resting his foot in the brake pedal, but no lift off in the throttle. That was completely committed. Gareth is a really good little driver. So next up, we another Super Rally runner, Owen Lloyd. I hope my information's correct. Owen was once again led the RC4s yesterday, and then Mechanical Maladies saw him drop a couple of minutes on stage 3, and he went straight to service after that. Didn't do stage 4. Back into the rally today. This is what character building, experience. Wow. Well, he's certainly gaining experience this morning. Big
very
speed,
consistent, very
big
quick.
speed there. That was very good. He'll be looking at his times. I have a suspicion he's got nothing to lose. He wants to go out today and prove, look, boys, I would have won this if it wasn't for the car letting me down.
Yeah.
And I have no doubt that his intention today is to be fastest in the RC4 category on every stage. I'm pretty sure McBride and White will have a counter offer and say, bring it on. We're your men. We will race you all the way.
And that's the beauty of class battles, if you
Yeah.
know, and that's what we look forward to and enjoy. So Casey J. Coleman should be with us next.
Yep, Casey J. shown some great speed earlier on in the year. This weekend, just not quite on the same pace as Kyle White or McBride. I'm actually very impressed with that, Sav. That was very undramatic, but carrying a lot of speed.
Yeah.
Sometimes just because it looks dramatic doesn't mean it's the fastest way through. Little bit of a gap, but Gordon Cunningham is due up in, I keep calling it the very distinctive Evo. It is very distinctive. Certainly catches my eye every time I see it. Gordon's having a good rally. Great car over the jumps. Very settled.
I'm a tad confused.
Oh, go ahead. What's confusing you, Sav, other than me?
Because we were noticing yesterday the battle in the two-wheel drive class between Jason Black, Damien Toner, Ollie Benton, Gareth Black and John Devlin.
Who's missing?
I haven't seen John this morning.
John Devlin?
Yeah.
Good point. Very good point.
And I don't see him on the start list, and yet I don't see him listed as a retirement. Because John was right in the thick of the two-wheel drive battle yesterday, and in fact after 4 stages John was lying in 4th, just about a minute behind Jason Black. So we're going to take a quick ad break. It allows you to put the kettle on, make a cup of tea, and then we will be right back with you live on stage 6, Tyrone Ditches.
Reach out, touch space.
usedcarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Flat out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The choice is yours, oh, the choice is yours.
Come on. Come on.
The choice is yours, oh, the choice is yours.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
Reach out, touch faith.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Go, go. Flat out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll.
Here we go.
The joys, the joys, oh, the joys, the joys.
Come on. Come on.
The joys, the joys, oh, the joys, the joys.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
Okay. And you're back with us now on stage 6, which is Tyrone's Ditches, 12.12 miles, due off very, very shortly. Our camera position in the stage here is on the opening run is just on the outskirts of Gerrard's Pass. The stage runs very shortly after the start, runs down through a square right, a hairpin left, runs parallel to the main road out in Newry. So we will be seeing them quite early in the stage.
So we have a bit of a chicane, and then down to the junction we'll turn square left at the church, I believe, off the top of my head. Would that be right, Sav?
Yes. And just getting my bearings here.
Yeah.
And it looks as
It's
though...
not your wheel bearings, is it?
No. And it looks as though we do have cars in the stage now. Stage is now live.
Good job. Yep.
And,
first car was due at 10:36. Now 10:38, and Ulster Rally Precision once again.
In association and sponsored by Modern Tyres. Map graphic of the stage on the side of the screen there, 12.12 miles.
And I can't stress this enough, Sav. You see 12.1 miles on the Ulster Rally, it's like double that. This is like doing a 25-mile stage.
Yeah, it's a good rattle.
Yeah.
The first two stages this morning, 12
Yes.
miles a pace. It's a good rattle for the drivers this morning before they head then to just over 8 miles of Mount Pleasant, a stage that Andrew Nesbitt told Tony Kelly in service this morning. He thinks that stage will be a game changer on the leaderboard. So we shall wait and see if he's correct.
Yeah, I look. Andrew Nesbitt is a legend. End of story. He did stuff in rally cars that just beggared belief. But one thing he knows about is how to approach a rally, the mentality, the psychology, getting your mindset right for these really technical, difficult stages. Andrew is quite simply an expert in this.
He's an unbelievably intelligent man.
Yeah.
And I'm led to believe he can lip read. I know that he's told me that he plays squash with both hands because it sharpens the brain.
I've heard both of those stories.
So yeah, a very intelligent man. But I picked up from Tony and him this morning that he's suffering serious withdrawal pangs from rallying, and I have to be honest, he didn't allude to it and he didn't hint at it, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Andrew Nesbitt on a rally of some sort in the not too distant future.
Well,
I think
he has acquired one of the World Rally Car Mitsubishis that he drove in the mid-2000s.
Drove it in Donegal.
Yeah.
Himself and Mark Higgins.
Two-car team. Obviously had a bit of a bad accident in one where RPM caught the classic over basically a square right junction and just got his braking wrong. But you know what? In Andrew's championship winning years, he rarely put a foot wrong.
Yeah.
He was just pinpoint perfect. So there's our second camera position. We'll say we've got a camera up at the top of the hill in the distance.
We were here last year.
Yeah, and there was definitely, I think the weather's put a few people off. This was thronging with spectators next year.
I'd love to see Andrew come out because...
Is that Roy Bickerstaff? Maybe I'm wrong. No, as in
Because
Dennis's
if
brother.
Andrew comes out, I have a feeling you could see Eugene out.
Well,
because these guys,
I'm not so sure. I think Eugene's given it a go over the last couple of years in the Pro Tour.
I don't know.
And you know what would be great to see these guys out in? A couple of really nice historic cars.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're historic, and Andrew, I'm sure, is absolutely capable of taking a modern R5 car down the stage really competitively. But equally,
well,
these guys, it's 20 years now.
Well, it's fun. You've thrown one. I mean, we had the gentleman on from France on Facebook about who's the best UK driver, and we opened up a can of worms there. But
yeah.
I'm not so convinced that the more mature competitors are able to dial into an R5 in a 100% committed situation. I think the drivers who have the experience of S12 Subarus, S12Bs, S12Cs, S14s, the latest Corollas, I think if I look back off the top of my head, there's a few people drove them who are still competing today, and in my opinion they haven't nailed R5 because they're used to the other version of rally, and I think it's a difficult thing to cross over.
I agree, and I think even these guys in private will admit to you that the R5, there's a term in rallying, you've got to wring the neck
out of it,
and when the rallies, something like the Ulster Rally fundamentally hasn't changed in its design or its nature, but certainly today we've still got the same amount of stage miles. We've still got fundamentally the same stages. There might not be quite as many of them, but we do have more restrictions in Ireland now. You're restricted to 120 kilometres per day.
Yeah.
And Motorsport Ireland are being, in my opinion, competitor friendly in doing that. They're looking at the costs. They know the costs are escalating. They're trying to keep road mileage down. Yeah, we throw in, you have exceptions like Donegal, still 120 kilometres a day. You just get an extra day.
Yeah.
So, you're effectively doing 3 national rallies in 3 days. But something like the Ulster, the nature of these stages, just, I know I've said it already. You do 6 miles on the Ulster, it's like doing 12 miles on another rally. It's just because the stages are so technical. It's never been any different. I know making the Patterson pace notes, literally you've got twice as many pages on the Ulster Rally compared to any other rally.
Because of the intricacy and the information.
Yes, because of the technicalities of the stages. You're just so much more going on. I'm just going to have a wee check at the...
What was it in I read somewhere about, was it the El Chocolate stage in Mexico, the 50 miler?
Yeah.
Was the leading co-drivers, they had 2 books?
Yeah.
2 books of notes for one stage.
They couldn't get it in one book.
Yeah.
But what you don't, I mean, one of the biggest faults of co-drivers is they write too small. They don't space their notes out. I'm not lecturing anybody here. Please don't get me wrong. But on your second pass, you want to have enough room to make an adjustment. So you don't want to squeeze too much onto the page when you're doing your notes, And I think I said something about David Williams, the co-driver, who started the championship and won Galway for sure in the historic part. They're going to do Corsica and Corsica Historic.
Yeah.
And the organisers have made a provision for supplied notes because there isn't really the time for the competitors to make a set of notes and check them before the rally, because it's just takes so long to get from one side of the island to the other.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yep. So this is Adrienne. Let's just listen.
What did he go through there on 11?
Yeah, 11. Boy's covering ground, isn't he? Something flopping about underneath the car, like a mud flap or something, seemed to have come loose there, but I thought I'd just be quiet and let everybody hear. I think, whilst this is not easy this morning, it's a bit more straightforward than the awful weather we had last evening, on Friday evening. Storm Betty, hit with vengeance.
See, the sun's out now, that's
good. Sun's out.
Yeah, Derek O'Flynn says, be great to see Andrew out in the Killarney Historic Rally. maybe in a 92 or a 93 in Pretza.
Legacy.
So that was the message. But yeah, Legacy would be good. Callum Devine now.
Lovely.
Second. Who?
2, I reckon. And we're, halfway through the stage here? Bit under it?
No, I'd say we're a third of the way through
Third
the
of the way,
stage.
yeah, I'd say you're right, yeah. Third of the way. Not far from the main road.
No, the road, as I said earlier, it runs parallel to the road from Inuri to Points Pass. We're just on the outskirts of the village of Jarrett's Pass, if you know the area. And they leave our point and then make their way up the hill.
So Catherine McCourt into view. High speed braking for the chicane.
Three down.
One down on Callum, I think, and 3 down on Adrienne.
Yeah. Next up for us should be Johnny Greer and Niall Burns in the DGM Sport Citroen C3 Rally 2, heading into stage 6 in 5th overall.
Great replay shot. Here's Johnny. Wow, got a bit of a kick jump on there. Citroen just didn't want to turn in. Now I have to say Callum and Cahan both had cars turned in early, bit of a drift on. The Citroen just understeered there, and that's not going to give you any confidence.
No.
One thing you want is the car to turn in. Whether the tyres aren't up to temperature, you know, we're 1/3 of the way into the stage. I'd like to think they would be. I wouldn't be surprised if Johnny's going to lose a bit of time here. The car, it's the kick jump over. I have it as an easy right over bump junction into turn square left plus. I think Bale inside or something off the top of my head.
Josh Moffat now. Josh, you dropped back to 6th early on this morning on stage 5.
Whoa. Car behaviour completely different to the Citroen. The Hyundai looking absolutely secure, sure-footed. Hardly a bump, whereas Johnny Greer over that bump.
Yeah, got a kick.
He really did get a kick, and that will unsettle you, because the thing is, once that happens, you're thinking about hitting the brakes for the junction, and suddenly the car's in the air, and it's like, oh, I don't want to hit the brakes just yet. Should have ran Loughran. Yep, Ryan pops into view. Very nicely done, Ryan. Neat, tidy, efficient, speed.
They seem to take a bigger cut just at the bump there.
Yeah, and again, his Fiesta didn't really jump. It'll be a couple of minutes yet before we get any stage times in. Such a long stage. I reckon under the conditions will be about 11.5 minutes for the fastest time, roughly. 11:30, 11:40, there or thereabouts for Mo. Let's say 11:35, Sav. See what he comes in at.
Okay. I'm going to say the first time we see on the screen here for stage 6 will be Adrian for Mo, and it'll be 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Jason Mitchell, Paddy McCrudden. Really getting the grips with the R5 VW, and we've seen some very good showings over the last number of events with the crew.
Doing a good job.
From the camera shot there, just get a replay of Jason Mitchell out over that little jump into the square left, Bale inside, as Michael was saying.
if the production guys are able to do it, could we have another look at Johnny Greer maybe, because Johnny really got a big kick jump on the way into it.
Alan Bolton said, I was lucky enough to experience the Tour de Corse Historique last year. Unreal experience, an excellent event. Robert Barrable, C3.
Again, very nicely done, you know, on the par early, up the road.
Don Buckley run car. Robert who lost out in the Legends Championship as part of the
So
big
here's
team.
Johnny, and you just see how Johnny got a much bigger kick on, which I think that's why ultimately he wasn't able to get turned into the corner.
Yeah.
Because it upset his braking point. He had to brake a little bit later.
Yeah, totally agree.
Car behaved completely different to all the rest of the front runners on that corner. And thanks very much to the studio there for these great replay shots. Absolutely brilliant. Aaron Gass looking very assured. I just want to have a quick look to see, but so we're not even close to getting a time yet. Adrian Formeau's probably in the last third of the stage. It's going to be 3 or 4 minutes yet before we start getting some times in. Let's go back to where we're at. Should be Desi Henry up next. Yep, Citroen's looking good. Let's see what Desi's like over his little kick jump. No bother. And beautifully done. Fair play, Desi. Lovely car control. Very nice indeed. Got the car turned in, lovely little drift. Great replay. Here we go. Kick jump hardly unsettles the car. Well, actually, something flew off the car actually just as he came down the hill. Something from underneath the car flew out there. Eagle-eyed spectators will probably be able to keep us updated on social media, whatever happened there. And we did see something, even Adrian Formeau had something trailing from the back of the car, whether it was a mud flap or whatever. So James Ford, good job. Oh, very good as well. Nice. So we're going to have another look here at what it is. Came off the back of Desi Henry. Yeah. We're all in discussion here what it is. So it's like he's physically driven over something on the road rather than something dispatching itself from the car. But beautiful car control from Desi there. A real display in high-speed handling through a high-speed junction. Should be Joe McGonigal. So the one person that really didn't work out for was Johnny Greer because of the kick jump. The car just jumped and he upset his braking point. Wasn't able to get the car turned in. It was unsettled. But everybody else, there's a technique here. Get the car over to the right-hand side of the road, brake, turn in, on par, four-wheel drive system, four-wheel steer, drift. and as we always say, boogie on up the road then. Okay, we're just getting there.
So keeping an eye out for times.
Yeah, we're just keeping an eye out for times, but we're also keeping an eye on tracking just to see where everybody is. Everything running just okay at the moment here on Gary Pearson through.
Adrian Formeau through stage 6, the first run over Tyrone's ditches on a 12:23.9, and daylight both metaphorically and physically obviously helping him to put a bigger gap between himself and Callum Devine. Callum did a 12:34.6.
Wow.
So 10.7 seconds slower than Adrian Formeau.
So he's extended his lead now to 24.7 seconds. My prediction of 11.5 minutes was a minute out the wrong way. So whilst we're live on stage 6, remember stage 5 is still running with the later runners, and we believe that stage 5 has been neutralised.
So time in now for Cahan McCourt and Dean O'Sullivan, 12:40.5.
Well, Callum Devine is, you know the way if you ever go horse racing, Sav, and you'll always have a bookmaker on the tatter stalls who will take a bet without the favourite.
Yeah.
Is this what we have now? Adrian Formeau is stamping his authority on the event, and we sort of put him to one side with regards to the Irish Tarmac Championship and say, look, we'll look at this without the favourite. And Jason Black relentlessly, beautifully driving. Look at, wow.
So much commitment from him this morning. And in fairness to him, so much commitment from him last night, because when we did stage 3 in the team in Rain, he was really impressive where our camera position was round the right hander and over the hill.
That was brilliant. Here we go again. Let's have another look at this. Just sublime talent. Remember, this is high grip tarmac, and he's moving the car around it like it's on gravel. Fantastic. And the car's working for him, not against him.
Yeah, I would imagine for this afternoon's runnings, the stage is going to be cleaner and drier. The sun is now out over stage Shinbridge, and we can see evidence of it here on stage 6.
Yes, the weather forecast has been actually really, really good. The sunshine's probably coming a little bit earlier than what we thought. We thought it would be 12 o'clock rather than 11 o'clock.
Well, I had a wind warning from the Met Office cancelled there about an hour and a half ago.
Very good. Right.
It's not that I get personal ones, I just get notifications.
No, they're personal, Zav. We know you're special, don't worry.
Oh, I'm special, all right, but not in the way people think, I'll tell you. So just keeping an eye, as Michael said, Simon Bentley wants to know, can we see Adrian through again to compete? No, Adrian and all the leading crews are not going to make their way to Mount Pleasant, stage 7. But you will see him back on a rerun of this stage later on this afternoon. Hilary Wilson is watching, and one begs the question, any connection to Trevor, but I'm sure she'll let us know.
So Damien Toner, not quite getting the grip on the turn in there that I think he anticipated when he entered the corner. We were due Stuart bigger staff at this point. I Look, the tracking is absolutely fantastic. It's in the public domain. Anybody can watch it this weekend on Sport Track. So there's there's a public sort of viewing area. Unfortunately, Stuart Biggerstaff has gone blue just before our camera point on this stage. Bit of a shame. So Kyle McBride looks like he's going to be the next car up. Yep, Kyle just pops into view. Motorsport Ireland Academy driver, Irish flag on the roof vent. First to the RC4, blind. Oh, very nice, Kyle. That was carrying speed. Get the car turned in with a little help with the handbrake. Kyle did probably one of the most impressive jobs on that really difficult third stage last night in the pouring rain. Was 11th fastest overall, first two-wheel drive, went into the lead of the RC4s, and what he's done is he has prompted Kyle White to stage a bit of a fight back, and there's a right ding-dong going on with them. And I've just got a text message from somebody which is, I have no reason to disbelieve them, but Ryan Loughran out with a broken drive shaft beside us from Sean Tracy, who is out spectating this morning. And this is Gareth Black in the 2-litre Starlet from the Black Motorsport outfit. What a shame for Ryan. Mechanical failure, we can't legislate for that.
Disappointing, because
disappointing,
he was,
yeah.
and he'll be disappointed.
Sean is looking after Greg Crozier from Rally Barbados today. He's driving him around. Greg has made the trip, and we obviously had a few Barbadians, Bahans, responding on social media, tuned into the live stream yesterday. So hello Barbados again today, and I hope you have enjoy what we're doing. John O'Neill is on social media. John, one of our very talented photographers. And Ollie Benton, nice, smooth, carrying the speed. Go for it, Ollie. No dramas there. Apparently John's still drying out after yesterday's stages. Great stuff, fellas. Feet up and enjoying the coverage while editing a few photos. Yeah. Fair play to you, John. You were my wedding photographer, so... That was a while ago. Kyle White up next. Now, times, Johnny Greer's in 12:42.1. Only 2 seconds slower than Cahan McCourt. Callum Devine, I have to say, he's found a pace and he seems to be happy with it. And he's the best of the rest at the moment. Very good, Kyle. Distinctive sound of the little Peugeots. Unique, almost, the sound. 3-cylinder engine. A low drone is how I would describe it. Camillus Bradley due next, and very sad to report, it seems that Stuart Biggerstaff is certainly stopped a couple of 100 yards before the chicane.
And of course, any of you who are wondering why we haven't mentioned Andrew Bush, as the Escort gets very sideways coming out of the chicane. Sadly, Andrew had engine issues in the early part of yesterday's stages and kind of pulled the plug early in his event. And if he has any sense, he's either got the car in the garage at home or he's out spectating. Hilary Wilson is watching, waiting to see her son Trevor. So good morning to you, Mrs. Wilson, and he's doing very well. Paul McCarthy says...
Outstanding co-driver in her own right, James and Hilary Wilson.
Yeah.
We used to be on Rally News, James and Hilary. And the rallying dynasty from South Armagh.
Paul McCarthy says Callum Devine is in a good position where all he has to do is keep his nose clean, keep doing what he's doing and bring it home. He knows that Fermo isn't his competition. Yeah, I agree, and I think he said that. Frank Taggart, it would be good evening to you in Brisbane, Australia.
Wayne Sisson. Very efficient. Good way to go. So, Liam McMillan in the shot. Great pictures coming. Fair play to our camera crew here.
I do want to say this morning while I think of it. Our camera
Bit of rain on the lens there.
Yeah, our camera crews, especially the marshals, medics, organisers, timekeepers that stood out in the conditions yesterday. For us to be able to bring you, first of all, live stream footage. Of course, we wouldn't be able to bring you any kind of live stream if it wasn't for the marshals, the likes of Carlo Derrick on Facebook, who brings a van full of them to an event every weekend. But, you know,
Commander John, we'll have to mention Commander John, who's not well. And he's not on the rally this weekend.
Oh,
he's making a great recovery. But, yeah, him, Derrick, Carlo Derrick,
yeah,
these people invaluable.
And you know, we say it all the time, and it's not to keep, you know, stuck on a record. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be commentating. The guys on the screen wouldn't be driving. So,
Fergal McGuinness, or McGuigan, sorry.
I
had Caroline McGuinness in my head. I don't know. No. I'm sorry, everybody.
You were thinking about 7 o'clock tonight, weren't you?
No, I wasn't thinking of 7 o'clock tonight. Apparently, I'm going out to dinner with the Barbadians tonight.
Oh.
At Tracy Island. And anybody who knows about Tracy Island is a famous place in fictitious cartoon land.
Yeah, Thunderbirds.
Thunderbirds. So Thunderbirds will go tonight in Tracy Island, and we have the Barbadians here and a few other people.
So
anyway,
we'll
I'm thinking
Wednesday.
No, we have Caroline McGuinness.
Yes,
is another person.
Who
we can't people, and we're not picking anybody out individually, but you know,
these people
as long as I can remember. Caroline has been a stage commander and she has her crew of people, and I mean, we're not going to go down this road, but there are certain people who last night were just, their commitment was fantastic. So Gareth Beasley in his little Fiesta, he's having a good rally, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's sort of on his own in the class, but he's having a great event. Now, we are getting a few more times in, and predictably, these long stages are starting to have an effect on the leaderboard. And I have to say, Fermo's sort of getting into his stride. He's obviously, it's not dried up. It's not, at least it's not raining, but the stages are, we described first stage today was actually surprisingly clean, but this stage and the next stage are dirty. Mickey Conlon comes into shot. Mickey's car getting a bit of a bad kick jump over that wee jump there, which upsets your braking into the junction then. But no problem to Mickey, he just gets on with it. Darren Gass in on a 12:55.3 as opposed to Jason Mitchell on a 13:02.7. Now, I'm still a bit intrigued on the
replay there of Mickey Conlon while Michael's checking on his times there. Back of the car kicking up. And Mickey well able to keep the speed in and round the scope and square left. Speed up through that dip and off camber left-hander.
What I wanted to do was I wanted to go back and check their Zav on Neil Roskell's time from stage 5, where he was effectively, I thought he had a minute flyer. He was showing his fastest time on a 10:43.9. So Paddy McCollum on the case as usual has adjusted the time, and a more realistic time for Neil Roskell was an 11:43.9. 16th fastest, 14th overall after stage 5. So I think I'm confident now that the results are in good shape again. Who's had a
leading crews? I'm just going to jump in, Michael.
Yeah, go ahead.
Leading crews now are making their way very, very close to Hamilton Spawn. If you know accessing Hamilton Spawn from Tandragee, they go in, they turn right up past the petrol station on the left, and they'll be making their way. They'll be at the stage start very shortly. So that stage is due off. The first run of Mount Pleasant, 8.3 miles. Stage that Andrew Nesbitt feels it will be a game changer, is due off in about 10 minutes.
Adrian Fermo is really stamping his authority on this event, and this is the first of the historic cars. Very good too. Trevor Wilson, Hillary, I'm watching on. Making the most of the road as well. We've 2 rallies effectively unfolding here. We have Adrian Fermo giving us a demonstration on the World Rally Championship, and we have Callum Devine hanging on to his coattails, just a few seconds behind. He's only 24 seconds down, but Callum is, I think, just sublime this morning. He doesn't need to be doing what he's doing. He's got, at this point, the Tarmac Championship in the bag. He needs to finish 4th or higher to win now that Marion Evans has retired from the event. Josh seems to be struggling with setup. On that stage alone, Josh did a 13:03.9 and Callum did a 12:34.6. That's what, just under 30 seconds faster in one stage.
Yeah, I mean,
we were talking about rallies being closer, the whole rally being closer than this earlier in the year.
I think Josh is struggling a wee bit. I think he tried maybe last night to be quick out of the blocks, and he admitted to Tony in service a couple of times that they're making changes all the time to the car. I think if you're Modern Tyres as the main sponsor, you're delighted to have Adrian Formeau here. You're delighted to have the British Rally Championship crews. You then have the final round battle for the Tarmac Championship.
Somebody's just from production. I mentioned earlier on, I got a text message. Ryan Loughran is allegedly out of the rally with a broken drive shaft. Just to keep everybody up to date, thanks to Sean Tracy for that information. Sorry, Zav.
Where was I?
It doesn't matter.
No, and a lot of people on watching will say the same. The one thing about our live stream, it is totally original and never copied.
How could it copy you?
What? Well, some people are trying, believe it or not.
It's funny that I think there are some people trying, but trying is the appropriate word, isn't it?
I think I take it as a term of endearment. I'm quite content that I'm talking in riddles now. I'll just keep quiet.
No, I've got about 4 conversations going on. I've got the production suite in my ear. I'm listening to you. I've got text messages going on.
I feel sorry for you.
But somebody said they broke the mould when they made use of.
Well, sure. You know how it is. But it's nice to see someone.
Isn't there an old saying? I think it might have been Oscar Wilde that imitation is the highest form of flattery.
Correct. And we are being imitated today. That's for definite.
So that's Owen Lloyd out on Super Rally today, everybody.
Very.
Folks, he did a great job yesterday. Jumped into the lead of the RC4. Mechanical maladies on stage 3 and went straight to service. But great to see him out today in Super Rally, gaining a bit more experience. I see a bright future for this guy.
He's very, very good.
I see
2
a bright
years ago,
future.
himself, Chris Ingram, and there was a couple of others, all came, just as we get a replay here.
All 4 wheels off the ground, but no drama, no reaction. Just gets the car turned in, inch perfect, little bit of the handbrake.
Andrew Wheatley
Wow.
had organised at Goodwood for an R1, R2, R3, R4, R5.
Here's Casey J.
And he was there. Bit of a kick there for Casey J.
Yep.
He was at Goodwood. They did a couple of runs over the stage in the lunch break. I was talking to him and his dad, a really talented kid. And I'd love to see
You
him
rate
go
him
further.
then?
Yeah, I do.
I'm impressed by everything that he's doing,
Yeah.
Sav. Casey J just gets a bit of a, takes more of a deep cut, but I think because he had the car a bit of an angle, that's where his kick jump came from. The one I'm a bit mystified is Johnny Greer, how much of a kick jump Johnny Greer
Yeah.
got.
Yeah, I
And
totally
yet
agree.
he was still, what was he still, 4th fastest on the stage?
Yeah.
So Declan Casey's just sent me a message. Declan, one of our co-drivers, and pretty sure Declan's out tomorrow on the Cork Forestry Rally with Hugh. Loughran, Desi Henry and Biggerstaff have all failed to complete stage 6. I agree. We have Stuart Biggerstaff stopped just before our camera point. We know that Ryan Loughran has a broken drive shaft. As for Desi Henry, not quite sure what that is. We'll do our best to find out what's happened to Desi, but this is the inevitability of these tough Ulster stages. They're starting to take their toll.
Yeah.
This is why the Ulster is rated such a high rally. To finish first you have to finish, the old adage, and it's not that easy. Difficult stages, technically demanding, hard on the car, crests and jumps and dips, and Adrian Grant carrying nice speed, lovely, yep, making the most of the road, and opening a corner up technically for these guys takes a bit of pressure off the tyres, the drive shafts, the gearboxes, the engines. And every corner you're thinking about preserving the car, you're thinking about maximising your performance, but also in the back of your mind is, let's not be too hard on the car. You were going to say something, Sav?
Yeah, I mean, last night, 1 minute covered the top 7. Today, 1 minute covers the top 4.
Yeah.
And that shows you the gaps that are now, and we saw it with some of the times on stage 5 and 6, where we were seeing, 10 and 15 second gaps between competitors that, didn't really make sense. But
Scott Singleton getting into his home territory very
this would be a
close.
home stage for
Yep.
Scott. He lives not too far from here with the family there. And his dad Willie, a mighty pilot back in the day in the DLR furniture car. If you remember, Willie had a red and white Mark II.
Willie was a trendsetter, he had his G3, but when it came to the Group A four-wheel drive cars, Willie generally actually ended up with X-Works cars, came from Belgium, Patrick Snyers, people
Yeah.
like that, Sierra Cosworth,
Yeah.
Escort Cosworth, and Willie could boogie down a stage.
Oh, Willie was a decent pilot, that's for definite. I mean, I have photographs of him back home from the circuit in 82, 83, taken on the Easter Tuesday morning, as we now have the crew onto stage 6. Leading crews are now approaching stage 7, which is the which is the 8 Mile Blast around Mount Pleasant. And of course, if you were with us earlier, you would have heard Tony Kelly talking to Andrew Nesbitt, and Andrew Nesbitt feels that this is a stage where, correctly driven with the right approach and commitment, somebody could make a lot of time up.
That was Justin McCauley just through. Again, this morning, Morris Gas is in Super Rally, so maybe we'll get a chance to see Morris this morning.
Yeah, I mean, and there is a look. We were talking earlier on about seeing Andrew Nesbitt and Eugene Donnelly. Wouldn't it nice to see Andrew Morris thrown in the mix? You know,
well, he mixed it with the best.
Yeah, Emo and Pedro Dog Food, and
my dad and Morris were awful good friends, you know, and my dad always had great words to say about Morris. I find him hilariously funny.
He's got such a dry sense of humour.
He's hilarious. He really
you have to sort of do a double take when he says something, because you're not sure. You think he's being funny, but he could be serious, and then he'll start the glint in the eye appears.
It just appears, and you go, you've got me.
Yeah. That
was Davy Armstrong, by the way. Again, Davy, sort of not far from home territory here. Davy, actually, you know, fair play to Davy Armstrong. He's of the same era. You know, you go back to the 1990s, Davy was rallying his escort Cosworth at the time against Morris Gas. They were all fighting for the lead of national rallies in Ireland, and the Niall Maguires, Davy Armstrong, Morris Gas, all those guys were, yeah, they were right at the thick end of it when it counted. And there's Davy, just him and Ashley Trimble, and I have a lot of time for Ashley, by the way. He's a good friend of mine, and calls into my office, and we what do they say in Ireland? Chew the cud. Now, this is the second Ford in a Citroen.
Yep.
So that was Chris Ford, the epitome of a gentleman rally driver, out there enjoying himself, but not making a good job of it. 2-car team.
I think shortly we're going to head to an ad break before we move across to live coverage of Stage 7, the first run over Mount Pleasant. Allows us a chance to send a few text messages and catch up on a few bits of information. We may well go now, but if not, our producer will soon tell us. So John is back in 5 minutes.
tyresni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Go, go. Let out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The choice is yours, oh, the choice is yours.
Come on. Come on.
The choice is yours, oh, the choice is yours.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
usedcarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Go, go. Flat out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Come on. Come on.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
Okay, welcome back. Here's some live pictures. It's shaping up actually to be a very nice morning. We can see starting to dry out. Obviously, the remnants of Storm Betty overnight are very evident there on the road. Debris, leaves, a bit of rough and tumble from normal day life in County Armagh. We have a short delay with this stage going live. We're not quite sure what the problem is. I imagine the organisers are faced with some fairly difficult situations this morning, standing water, the remnants of Storm Betty. This is almost like a replay of 2 weeks ago, Zav, in Cork 20, where the weather is having a pretty negative impact on the event.
Yeah,
but we've got this far, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be an organiser for all the volunteer money in the world because they get expected to do everything. It's very little thanks for it, but they've done a sterling job. The whole collaboration between the Modern Tyres team in Newry and the organisers have been nothing short of superb. So, leading crews are at the start of stage 7, Mount Pleasant. The first run over Mount Pleasant, just a little over 8 miles, 8.3 miles to be precise. And if you weren't with us this morning, there's the map on the screen. You can see how it traverses almost back on itself before it finishes just on the outskirts of Armagh City. Now there is a regroup in Armagh for about 15 minutes.
If they need it. Well, they're sort of eating into this regroup time rightly here, Sav.
Yeah, but they may run them through quickly, Michael, and just go straight to service. Due to service at 12:40, where they have an hour at the Modern Tyres manufacturing facility in the Carnbean Industrial Estate, just off the A1. You can see it every time you go up and down the A1. Fabulous, fabulous place. We were there on Thursday, and amazing place. A perfect spot for a service park. Loads of room. Perfect facilities provided by the directors and management of Modern Tyres for the Ulster Rally organisation team. Organised and run by the Northern Ireland Motor Club, so they're all based there. But Tony Kelly caught Andrew Nesbitt this morning, and Andrew Nesbitt was quite adamant that he felt this stage could have a major impact on the leaderboard, in that he feels anybody that can be committed and smooth stands to make time. But as Michael was saying there, you can see on the stage, very similar to what I saw at 6 o'clock this morning on Shin Bridge, where the leaves and branches have been blown down onto the ground, both by the rain and the wind. So that will clean up, no doubt, in due course. First on the road, for those of you who haven't been with us so far this morning, will be Adrian Fromeau and Alexandra Correa, who lead the rally. On this road, following them should have been Marion Evans, but Marion Evans uncharacteristically had a slight off yesterday when his wipers failed on stage 2. That not only ended his event, but sort of curtailed any participation he would have in the outcome of the Tarmac Championship, of which today's event is the final round. Ulster Rally, as part of the British Rally Championship, will continue, and this is round 4 for the British Rally Championship, and the competitors who have joined the event here. They still have Rally Ceredigion, Track Road Rally, and the Cambrian still to come. So Michael has just pointed out to me, I might let him get a word in edgeways because I was on a really good run
You're doing a great job. You just carry on. Yeah.
I took a deep breath 3 minutes ago and didn't stop. But Adrian Formo's in the stage, Mike.
Yeah, it looks like the stage has gone live. We skirted on the issue, the event. After this stage, there's a 15-minute regroup in Armagh City. Effectively, that will be a 0 time, I suspect. The organisers are now just over 15 minutes late. So the whole idea of the regroup is, before the cars get to us, the whole idea of the regroup is a deliberate delay built in after the stage that where they have a delay previously, they can take that delay out in the regroup. So as opposed to them waiting for 15 minutes in the regroup, they'll probably drive in, get a time. The organisers will give the crews a time to depart the regroup, which will be 1 or 2 minutes later after they arrive, and then effectively the rally's back on time. So I suspect, we're only speculating, but it'll be a setup problem here, probably due to the weather. Being speculative, not absolutely sure, but we know it's been an extremely difficult night. We know from 2 weeks ago in the Cork 20 rally how the weather can impact at this time of year. If you get high winds and a bit of a storm, we can see how green everything is. I mean, you're not going to get much prettier pictures than this, and how this is Northern Ireland at its finest. But a bit of adverse weather, and I can see a car just coming into shot, and here's Adrian.
And that's just a great example of speed and commitment, and it shows you why Adrian Formeau and Alexandra Correa are this morning they're in a class of their own.
They are.
The regulars in the British Championship and the Irish Tarmac Championship yesterday over the 4 opening stages kept them in their sights, but you can see evidently, as you say, with his World Championship experience, he's done a lot of events this year, a lot of seat time, and the skill and the speed these guys have, who are at the top of their game in terms of professionalism, is just, it's lovely for us to see it here, and certainly for the Ulster Rally, good to have M Sport bring someone of this calibre to the event.
Look, what it's doing is it just shows the standard of the Irish Tarmac Championship, and Callum's about to come in the shop. Fantastic. Something that just popped into my head. So we're X amount into the stage, and you can see there's stuff in the road, there's debris, there's stuff that when you're driving a rally car, every crest you come over, you see something different. It's not in your notes. They've done the best they can. They've probably, certainly the leading crews will have had a bit of advance notice about bits and pieces, but it's a constantly changing picture, and you pop out over a crest. I think we're about to see Cahan McCourt appear in the shot, but it's always changing, and the dampness changes, the water changes, but you've got leaves, bits and pieces, and you're calculating as a driver. You're coming out over into shot here. Cahan McCourt's thinking, right, where do I need to brake? Should I brake a little bit early? The road's still wet, it's still damp. Very smooth.
Yeah, still carrying great speed.
Lovely.
Still
Really
carrying
good.
great speed, and great shot of the spectators up in the corner of the field there, and the big John Deere.
And it's interesting, there's obviously a fair amount of moisture still about, because firstly, the camera lens has got some dampness on it. We can see spray coming off the cars. It doesn't look particularly wet, but it's that no man's land, isn't it, Sav?
Yeah.
Where you're just, there's trepidation effectively. So I just see the roof in the distance where they're coming into one junction, and then turning square right onto this bit of road, and this should be Johnny Greer. Yep.
Again, very smooth, carrying good speed.
Yep.
Now, for those of you who have the information, we're at junction 7 approximately on this stage. Final junction of the stage is junction 20 before they will leave the stage finish and make their way into Armagh for that, what will probably be very quick regroup as we get a replay.
And you can see there's standing water everywhere. Everything else. It's boy, what a challenge. Now, the one advantage of this stage and the previous stage Tyrone Stitches is Mount Pleasant, stage 7 and 10, and Tyrone Ditches, 6 and 9. They're the 2 stages that were run last year's Av.
Yeah.
So most of these guys, including Josh, who just come in the shot, they've had last year's notes. This is not familiar territory. They haven't been here since last year, but they'll have good notes for these stages. But what they don't have, they can't compensate for the weather. They can't compensate for the damage that's been done by Storm Betty overnight.
You get a replay there of Josh Moffat, Andy Hughes.
On the limit.
And Josh loving that pendulum effect
Moving
in terms of his control.
He's so good at it, isn't he? He's just
you know, on some of the other events he's done this year, you see footage of him on social media and you think, my goodness me. But he's thrilling to watch, I have to say.
This is Jason, isn't it? Jason's having a good rally for
Jason Mitchell, Paddy McCrudden, and if you're wondering where Ryan Loughran and Thomas Murphy are, in the RC2 Fiesta, they broke a drive shaft and aren't going any further to the best of our knowledge,
and
which is a pity.
A similar problem befell Desi Henry. We believe it's either a diff or a drive shaft with Desi Henry. Car completely innocuous. Somebody sent me a photograph, but out of the rally, transmission failure on his boat as well. Desi's just not having a great season. Mechanical failures have plagued him all year. He had a brilliant rally last weekend on the LMC Castle Hellfire, where he and Callum ended up 2 seconds behind between them at the finish.
It was a great battle all day.
Fantastic.
Robert Barrable and Gordy Noble in the Don Buckley run, Citroen C3 Rally 2. A car that has been used also by Rory Young this year in the Jim Clark and the Argyle Rally. And of course, Robert unlucky to lose the Legends Championship title as part of the BTCC Tucker programme round at Knockhill. Found himself taken out on the hairpin leading up to the start and finish. Barrable family themselves, unbelievable competitors in so many forms of motorsport.
You know, the one, Michael was multiple national champion, fantastic competitor, but Robert's the one who I have to say, he did something a few years ago, about 4 or 5 years ago. He went off to the Formula 5 Festival at Brands Hatch. Normally reserved for people who've done a year's racing and in Formula Ford and everything else. And to win the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival, any racing driver, that's like the pinnacle of your career, and it's a launch pad for a future career. So Robert thought, I'll go and do the Formula Ford Festival. As a bit of an elder statesman, he won it. Unbelievable. I couldn't take it in.
Very skillful family. And the funny thing about Brands Hatch and the Formula Ford is, I know Tommy Reid. Tommy Reid, as far as I'm aware, was the only competitor that drove at the Brands Hatch Festival in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s and 2000s, because they gave him an award one year. I went down to watch him race. And Tommy had a collection of cars like you wouldn't believe.
Oh, I do believe, yeah.
I'll come back to it. Tommy sold his ex-Sydney Meek Mark II Escort that he did the Ulster in '83 and went to somebody in Donegal. But I was personally in Tommy's factory in Tandragee, and I'm telling you, I saw the Nicosil BDA blocks that were still with the grease, that they would protective grease sealant they put on them.
Fantastic, eh?
DFE Cosworth engines. I'd never seen one up close till then. I mean, some of the stuff Tommy had were unbelievable. It was just like a museum. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Right, we have some times in. I'm getting carried away here. Adrian from Mo on a 9:02.4. Callum Devine keeping him honest with a 9:07.3. And I think that's telling us that Callum just is a much happier and a much more consistent driver when he just keeps the intensity up. So there is Adrian Formeau off the stage start. Callum Devine. You can see the marshals and spectators at the stage start there, and in the background the road that leads back down into Hamilton's Ball.
That's really good. So we're back live.
Cahan McCourt has knocked in a 9:13 dead, 9 minutes, 13 seconds, so he cements third place. Callum Devine secures second.
Wow, Johnny Greer fastest so far. Where's that come from?
Thorburn? No, Gary Pearson.
Gary Pearson, yeah, Ewan didn't start.
Yeah.
Johnny Greer's just gone fastest on that stage. Where has that come from? Sav, what's going on?
Well, I genuinely think it goes back to something you said earlier about, and we were saying that Johnny is consistent and steady. It ties in with what Andrew Nesbitt said, that if you're consistent and steady and committed to your notes, you'll make time.
Yep.
And that would certainly show Johnny Greer. I mean, 1.2 seconds quicker than Adrian Formeau. I mean,
but
for nothing else,
6.1's faster than Callum Devine.
Yeah, but for Johnny, I mean, to beat Adrian Formeau, that's a nice feather in your cap, no matter how the Ulster goes for him.
Many years ago, we were doing Rally News in Donegal, the year that Sebastian Loeb came, and Mark Higgins was leading the rally. Certainly on the first day, and a couple of years later, we were having a beer somewhere, and he said, "You know, I have the Rally News in the office with me leading Sebastian Loeb."
I can believe that. I can believe that.
Now we have different technology. You can take a screenshot of something, but yeah, you know, remember, these guys are just like all of us. They're proud, and they're out to do the best. That'll mean a lot to Johnny, you know.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. Johnny Greer, fastest on stage 7. Adrian Formeau, second. Callum Devine was third. Callum McCourt, fourth. And Josh Moffat, fifth. And it's funny, I mean, sometimes on one of those auction sites, you'll see a collection of Rally News from somewhere make daft money by collectors.
I don't get it. I do get it, actually, because in the early 2000s, my dad said to my youngest brother, David, "Would you tidy up the garage for us?"
Oh, you told me this before, and it broke my heart.
Yeah. He put everything in the skip. Now, here's a man having a great rally, and he's just romping away with the modified section of the rally. Jason Black.
I still haven't been able to find out what happened to John Devlin.
Well, I do have on social media, I see somebody saying about Marty Toner on the first stage. Marty pulled off the first stage on Junction 4, no front or back bumper, and that was from Cameron Graham on social media on YouTube, watching our live stream. So thank you, Cameron, for that information. That sounds like a high-speed spin to me. Front and back bumper gone, and probably some suspension damage done, and the boys have decided to park the car.
Martin Hardy says, great coverage, lads. Watching from Australia and sharing it around so some of the Irish Australian rally crews can see it. We need more of this type of coverage. Well done for setting that up. Thank you very much indeed, and thanks for watching, and good evening to you. I'm not sure what part of Australia you're in, but thank you for joining us.
Well, it's a big place. And I've had a little bit of a reprimand from a personal text message from Noel Devlin, who was very much involved in the ALMC event last weekend and is the clerk of the course of last weekend's ALMC rally. And I referred to it probably by habit, Noel, I'm sorry. The castle element of the ALMC Hellfire no longer exists.
I was going to pull you up on that.
Were you?
I was, Noel.
Yeah.
Because I think if Noel was listening yesterday, they've heard me refer to it as the ALMC Hellfire Rally, and they were keen to bring
ALMC Hellfire Stages Rally, based in Oldcastle. No connection to Castle MC. Castle Motor Club no longer exists, and we won't go into the history of that. But Noel, thank you very much for we've clarified it now, and congratulations on what seemed like a fantastic event last weekend, and a great result. And here we are, the protagonists are fighting it out again today. We've lost Desi this morning with transmission problems, but boy oh boy is Callum Devine showing his class this morning, and you were so lucky to have those guys fighting it out last weekend. A great addition back into the National Championship calendar this year, and great to be back in that part of the Midlands. And here's Gareth Black tail wagging his way up the road. The Blacks are certainly having a very good weekend, and boy is he pushing hard there.
BMW rally team going well. Robert Barrable set 6th fastest time in a 9:13.5, 9 minutes 13.5 seconds. But a really good time from Darren Gass, 3rd fastest on a 9:06.6, just about a second ahead of Callum Devine. But in fairness, you are in Darren Gass's backyard.
Yep.
And he would know this stage really well. And I think Bree Deary, his wife, was alluding to that yesterday when Tony Kelly caught up with her in the service park, and Bree was saying that she was no intention of taking all the kids out and pushchairs to rally junctions to watch. This is a much safer way and much more comfortable way to do it, as we see Ollie Benton carrying a lot of speed through.
Nice,
quick
and
dab of the brakes,
and efficient. We'll have a legitimate thing on the Facebook feed from Eileen O'Donovan. Any news on the juniors? Well, Eileen, no, we haven't. One of the my first reaction is the juniors are running at the back of the field today, and I suspect the first stage was neutralised, Shinbridge, in the later runners, and I suspect they haven't got to do that stage.
Or they've been rerouted to stage 6.
They'll have been rerouted to stage 6, and we haven't got any times in for. I don't think they've actually started it yet. The moment we get some news, we'll give them a shout, because this is the final round of the junior championship on the Tarmac Championship, and special dispensation made for today. Kyle White pushing pretty hard in my book by the looks of it. They're running on a separate permit today. They're only doing the Saturday stages, and there's only a handful of them. I think 5 or 6 starters. But when we get a chance, we'll do our best to give them a wee bit of a shout. So Eileen, I don't think there's any results in for them yet, but we'll keep an eye on it.
There's only 46 cars have gone through stage 6. Which is the stage before the one we're on now. So only 46 cars through to their own ditches. So as Michael said, they won't have any times in for stage 5. So it will be probably half an hour or 40 minutes before the juniors will be starting stage 6.
Yep.
But we will keep you posted.
Millis.
So next up with us should be Wayne Sisson and Peredur Davies in the Mitsubishi Lancer. the Class N8 car. Of course, we are a regular visitor from England, and predominantly takes part in the Pro Tire asphalt events.
So Wayne pops into view, as usual, having a really good rally. I'm just looking at the stage times. Certainly the times are a bit closer now between competitors, but there is no doubt that Callum and Adrian are really starting to edge out ahead of everybody. But yeah, the big one on this stage was Johnny Greer throwing in a fastest time to go just 1.2 seconds faster than Adrian Formeau on the stage. Is it because this is a repeat of a stage from last year and Johnny's got a bit more familiarity about it? And you have to tip your hat to Adrian Formeau. He's never been to an event in Ireland before, and here he is leading. And we're
coming into view now, Liam McMullen and Patrick Durney in the Fiesta R5. Retired in Donegal this year, super rallied in both the Clonakilty Park Hotel West Cork Rally and the Carraboy Galway International Rally. Next up with us should be Fergal McGuigan. Fergal and Michael in the Class N6 Ford Escort, Irish crew. Just as we wait on Fergal McGuigan and Michael Moran to come into view, seated 59th, running in or about 26 on the road. Third in Class 13 in the Donegal International Rally earlier this year, and had mechanical issues on the Tour of the Sperrins and retired in West Cork, but a 7th in Class 13 on the Carraboy.
Going lovely there, those off really, really nice. Weather forecast is doing exactly what it was predicted to do, dry up and turn into a lovely day. Temperatures up to 18 degrees. This is great days rallying.
Yeah, bodes well for Tracy Island, doesn't it?
We don't know about Tracy Island now, but we're definitely all go here.
Yeah, and apparently Stiff Little Fingers are playing the Customs House tonight, so that could be good as well.
Tickets apparently are still available for SLF tonight.
Yep, Shane Quinn, Stephen Reynolds coming towards us now in the Ford Fiesta Rally 4.
As they used to say, it's an alternative Ulster.
You've completely thrown me with that.
Our producer liked it.
Yeah.
Going very slow, Casey Quinn, or sorry, I thought it was Casey, but Shane Quinn,
very
something awry there. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah.
That was a Queen song, by the way, not SLF.
What was?
Alternative Ulster was a Stiff Little Fingers song from the 1980s.
Okay.
About 1980, actually, off the top of my head. And our producer's going to go, oh, it was 1978 or 1979, but it was about 1980.
Right.
And he said, I think it was the late 70s. Yeah, I'm not far away.
So, as listeners and viewers, you will see some of the existential galaxies that my co-host and producer lives on. And
this is like one of these new Marvel movies, isn't it?
It certainly is. It certainly is.
Into the multiverse of Michael Patterson and Chris Hyland.
So back to the real world, and the penultimate stage before, not the penultimate, it's the last stage before the regroup and then service in Newry. Of course, we have title decider going into the last 3 stages this afternoon of the Samdeck Security Irish Tarmac Championship, and of course the individual categories within the championship: the McAvoy Motorsport Modified Championship, Synergy Motorsports Historic Championship, and the Paul Brown Juniors, Paul Brown Plantar, and hopefully we'll have some coverage of them later. As we were saying earlier, we don't think they got a run on the first stage of the day, which would have been stage 5.
Yeah.
And they're running that further down the field. They will not have started stage 6, which would be Tyrone Ditches, 12.1 miles, 12.12 miles. So next due at our location here.
I'm actually looking on the official results, and I have a feeling, Sav, that they're categorised as a different rally. So I'm going to do something that I don't normally do and come out of.
You're going to come out?
I'm not coming out, no. I'm going to come out of Paddy McCollum's results service, and we'll just leave it at that. Mainly because the juniors are running as J1, and with all these different categories.
I looked for it, didn't see it.
Yeah, and I just wonder, is there another place for it? Okay, so Sav's just pointing something out to me here on the stage, and I just want to counteract it and have a wee look at it myself. That it looks very much like we have maybe a stage interruption.
A stage delay, I think.
Yeah.
We've seen earlier where, with the narrowness of the stages and quite the high hedges, that
so just bear in mind the stage is still live, but we have the potential unfolding here of a stage interruption, and we will keep you up to date as we possibly can. But I'm pretty sure that there is the potential for a stage interruption here.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, it looks nice and wide and open here, and certainly in some of the locations we've had the cameras this morning. But I keep going back to it. Living so close as I do to the Shin Bridge stage, I can tell you that there are elements of the stages here, and Michael will confirm this in terms of making patterns and pace notes. Some parts of all the stages are very, very narrow. There's no bank, it's just a really high hedge with no room for manoeuvre, and if you get out of sequence and have a half spin, then you are well and truly wedged between 2 hedges.
Absolutely, yeah.
And nobody's going anywhere. So
I mentioned, I don't think, I was talking to somebody last night about the 2019 event, and actually the version of the stage that ran near your house, and Josh had an accident.
That's right.
And ended up wedged upside down between the ditches, and they actually had to get a proper
telehandler.
Telehandler come in and get him, and they picked the car up upside down, and it was the bizarre photographs of the car was virtually undamaged, but it was upside down on the transporter, because it was the only way they could get it was to lift it by a teleporter directly onto a transporter while still on its roof.
Yeah.
And you do there. Part of the attraction of the Ulster Rally is these narrow lanes. I see some sort of car coming here with lights going or passing the end of the road. As somebody says, it's the main Armagh Road in the background. But this is a very easily accessible point of the stage. But in saying that, we do have these narrow parts, and I believe potentially the stage has been red flagged for the moment. So we move into a different situation where they'll recover the stage, put the cars that delayed at the start onto the alternative road book, which means they go around up to the regroup in Armagh, do the regroup. Anybody in the stage, get the blockage cleared, get them through the stage. They go to the regroup as well, get everything back on time, and then down into service.
And it's a bit like having a full course yellow on the Indy cars, and that
that's a good analogy, actually. That's a good analogy.
It is, because the stage doesn't get interrupted in terms of competitiveness. It allows the organisers, the marshals and that, to come in and access the road and possibly get a car turned round and either pulled out of the way or into a driveway. And we have seen on nearly every event this year we've had this kind of thing, and then in 10 or 11 or 12 minutes we're good to go again. So, but it's interesting that you mentioned the Bajans that are over. I know that our producers caught up with some of them earlier in the week. And it's interesting to see that they're over on a fact-finding mission, and of course,
absolutely. So Greg Crozier is fundamentally he's a competitor organizer. So he has a really good Mark II escort. He has been here and competed in Ireland. He's been to Killarney a couple of times. He's done the historic rally in December. It's a big deal for those guys to come here, and equally, over the years we've had. He's the guy, the mover and shaker really, who has made things happen for Irish competitors and Northern Irish competitors to go to Barbados and do Sol Rally Barbados. Now, the pandemic's had, we know, such effects on everybody, everything. They're regrouping. At the moment, my understanding is that there's one event as opposed to there was two events. There was a historic rally and Rally Sol Barbados, which we know even Chris Meek went out and did and won Nagel.
Kenny's won it.
Yeah.
Chris has been out and competed this year.
Our producer was there with RPM as a cameraman.
Yeah. Roger Duckworth finished 10th. Kevin Proctor took his S2000 out. Ollie O'Donovan went out and drove one of Andy Scott's Hyundais. Andy himself did it. And Tony Kelly managed to catch up with Greg Crozier earlier this week for a quick chat and sort of get to the bottom of why he's at the Ulster.
Welcome to service here, folks, and we have the excellent Greg Crozier all the way from Barbados. Greg, we've heard you being referred to as Mr. Barbados. Tell us a wee bit what it's like to be in Ireland this weekend and enjoying some of the stages in the Ulster.
Well, being in Ireland is always a good time, and this rally is a well-organised event, so it's important, I think, that organisers travel and see how other events are run, and that's why we're here, and for the whiskey, obviously.
Always. And tell us, in comparison to Barbados, how do you feel about it all, and what would you see are the differences, really?
Well, Ireland has done a good job for decades of organising national events. And, in the Caribbean, we have a much more laid-back approach to doing anything. So it's always an effort every year to step up our game, and that's what we try to do. But yeah, this event so far is running fine, despite the weather, which is a bit sketchy.
I know that's where Barbados definitely beats us.
Yeah, but not necessarily, because it can be too hot as well, right? It can be too sunny. So, yeah, we never have it perfect, and rallyists don't need it to be perfect.
Exactly. It's all about getting out there and getting into the cars, right?
Absolutely correct.
Tell us, you have a very special relationship with Ireland. You've been over here and you've actually done a few events here yourself.
Yes, yeah. And we've had hundreds of Irishmen rallying in Barbados as well, going back to circuit racing with Alec Poole and Derek McMahon and all those back in the 70s, and then rallying from 2001. We've had, there's a very close relationship between us.
And tell us, I've never been lucky enough to get to Barbados, but I have, seen so much of it and heard so many amazing things over the years. And I mean, the incredible stories and the joy that comes out of people when they're in Barbados. Can you tell us, a wee bit more about the event and how it runs?
Well, it's a very social place, but so is Ireland, so it's a hand in glove. Whether we come here or you come there, it's a very easy fit. We feel very comfortable coming to Ireland, and most Irish people that we've ever hosted have felt very comfortable there too. And the driving styles are very much the same. The cars work both ways. My Escort is no different rallying here than it is rallying at home. Cars are pretty hot to be in Barbados, so that's a big concern. But then our stages are much shorter, so there's not really a heat exhaustion issue if you're only doing 4, 5, 6 mile long stages. So yeah, the fit is perfect. Anybody wants to come, I tell them get on the Facebook or the email and get it done.
Excellent. And can you tell us what your plan is for the weekend here at the Ulster?
Oh, whiskey. There's going to be a lot of whiskey.
Have you caught any stages so far?
Yeah, we went out and just saw one just back into service. And we'll see a couple more tomorrow.
And I would imagine, obviously, just the temperatures and the rain and stuff here this evening. It's typically Ulster We know that the Ulster is most likely going to be like this, but it must be so different for you.
It is, but it's a good change too because it's boiling hot at home right now. So it's better to be here for a couple of days, I think.
Amazing. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you so much for talking to us, Greg, and enjoy that whiskey too.
Yep, thanks very much.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Go. Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Come on. Come on.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
MC Blinds, Mickey, one of the stalwarts of Irish rallying. So we're up and running again on this stage, Stage 7, Mount Pleasant. That was Conor McCrossan quickly through. Next up we have the historic rally leader, Trevor Wilson. Historic's all taken a bit of a tumble yesterday. Duncan Williams retired, and I think sadly Duncan Williams went out in Super Rally this morning, and I think all retired again on the first stage this morning. I'll try and find out. I'll send a message to his co-driver and see what the problem was. Bit of a gap back to Trevor Wilson. We know that he's pretty much unchallenged. We also lost Andrew Bush from the historic rally, our own. We refer to him, and we're very protective of our little crew here. Andrew's very much part of our team. We thought he might even come into the studio today, but and you're more than welcome, but I imagine he's probably out spectating. So Trevor's about to come into shot in his lovely Mark II Escort. We'll just have a listen to the BDA. Beautiful sound, fantastic stuff. Stephen Armstrong up next, hopefully. So we did have a very short stage interruption, and one thing I would like to say, typical Ulster Rally, everything is all working out fine. So the leading cars, we have a 50-minute regroup after this stage in Armagh. The leading cars are back on schedule, having done the regroup. They've made up a bit of a delay at the start of the stage first time around. We've had a second bit of a delay. The regroup will take up at least 15 minutes of that, and they'll catch the time back up along the road effectively. At a bit of a chat last night, actually we had Greg Crozier on, and I met up with Greg last night after the final stage. So Stephen Armstrong having a good run, and one of the things we were talking about was the pluses and minuses of having regroups. My technical head says they're a really good way to make up lost time without losing time anywhere else in the event. You don't lose any service time, you don't lose any road time, and you're not asking competitors to do anything untoward on a road section. So the Ulster Rally showing their experience and ability to run a good event. Now, I'm not, it's not a criticism, it's just this is where you see the benefits of a regroup. When you do lose a bit of time on the road, you can get it back very easily by just building in a cushion for yourselves. Absolute commitment from Gareth Deasley there in his little Fiesta.
Next up we should have Ewan Lloyd, who we have been mightily impressed with over the last couple of events that the live stream has covered.
Running in Super Rally today, Zav.
Yep, he's nice to see him out again. It'd been very easy to go home.
Actually going to have a look at the times and just see where are we at? 7 now. So stage 6 we should have had some times. And what was his time? Oh, right, okay. So Kyle White was in Tyrone Stitches stage 6. Kyle was the man to beat for the looks of it, with a 14:11.5, and has gone back into the lead of the RC4 class from Kyle McBride. Kyle had a stormer in the wet on stage 3, got into the lead, but I have to say Kyle White has got his head down. Had a great interview with Tony Kelly last night in service when he said, you know, look, Kyle McBride absolutely caught everybody out in the wet on stage 3, but he says, I treated my co-driver Sean to the best I could do over stage 4, Banbridge North last night, which he said is literally the stage that he lives on. He took 14 seconds back and he's been chipping away, and he's now got a 6.7 second lead in the RC4 class. And very, very interesting. Shane Quinn, Kyle White and Kyle McBride seem to be just moving away from everybody else, but the rest of the guys now, Casey J. Coleman will have to try and catch up with him at some point in service. Here he is coming into shot. He's had a bit of a torrid time this morning. He's dropped 3 minutes on the previous stage, and we'll try and catch up with Casey J in service because he's a great character. Obviously, Dad is the irrepressible James Coleman, chairman of the Motorsport Ireland Rallies Committee, and a great competitor himself and organiser, a mover and shaker in the Carrick-on-Suir Motor Club. Interesting. So I'm just being handed a document here with regards to stage 5 interruption, an official notification from the clerk of the course. So a notional time has been awarded to a blockage caused by car 94, which we know Zav, the university.
Yeah, it was the University Ford Fiesta. We've known about it for a while, and we have avoided talking about it because there was an awful lot of.
Oh no, I'm just the university.
The Harbour University car blocked the stage.
Blocked the stage, had a bit of an off and blocked the stage. So there are several cars involved, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 cars going to get a stage interrupted time from car 80 through 83, 80, 72, 88, 78 and so on up to car 92 will get a stage interrupted time. We're pleased to report no dramas about that. There was stage interrupted. There was a bit of speculation going on social media, unfounded, we might say. The services were sent in to the scene of the accident, but we can report everybody's grand, no bollers, and the stage is good to go next time around. Stage interrupted time for stage 5, which is stage 8 next time around.
Thomas Murphy asking as the escort comes into shot, is John Devlin out today? No, we noticed a couple of hours ago that John wasn't listed as a retirement. He didn't feature in the two-wheel drive results, but he wasn't listed on the start list either. So a bit of a mystery, that one, as to why we haven't seen John today, because he was going extremely well himself and John McCarthy going really well in the very difficult conditions over the opening 4 stages.
Fighting for the lead of the class, the 2-litre class, Ollie Benton and Gareth Black. 3 of them involved in a great battle yesterday, so a bit disappointing to see John not out today. There'll be a good reason for it, because we know John's a very solid competitor. Now, I've been looking at the RC4, so all good with those guys. We're probably about 5-6 minutes off from the cars arriving back into service. Adrian Famo first on the road, while we focus on who's up next here. So car 68, I believe, should be next on the scene. And somebody just pointing something out to me. Is there an anomaly with the results here?
I'm not so sure. I'd like to say I found it on my own, but I just had a little whisper in my ear that on the car number 68 through there,
and the rain's
Justin
starting
McCauley
to fall.
and Dylan Doonan. That Callum Devine has a 10-second penalty for being 1 minute late at time control 7B. So we'll keep an eye on that. There can be, as Michael has said, there are timing anomalies every now and again.
Yeah.
Certainly that's the reason we have a competitor liaison officer, that the crews can raise this with him or her, and they will make the relevant investigations.
Look, I'm looking at the penalty, and there's a couple of them are a bit worrying. They're all TC7B, 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 TC7A, TC7A. Kyle White, 32nd, 3 minutes late. Oliver Benton, 6 minutes late. Oliver Benton, 3 minutes early.
For stage
All TC7A and TC7B.
Yes, but were
No,
they involved in the delay of the twos?
Absolutely.
So this is all going to change.
Yeah. So
we had 2 stoppages.
Yep.
2 stages apart.
Yep.
So it was a big wide rally.
You've got
now it's concertinaed.
Yeah.
On the road, and clocking in will be incorrect for those who've been delayed, especially the numbers, for example, that Michael read out. So
the one that worries me out of them all is why has Callum Devine got a 10-second, 1 minute late into TC7B? Everybody else, I think, is from the stage interruption. Camillus Bradley, Oliver Benton, Johnny Cargo, Kyle White. They're all the people who were involved in the stage interruption.
I think it'll be rectified. Certainly.
But the one who wasn't involved in it is Callum Devine.
Yeah, but in reality, he's.
Does it matter?
Well, no, but I suppose
other than pride,
it just means that he's only 45 seconds ahead of Cahill McCourt instead of 55. So, but it just shows that we've.
Who thought we'd be saying that, Sav, in the tarmac? Sav, we've been talking about seconds separating the top 5, but here we are. This is a real.
It just gives you an indication, viewers and listeners, where we're trying to just keep on top and make sure we keep you informed. Try and keep you up to date as is possible, and why whenever there's Alan Bush says that Andrew Bush is in his garage, mucked to the eyeballs, trying to get to the bottom of the problem which led to his retirement yesterday. I hope that
thank you, Daddy Bush.
I hope that Andrew Bush, you have us on in the background. There will be a stern talking to with you the next time I see you if you haven't.
He's probably kicking himself thinking, what are those 2 idiots talking about? I need to get back in the studio. I need to come and keep them boys right.
No, he probably knows this. So, 7 stages gone, ladies and gentlemen. Adrian Formeau is showing his class as one of the BRC runners and heads the Modern Tyres Ulster Rally by 29.6 seconds ahead of Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan. Query with the 10-second penalty for Callum Devine, but it makes very little difference. He's that far ahead of 3rd place crew, Cahan McCourt and Dean O'Sullivan. Johnny Greer is having a steady run today after a few tribulations in the wet last night to hold 4th. He did set the quickest time on Mount Pleasant.
I just think, fair play to you, Johnny. That's fantastic.
And as Michael pointed out, now rain started to drop here on the Mount Pleasant stage.
That was Patrick Fitzpatrick away through.
And Josh Moffat, I think, is having a difficult morning, is in 5th. He's remained in 5th. Jason Mitchell, Paddy McCrudden holds 6th. Darren Gass and Barney McNulty, who were 3rd fastest on the running over Mount Pleasant, hold 7th. Robert Barble and Gordon Noble are in 8th, while James Ford and Neil Shanks had a bit of an up and down rally, but they hold 9th. And rounding out the top 10 will be Gary Pearson and Daniel Barrett in the Melvin Evans run Volkswagen Polo R5. So crews make their way to Armagh for the very, very quick regroup and then into service in Newry. Now, they were due in a few minutes ago, and Tony Kelly will be getting her microphone and camera crew fired up because this is an important service heading into the last 3 stages of the day.
That was John Adams through in his nice Mark II. Tony will be having to put her hood back up again. Tony, you have done a fantastic job all weekend. Last night was just horrendous conditions to be doing what you're doing. And Donovan, the cameraman, and to all our cameramen out there. Rain starting again by the looks of it. Not too serious though. I mean, one thing that has struck me here, when there was no rain, there's still standing water. We can see the cars under brake and the spray coming up. You would look at the road and go, yeah, that road's fine, but in fact it wasn't fine. You know, it's slippy. It's difficult. The Little Nova.
Thank you very much, Martin Fairbairn, for the comments you made about the crew and cameramen and what you're watching. Where's
Ronan,
he going?
Oh, Ronan, what was that all about now?
I shouldn't laugh.
No, you shouldn't. But there's a corner, there's a junction, and he stalled the car.
And it's very similar to the layout there.
Yeah. It's just round the corner. There's another junction.
Just like that.
So he's just gone a little bit early.
I hope he hasn't stalled.
No, he's sort of half moving. Our producers have their own theories behind this. Oh, he's out of the car. Maybe there's something else more to this than meets the eye.
Puncture or something. Maybe it wasn't a brain fade. Maybe it is puncture, or they knew there was an issue and just pulled off the escape road.
Maybe Peter could think about a replay just to analyse. So Shane, Colin, it's definitely getting slippier, Sav.
It is.
There's no doubt. It's definitely
Cars are
getting
running
slippier.
wider. And I think it was. No, he chose to go in there.
Yep.
So may well be overheating, gearbox, possibly puncture.
And they're out of the car, so
yeah.
Definitely out of the car.
Move the car a little bit. If the cameraman would zoom in, we might get a clearer picture. So there we go.
Really not quite sure what's going on here. They're away anyway.
That's exactly what it is there, Ian. Catching right. Yeah.
Okay, so Clerk of the Course Wayne Turkington has just issued an official instruction for cars 37, 26, 36, 30, 59, 43 and 48. A notional time for this stage, where we had a small interruption earlier on. They're all going to get a notional time of 10 minutes. They'll have thought long and hard about that. It's Damien Toner's time, as far as I can see. There are different rules under different governing bodies, but the fundamentals are the slowest notional time without deemed to have an interruption will be issued to the cars who are under stage interruption. So it's Damien Toner's time of 10 minutes. No real disadvantage. To give you an idea, Kyle White did a 10:21.7, Gareth Black did a 9:59.5, Conor McCrossan a 9:47. So a 10-minute time is on the money. And Andy Johnson in a Chevette, Andrew Bush, hope you're watching. Make the most of it. You should be there too. But you're not. You're in their garage, according to your dad.
It's like that Jim Bone. Look what you could have won, Andrew.
Look what you could have done. You've got your BFH, wasn't that what he said?
Yeah.
Your BFH. For any kids who are listening, what's your BFH, Sav?
Big friendly helper.
No, it's your bus fare home, mate. And he really did. It was pretty condescending when you look back at it now. It was 1980s at its best, wasn't it? You know, what you've got is your BFH.
I love people. We're talking about bullseye. I love it when people, you know, from a housing estate in smack bang in the middle of Manchester win the Star Prize and they pull out a mini speedboat on a trailer. I mean, what are you going to do with that in the middle of Manchester? But anyway, I digress.
Race it up and down the canals. When I got home last night, my wife was watching something on her iPad, and it was some fly on the wall documentary at home with Tyson Fury.
Oh.
She said it's hilarious.
I know, our ones watch it as well. It's like, no.
I'm going to have to watch it myself.
No, don't.
No,
if you
don't.
watch it, I'll never speak to you, Michael.
Okay. I'll watch it then, Zav.
No. Everybody listening will watch it. It's awful. It's.
All what she was able to say to me was he's very indecisive. He makes a decision to do something, and she says she doesn't know how his wife puts up, and said he booked a holiday to Jamaica, and on the day they were due to go, he woke up and he says, I can't be bothered. And I just thought, right, okay, yeah. The kids were at school, and he says, let's go camping tonight, and the wife says, but the kids are got to go to school in the morning. Oh, I didn't think of that.
No, I can we just not go to surface?
So Stephen Watt, and
so
at least the Nova got sorted out and got going. Ronan Green and Gerard Green.
Fabian McAleer and Stephen Monaghan in the historic Class H2 Escort should be with us shortly.
Fabian is as well known as a co-driver as he is for a driver. Good competitor. All right. Okay. We're just looking at the service. And,
leading crews are there.
Yep.
So I would
And
imagine
here's
we'll be
Fabian
going to Tony Kelly very shortly, because this will be the last service before the crews head out again this afternoon to tackle Shinbridge, Tyrone Stitches and Mount Pleasant once again. And of course they'll have the added benefit of the second runs over the stage where bits of muck and dirt may have been pulled out on the inside of corners. Forecast for this afternoon is to remain dry, with the odd scattered shower and temperatures to increase. 18 degrees at the moment. May rise a little bit more during the course of the day, but roughly 32 stage miles is all that remains between Adrian Formeau and a British Rally Championship victory on the Ulster Rally. And the same would go for Callum Devine. If he remains in second, would give him the 2023 Samdeck Security Irish Tarmac title.
Here's a lovely little Corolla. Anthony O'Brien. I've just caught my eye a message on one of the social media streams from Steve Davis, and you think, oh, that's a bit innocuous, yeah, but actually it's Steve Davis who's the clerk of the course of the West Cork Rally, which we did the live stream earlier this year. Loving the coverage, guys, watching while setting up stage 2 of the Jim Walsh Cork Forestry Rally for tomorrow. Well, that says it all, the dedication of all these rally organisers. Here we are, the final round of the Irish Tarmac Championship, but tomorrow is the next round of the Irish Forestry Championship, which is the Jim Walsh Cork Forestry, based between Mallow and Charleville in County Cork. And I know that there's people dedicated will be making their way down there this evening after the Ulster Rally to go and watch a bit of gravel in the woods tomorrow. So to Steve Davis, and I'm sure you're there with your crew, the McCarthys and everybody else. Keep up the good work, guys. Great to see that you're watching the live stream as well today. You're getting phone coverage in those forests, Steve Davis. Fair play to you. That's they're a little bit remote.
There's an old boss of mine, I sent him the link for the live stream last night, Brent Norton, senior manager for Volvo in the UK. He reckons one of the two of us is going to be taken over from Parkinson. We're that good.
Oh, right, really?
Well, I can only pass on what I've been told.
Imitate the soft Yorkshire accent. A fantastic man, I have to say. And look, here we go. I think this will be our last car on the stage, and we're going to go to service. So, car 79. And that's us from stage 7. We're going to hand over to Tony for the final service before the final loop of stages today.
Welcome back to service, folks. We're here with Captain McCord now. He's just arrived in and he jumped straight into the lorry, so you're just going to have to bear with us as we go and get him, see if we can get a quick word. But we'll be very excited to hear from Cameron to see how that went.
All good?
How's everything going for you now? That was a tough battle of those first 3.
Aye, the first 2 went alright, but the last one we got a flat wheel at the end of the second stage out, and then it kind of knocked the confidence because I had no spare then for the front. I hit the wheel about 2 corners in. I thought of the flat wheel again, so it just knocked the confidence out of us in that stage. So no, we're still alright. We're third, and Johnny's coming encroaching on us there a bit, so we'll have to put a bit of a push on now in these next 3 right now. So no.
Do you feel fairly confident being able to do that now that you've had the run over them?
Aye, look here, there's places that it's just undrivable, so you just have to drive around it, but there's 70% of the stages will be dry now, hopefully, if it doesn't rain again, so it should give us a bit of confidence, and we'll try and push on best we can.
And were there any of the stages that you actually enjoyed, or was it just too tricky out there for you?
The middle stage actually was a good stage. It was nice and fast and flowing, but that last stage, because there's a bit of it, a horse and cart wouldn't go down through it, so it wasn't the width of the car, but no, here, in general, it was a good enough loop, happy enough.
But I mean, absolutely fantastic to get such a mixture on these stages.
Oh, here, definitely, and I'll tell you, we're getting some mixture this weekend, but it's like a dolly mix.
So, Kevin, what's the plan now? How do you regroup?
Well, we're going to have to go out and attack here with the looks of things, because Johnny's only 3 off us for third, so we're never going to catch the boys in front, but if I can maintain third, I'll be happy enough.
And obviously that would mean so much on the Ulster Rally.
Oh, definitely. I was finishing behind them 2 boys would be a good achievement for me, so no, if I could finish behind them 2 boys today, I'll be happy enough.
Good man, Cahan. Thank you very much. We'll let you get back to the lunch. As you can see, Ryan Loughran there is kind of he's stepping about and helping Cahan out a wee bit, so we'll just get a quick word with him if we can. Ryan, it has to be very disappointing for you to be standing here.
Oh, sure, hey, that's the way it goes sometimes, just unfortunately.
What happened to you?
Prop shaft just broke, hey. Just turned, there was a chicane square left up the hill, hey, and just handbraking it going, and I went for second gear, and I actually thought I missed gear because the car revved up, and no, it just let go, hey.
And you got away with it? Did you just park up, or any damage or anything done?
No damage, hey, just pulled in at the next junction, hey, and ended up back in here, so we actually screwed it off at the side of the road and ended up back in here. So that's the way rallying goes, unfortunately.
It is, but it's never so bad whenever you can kind of drive it back in.
Well, I'll be quite honest, I would rather it was lying in the hedge somewhere, and at least it'd be my fault then, but sure, hey, it is what it is.
It's disappointing, isn't it?
It's just disappointing, it is disappointing, but sure, hey, you get over it again, we'll go again sometime.
Cahan will be glad of you here now to help him.
Aye, that's it, so we can try and get him to hold on to third here now, so. Aye, he'll do it, I think.
I think he will. Thank you very much, Ryan. So we'll head on here now, folks, and we'll make our way down through the service park, and we'll see if we can get Callum. As you can see, the cars are absolutely destroyed with the muck. Like, the stages are so dirty and very, very tricky to try and get through parts of it, as you heard from Cahan. So the guys are all doing big work here in maintaining the actual cars, but also cleaning the muck off and making sure that the car looks presentable. We've spotted Callum. We were just trying to see if we could get a quick word with Noel O'Sullivan there as well. Callum, you have to be a happy man now.
Happy enough, Tony. I'd be happy if this was the finish, but I know we're happy enough. Hey, we're just
only 3 more left.
Only 3 more. Hey, look, 3 more to do. Hey, and we're just tipping around doing our own race, like as I say. That's thinking about nobody.
I can imagine though it's a very, very long day in the car. Enjoyable, but there's just so much pressure today.
Yeah, enjoyable as much. The stages are very, very tricky. Like, there's a lot of mud in places, and a lot of mud being pulled out, and I don't expect it to get worse now the second time round. So, look, it'll probably not be enjoyable this time round, but we'll have to just get on with it.
And tell us, how do you feel now? Like, are the nerves at you, or are you kind of thinking ahead, or how do you hold it all together now?
Look, a wee bit of nerves and stuff, but more anxious just about the car and everything else I got. So, no, we'll be fine once we get on the stages, just to get round. We have enough gap, I think, from behind us, so just don't need anything stupid or anything happen in the car, sort of thing. So. And
the car's going well. You aren't doing much here in service.
No, they're just Dermot. They're just checking over the data and stuff. It's over my head, so just to make sure, hey, because you know yourself, that's the last thing you need. So we'll just try and get through now.
So plan of attack now for the next one's just literally just drive through them.
if I can drive through it as slow as possible, try and not lose any time. But as I say too, you need to try and keep some sort of wee bit of momentum to keep the head in focus, you know. So because you start hearing things and you start doing all that. So
Overthinking and thinking when you shouldn't be.
Overthinking when you shouldn't, and yeah, we'll just try and keep a lookout to see Desi there. Got 2 punchers there on them stages, and obviously the road's getting a lot worse there now since we went through. So all that to take in consideration. So yeah, look. Yeah, we'll see what we can do and sure whatever it will be. That's it.
You are right. Best of luck, Al. Hopefully see you at the end of the last stage. And we make our way through now down towards Johnny Greer, and we're looking forward to chatting to Johnny. Johnny's always great to talk to and he always gives us a lot of information, but it's obviously particularly exciting chatting to him now after having such a good run through the first few. But bear with us now if we can see if we can spot him. Hopefully I won't walk past him.
He's quite early, isn't he?
Johnny, cracking times through that last loop.
Yeah, well, a good run through the loop, and overall the last stage was very good. But I say it's a bit like last night. It's strange. You feel sort of like you're driving the same the whole way through the 3 stages, and sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. So just keep doing that. I just think we're just trying to drive our own pace and try and stay relaxed. I think the conditions are that chancy now that it doesn't really, you don't really feel the want to push, if that makes sense. Because just you come around one corner and there's just either mud or water on the road, and especially towards the end of that loop when it dried out, because at the start it was all wet with a bit of mud and a bit of slippy, but then it was dry and then onto the muddy and slippy, so the trade-off between the dry road and the wet road become quite big. So yeah, I enjoyed it. Now it was a bit of sliding about, especially on we took the wets, and on the drier stages it started to overheat and the car started to move a lot, so it was a bit like gravel car at one point, but no, I enjoyed it. Like, it was good fun.
And I mean, it must be in your mind somewhere, like, that you had a quickest time, and, you know, beating the likes of Adrian Fermo, like, that's fantastic.
Yeah, I think I could just get that in frame it now, because that's kind of me done now for the for the weekend. So obviously I think it depends on tyre choice too, and who's up and who's down. So I think it's been quite competitive all day, but it's nice to say. But it's still time we took 18 and 15 seconds off us in the 2 previous stages. So you maybe give me that one just for good luck.
Just for the crack.
Just keep me interested.
Johnny, tell us, what's your plan? Obviously, you know, you're clipping at the heels there of Cahan, so like third is up for play here. Yeah,
it was a good race so far, all rally with Cahan, so I think just same again, we'll go out and see. It has been up and down all day, so we'll just go out and see and just enjoy ourselves, and if we can get closer to Cahan, then happy days. But after the first couple of stages, if we're not in the race, there's no need to push for it. So, but yeah, we'll just try and do our own rally, do our own thing, and see where we end up.
Well, it's working for you so far.
Yeah, I think that's it. We sort of came here with that kind of attitude, just to do our own thing and not worry about everybody else, and just, you know, we'll see where we end up at the end, and that's kind of still the plan. So try not to get too roped into anything, just try and just keep doing what we're doing. That's the plan.
And were there any of those stages where you felt truly like everything was just flowing, and you felt like you could do it all day, like you were just so happy on that stage?
Probably not. With the conditions the way they are, you always wonder how much time you're dropping. You know, you come to a real, like, particularly in that last stage, there was a very muddy section down a narrow road with like very wide grass, so there's only 2 tracks for the tyres to go into, and you were a gear down on all your notes just because you had no room in the car to move, and you sort of come up the end of that road and you think, oh, I've dropped far too much time in there, and you get to the end of the stage, the time's good, so you sort of think, well, everyone's had the same problem, you know. So it's very hard to know where the pace is or how to drive it. So just, I don't really know what to do. Just go out and do the same again.
Typical Ulster, just such a mind game, really.
Exactly, it's always the same in the Ulster. Conditions always play a part. Even when you do get a dry day, there's always a sting in the tail, there's always something happens in the middle of the rally. So I don't know, we'll just keep doing what we're doing, hopefully for the best.
And tell us, tyres, you mentioned them earlier on, are you going to stick to the same or change it up?
Again, it's a lottery. Obviously you have a lot of time in service here before we need to make a tyre call, but I would have said it was probably more towards a dry tyre there in the end of that loop, but then the problem is you still have the very mucky and wet sections under trees. So, and obviously we haven't seen the first stage of the loop, so, but in theory it should dry out, but whether or not shower rain comes and ruins that, so you're very much on the tipping point now between the wet or the slick. So I don't know, we'll we'll sort of think about it for another 30 minutes and try and make a call.
Good man, Johnny. We'll let you get back to it. Thanks a million. That's Johnny Greer. And again, as he said, just so tricky to make those choices today, because like we are standing here now in complete and utter sunshine, but we've also been standing in this out on the stage, and 5 minutes later it's raining on us, so you just it's too hard to know what to do, you know. So we'll go in here now and see if we can get a quick word with Josh Moffat. Bear with us. He's on his way out.
You're going to have to find a van you don't know.
I've found all the hiding places now, Josh. Come here, you're smiling anyway, that's the main thing.
Oh yeah, look at this stage, we're just trying to get through it. Like, there's no big push on. At least the weather looks to be picking up a bit there, but yeah, look, it's just try and bring it home at this stage.
A hard weekend's work, really.
Yeah, not a very enjoyable weekend for us now, but look, it is what it is.
And tell us, see, whenever you are, obviously you're highly competitive and you want to be up there and you want to be chasing that first place down or holding it down or whatever, but do you still enjoy being in the rally car now?
Not particularly now. Look, whenever everything's working well and everything's going good, it's enjoyable. Like, but this weekend just hasn't clicked for us. So, yeah.
And at that point, then it is hard to enjoy the rally car, even though it's great to be out, but it's just such hard work.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we're just waiting for the final stage. So.
And are you finding it very beneficial to get the car out and get all this mileage under your belt?
Not particularly. Not whenever you're not committed or driving well. So, it is what it is.
Good man, Josh. We'll let you get back to it. Thanks a million for talking to us. Best of luck on the last loop. And we'll keep moving down the field here, folks. We're seeing plenty of people here. There's Laura Fury from Letterkenny, who does a huge amount of work with the National Championship. We'll see if we can get Jason Mitchell here. I can't actually see him. His wee Tempest seems to be gone. Inside, is he?
He's on there eating again. He's always eating.
Sure, isn't he right? He has to refuel.
He's en route.
I think he's on the way down to us, folks. So we'll let him refuel. It's not all about the cars refueling. The drivers have to as well.
Well, Tony.
They're joking about you refueling, Jason.
I know.
Needs to refuel
I'm harder to fuel.
I don't know now. I would say these jokes are hard enough to fuel.
They are, right. But
how you going?
We're. I suppose we just settled there now. To sort of, we're going to Cork. Tony, as I was saying tonight, hopefully as long as we can keep her in one piece. So I think we've sort of stepped into that mode, so we have. So there is part of me, if the conditions were more consistent, I would like to push on and maybe try and do something. But when you can get caught out there so easily, so I don't think I'll take any chances here.
No, and I mean a lot of the drivers are saying that it's just so difficult at this point to try and actually commit because they're so inconsistent out there, and then when you're not committing, it all just feels a wee bit higgledy-piggledy, just in your own mind, like you just can't figure out what you're doing.
Can't see. I think you can't see. So if you're hearing your notes saying crest 100 to square left, you're going over that crest wondering, is this going to be wet? I know we have our shinies and all, but sometimes you come over in the muck, or sometimes it's dry. And you break 30 or 40 metres too soon. So that's just not how it's rallying like. But it's when you're trying to get to another event, it's not ideal to try and put on good times. But look, at the same time, like we're relatively happy because we're thereabouts, and we're not really pushing ourselves. So I think we can go home. If we can get home now this afternoon, we've learned another wee bit, and we haven't took any massive risk doing it. So.
And it gives you great confidence, but also at the end of the day, the more seat time you have, the more mileage you do. It's all experience in the car.
Yeah, exactly. And them conditions. Like last night that stage 3 last night. Like I don't actually. I went in the hotel last night going, how did we get through that? Do you know what I mean? Like, because I was just complaining everywhere.
And it must just give you great confidence in the ability to get through things that you think you can't.
Yeah, it does, and it's funny. It's not even getting through, control your temperament. It's nearly more, because you have to take the wet sometime, the bull with the horns as I talked about last night, but even when you try a couple of times and you feel, knowing they just settle down again, sometimes you can get a rush of blood to the head and put it over. That's very handy, so look.
Well, rallying is about skill, but it's also a lot of the time, particularly on events like this or long events, it's a mind game. Like.
It is, and it is the biggest end of it, because if you put us all on the same road for half a dozen times, there'll be nothing between us at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So the skill is controlling your mind and controlling your mind to go out on new stages and handle conditions and things that probably knock you back a bit, better. And I think that's what I have to look at now, because I think now, my speed, I think we do have the speed. We just need to get it mentally right before we can actually push forward without. And before we push forward and actually trying to fight for a podium or whatever. So.
It's about getting everything to work together now.
Yeah, and you have to do it at your ease, and be thereabouts, and then know that you have that bit of extra pace to try and keep getting seat time, because if you jump too early as well, and I don't contradict myself, but if you jump too early, you get caught out and then you've lost the rally.
And that's the mental game. It's about holding yourself together throughout.
Yeah, exactly.
Jason, you're doing a good job of it anyway so far. We hope to see you at the finish ramp.
Yep, hope so.
Good man, enjoy the next wee loop. Now that's a team, if you've ever seen a team, all delighted with them. We'll head on down, folks, and we'll see if we can get a quick word with Joe McGonigal here. He's probably in trying to get a wee bite of lunch, maybe. He's having a bit of a team meeting here with the engineers. Bear with us, we don't want to interrupt too early because this conversation can be very, very important. So as you can see, the guys are working away there at the McGeehan Motorsport Citroen. We're after getting the nod from Kieran Gainey there, so he'll be out in 1 wee minute. He knows we're here. Get out of the way here. Let these guys do their work. He's on his way down to us. Joe, you're 3 down and 3 to go.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to know again now what to do with tyres. That's why we were keeping you waiting, so I don't know yet.
It's very, very hard to know today, isn't it? Like, I mean, it's absolutely, it's not as bad as it was last night. Last night was almost easier though in one way because you knew it was wet, whereas the weather's just so changeable in all the stages and the conditions.
It's the muck. The muck's unbelievable. It really is. And it's going to be worse this time because it was really car one. They're the first to cut the corner and they're dragging it out and everybody's making it worse. And like she's seen, there's a lot of punchers now with corner cutting and we're glad to get it over.
So you're not enjoying it now, no?
No, don't get me wrong, we're kind of enjoying it, but it's really tough. You're kind of hoping you've all the bits you need to watch out for, Mark. But every so often you get caught out with something and it's a whole handling trying to get stopped.
What do you find the hardest part of this? Like, do you want to go out there and go hell for leather?
It's because it's a new car, I'm just not quite on top of it or not comfortable with everything, but we're getting there.
It takes a wee while, and there's no better place to get the experience.
Well, that's why we're here, so.
Good man, Joe, we'll let you go. Thanks a million for talking to us. We'll head over here now and see if we can get a quick word with Robert Barrable. And just as we say that, we're talking about the conditions, obviously, but it's just started to rain here now at service, and 5 minutes ago it was completely scorching with the sun shining. So bother, enjoy it. So Robert's just having a wee finishing his sandwich there, and we'll get him in 2 minutes. As you can see, that's Shane Quinn through there. I think it's time for the hood up again. We thought we might get away with it on this loop, guys, but I don't know. It's just looking pretty heavy out there now at the moment. I don't know if you can see that, but like it's not coming down lightly there. Like that is proper heavy rain now. So a very, very tough decision for people to make here. But you know, in one way possibly easier. Tricky conditions to drive in, but easier to make tyre choices because it's just very simple. It's very wet, so put on the wets. And you can see everybody just scarpering into lorries and in under awnings and stuff. So we'll just have another wee peek in here and see what's going on. Do you know what, actually, what we could do is we'll head over here to Kyle McBride and we'll try and get a quick word with him because he's just across the way here. And Robert can eat his lunch in peace. Kyle's just in the car. I would say he could be watching footage. He's after spotting me there. Thanks a million. Thank God for hoods and wet tyres on days like this, Kyle.
You need them and tents.
I'm telling you.
No, we had a good enough afternoon, first loop there. Everything's working well. We just had a spin on stage 3. It dropped a little bit, but nothing major. It's all working well so far, so good.
So everything's feeling good?
Everything's feeling good. There's plenty left for sure. We're just tipping about and getting the feeling and playing about with the car. So it's a long loop left yet, so it's all to play for. It
is, surely. And obviously this morning, you were talking about like the lead in the BRC and trying to keep the lead and stuff. Where's your head at in terms of that now? How do you keep the cool?
Yeah, just keep the head cool and focus on the stages and drive them as good and as clean as you can. The race is very tight at the top, so it is very tough going. But no, we're happy to be in the mix.
And the car's feeling good and everything. Are you making changes in here, or is all good?
Everything's all good. We'll make a few small changes just to try and make it a little bit better for the wet conditions. We already seen now the first pass of stages. We can see what we need to do, but no, everything's working very good so far.
You find the car a wee bit hard or a wee bit too soft, or?
No, it's working fairly reasonable good there now at the minute. But yes, you're always tweaking to get that final little bit.
Well, that's like we spoke about that yesterday, or was I listening to somebody else speaking about that? Like it's all about setup. Like that's where the time is really.
Yeah, for sure, and getting confidence also in the car is the main one. If you've no confidence, you'll not go too well. But no, we're happy with how the car is going, and hopefully we can keep it going and get to the finish.
And what about those 3 stages? Were there any one of them or any of them that you actually enjoyed particularly well?
Yeah, the first one out of service now is a nice stage. It's a nice fast flowing stage, and yeah, they're 3 unique stages in different ways. Tricky in a lot of places on the 3 of the stages. A lot of unseen squares and one rights and stuff. So no, we're happy with how everything's going so far. So good.
Dying to get out again, just.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Mad for road. Thanks a million, Kyle. We're going to scoot over here now and see if we can spot Robert again. Brilliant. He's on the way, folks.
All right.
Yeah. Guys working away at the car there. Will be interested to know, are they just doing wee checks or are they doing anything specific?
And then I'll show you where it was.
There he is. We'll get you in under the awning because it is just gone a wee bit wet there again on us, Robert. I know, 2 seconds and it all changes.
Yeah, it's mad. So I don't know. Yeah, it's tricky enough. So interested to see what the weather does for the next loop and go from there.
Are you happy enough with the run through this morning?
Yeah, happy enough here. The stages are enjoyable. Our times aren't that competitive, but it's enjoyable to go out and have a bit of fun. To be honest with you, it's disappointing our times aren't there, but look, we just have to keep plugging away and seeing what we can do and go from there.
Exactly, and I mean sometimes, Robert, like, you know, it's disappointing whenever the times aren't there, and these moments are always great for, you know, experience and jotting down what you're learning, but it is nice sometimes whenever there's no pressure to just go and have fun in the car.
Yeah, there's not much time between myself, Darren and Jason, so still a good bit of rallying to cover, so we're still in a little bit of a race, but not massive pressure. Like, it's not as if we're fighting for the overall win, which would be a different ball game, but it's good experience. It's good experience. It's good crack, and looking forward to the afternoon stages now to see what's going to happen.
And what about tyres? It's mental the way that the weather's changing here. How are you going to?
I just think that the choice that anyone's going to make, I don't think is going to be right for the first 3 stages. I think it's going to be more of a compromise. So I don't know. Tony,
how do you make that choice? Do you kind of pick your favourite stage and that's the one you want to go well on, or do you try and be a bit more strategic about it?
Normally deliberate over a cup of tea in the next 10 minutes. Oh no, I think you have to just kind of be a bit optimistic with the weather. I think the middle stage is going to be very, very rough and gravelly and mucky because there's a lot of cutting on the first pass over, so I think in the second pass it's going to be pretty bad, but overall I think it's more on a drier soft tyre than it is more of a wet tyre, so but that's what I'm going to go on and see. I don't know whether it'd be right or wrong, but at least I need to make the decision that if it's right for me I'll just go with it and see, but I think that's where we're going to head towards.
And sure, that's rallying, like you have to make a decision and trust it after that.
Just make a decision and stick with it, and hopefully it works out and go from there. As you say, it's rallying, but we'll give it a shot and see.
Good man, Robert, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Enjoy the next loop and best of luck with it. We're going to go around now and see if we can get a quick word with the M Sport driver, that is Adrian Formeau. We will see if he's able to come out of the truck and speak to us. Bear with us. Get the nod. Thank you. Any chance of a word? He's watching some videos, guys, and needs to stick with it, so we're going to move on. But the guys of the M Sport team working very hard there. So we're going to go across the way here and get a quick word with a few of the other guys in the top 10. We see Mary and Evans standing out chatting, so obviously back into work mode. Marion, you're very much on work mode today.
No, I'm just chatting to Barry, looking busy.
Pretend to be busy.
Yeah. No, keeping an eye on things, I think. But
a good experience at the same time to be standing here, kind of getting a wee bit of work done.
Yeah, maybe giving a bit back, but I'd rather be driving. But it's tough today. I think the weather looks, even though it's drying up, there's a lot of mud about. So, like the rain like that we had last night, it does a lot of damage, I guess. So.
I mean, fair play to you for coming out, because at the end of the day, it can't be an easy place to be for you today, particularly considering how well this day went for you last year.
Yeah, like, so I'm gonna go home soon now, but yeah, it's tough to watch on. You know, I'll never go out and watch a stage because I'll just make it worse for me. But yeah, it's work, I guess, for me as well. So you know, I can't get away from it.
I know, there's no escaping it. Marion, thank you so much, and thanks for being so great to talk to all year round. We're going to see if we can get a quick word with Darren Gass, because as Robert Barble mentioned there, Darren's going quite well and there's quite a tight wee race. So we've Gary Pearson here. Gary, you're in multitasking there, refueling and making sure that you're all set for the next loop round by watching.
Yeah, no, just trying to see exactly where the mud and the water's standing and trying to make little adjustments to the notes for the next pass. But certainly tricky enough out there, but enjoyable first loop. Very
challenging conditions, but very typical Ulster.
Yeah, no, look, I've not been here much before, so it's probably been a bit of a baptism of fire. But certainly last night was. Today's a wee bit more what we're used to, and yeah, just trying to find our speed and try and move up the leaderboard slowly if we can.
Brilliant. And you mentioned enjoyable there. What out of the 3 stages did you enjoy, or was there a stage in particular?
No, I think just the challenge of it all, to be honest with you. I mean, it's probably a lot more challenging than back home, so just trying to actually understand where the grip is, and that's probably quite you know, oddly enough, I enjoy the challenge of trying to find that. So definitely what to do to try and find that, but no, enjoyed it.
And tell us, how's the car feeling?
Yeah, no, car, tyres, everything's working pretty well. You know, I can't complain at all about that. So no, delighted to be here, and the boys are doing a great job.
Brilliant. And you're just in now, regrouping, and hopefully go out and do it all again, only a wee bit faster.
Yeah, get a bit of energy in us, and then make a wee few adjustments, and then we'll go again.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good man, Gary. There's no sign of Darren there. We see his dad, Morris, overlooking everything, making sure everything's working okay. So we might actually see if we can get in and have a quick word with Morris. Guys, I would imagine this is a team meeting, Morris. I would say I would say you're happy to be here, making sure everything's going all right.
He's the man in the team.
Are you happy enough with the performance this weekend?
For Darren or me?
Well, Darren. We'll chat about Darren now.
Yeah, he's getting used to the car now, and fair play to him. It's a bit of a learning curve for him last night, but coming on well now. He's set third quickest time there, I think, so getting there.
And on a personal note, it's probably very disappointing for you to be standing here today instead of standing in a rally suit.
Well, the car's ready to drive out of here now, so it mightn't have been if I'd still been in it, so that's the way I'm looking at it.
Well, that's it too.
I'm happy enough. We'll go out again.
Be out again, and obviously, Melvin, a wee bit of a disappointing weekend from Marion's point of view as well.
That's how it happens, you know. It was a tall order for him to go win the championship anyway, but he just wanted to have a good run here. But you know, he got caught out, and it happens. You know, conditions the way they were, and he was just distracted with an issue. We had a small issue with the car, and that's you know, he got no time for errors with them, unfortunately.
And obviously a strong sense of character about him too, because he's here today, even though it has to be a very difficult place for him to be, considering how well everything went last year for him.
Yeah, you know, I think he was really gutted when it happened, but you know, you just got to reset to go again. We got an event back home in 2 weeks. You know, the car isn't badly damaged, so we'll just get him out and a bit of confidence before the end of the year, hopefully.
Brilliant. And you're happy enough with the team? You're very busy this weekend?
Yeah, busy, and we're busier in another 2 weeks. You know, we got 4 of these out, and but it's good. You know, it's nice, and I like to see the cars performing well. And to be fair to Darren, you know, he's I think he's third quickest in that last stage, and it just shows the potential if he was in the car more often. So it'd be nice to get him to do a championship, wouldn't it?
I know. I mean, if you look at his times, considering he hasn't been, I think it was April he said he hasn't been out since.
Yeah, and you know, I've worked with Darren before, and he's a good little driver, and I think he's driving well within himself. So I think for what he's doing, you know, at this time is very good for him. So, you know, it's only confidence for him. I think if he went to do a championship, he'd be definitely a contender for it, no doubt about it.
We'll be seeing a lot more of these next year, I would imagine, then. So.
Well, you know, it's good for business, isn't it?
Isn't it? Good man. Thanks a million, Melvin. So we'll keep moving. Rain's back again, guys. This hood's going back up for the 90th time this weekend, it feels. We'll see if we can get a quick word with Oliver Benton here now as well. How are you, Ollie? You happy enough?
I've had better days, I'll be honest.
It's a tough weekend, isn't it?
Tough, all right.
What happened there?
We were just trying to release our inner Colin McRae, and yeah, didn't go so well. But we made it back in good fashion. The car's sort of fixable, so we'll go back out.
And was it just pushing?
Actually, no. This was probably one of the slowest crashes I've ever had. I imagine sort of 5-10 mile an hour, just a real narrow bit. She just glanced the hedge, and then she sort of tilted herself up the hedge and then rolled onto a roof, and that was it.
My God. And it just goes to show you like how it happens in rally. And I mean, what did you say, 5 or 10 mile an hour?
Literally the slowest crash ever. I reckon we were almost stopped when she actually rolled over. But yeah, you know, it happens, this rally, and we could have done without it now. So any body shops. Oh, we nearly lost the tent as well there.
We just love these conditions this
That's
weekend.
it.
My God, nothing's getting a rest.
We're not worried about the tent hitting the car now. We probably would have worried yesterday, but the damage is done.
And tell us, what are the guys actually doing here? We're seeing a lot of stuff
She
out.
actually broke the steering track rod end, so we managed to just about get her back. And then they're just four-wheel aligning her now so that she hopefully drives somewhat straight down the road.
And was it a nightmare there trying to get it back?
It was far from ideal, but we managed to do it in a safe manner, and you know, we just about got back, and in good time as well, so perfect.
And so the plan for the next one, I would imagine, is to just get through it and get home.
Definitely a get through and get home. I don't know what way we stand now. We were obviously leading the class coming into here. I don't really understand the point situation, so maybe you have an idea, but I don't know
So
what way.
bad at maths, Ollie.
I don't know what way it's scored, but someone was saying, in Northern Ireland they score it different, or at Irish Tarmac do different. So I'm not sure what way.
I'm
we
waiting
sit,
for
but-
Paddy Flanagan to do the maths for me at the end.
Right, we'll tell him to put a couple of numbers on our score.
I tried that, Ollie. Thanks a million. That's Ollie Benton. So disappointing, but it just goes to show you how it happens. Like 5 or 10 mile an hour and losing, like nearly losing the car, basically. We're going to get a quick word with Neil here if we can. Neil, you're smiling and you're still here. It's always hard to beat.
Yeah, it's a fantastic rally, isn't it? Yeah, I did an overshoot on the second to last stage. Just didn't see the last arrow and just overshot. So I managed to get it back and back on the stages. Yeah, it's been good. I'm really enjoying it, to be honest. It's no pressure, so it's good.
Brilliant. And obviously, like we spoke to you yesterday at the beginning of the day and you were looking forward to it. And obviously, you know, you've got quite a number of stages under your belt now, but is everything going well for you overall?
Yeah, I'd like to be a bit more, obviously last night, what went on and everything, I'd like to have been a bit more further up, but I've like been setting the same times on each stage every day, you know, it's like 12, 13, so I'm not realistic, my pace is about there for this weekend, but yeah, I think more than anything, I'm just learning a bit what I've done on the car, I've done some changes on the car, and we're just trying to get it, you know, right. So this is what we're doing now, and go back out, have another test, and just enjoy it. I've got to keep that little starlet behind me, though.
I know. I mean, Neil, it is not easy out there with the guys.
No, these lads can carry pace. You look at it and you think, how have they done that? But yeah, there's a lot of mud out there and a lot of cuts and everything, and you've just got to follow. Because if you don't, you're in a bigger mess with it. But it's all about rallying, isn't it? And I think, you know, it's like people saying, well, it's rained too hard. No, at the end of the day, it's rallying, isn't it? This is what it's all about. So
It's exactly that, and I mean, this is what the Ulster always brings. Like, this is what the Ulster is notorious for.
What, even in summer?
Honest to God, these country lanes and in Ireland, you're going to get these conditions.
Yeah, it's quite funny. You go down off the stages and it's bone dry, and then next thing, all the water's still running off the stage. Yeah, off the fields into the stage, so you're thinking, where's all that come from? And then you're thinking, well, that'll cool my tyres down a bit. So, yeah, I love it. Yeah, and I can't wait to come back and have more.
Brilliant, good man. Well, hopefully we'll see you at the finish ramp. Thank you very much, Neil. We're going to try and get a quick word down here. We've got car number 30, so we may as well go on down and see if we can get Liam and have a quick word. It's great to get through the service park and get chatting to everybody. Well, we need to hear it from all perspectives. Are you happy enough so far?
Aye, happy enough, aye.
You'd probably rather this rain would go away, though.
We'll go away, aye. And they're tricky now, but that's enjoyable. Get to the end now, be happy.
Still great to be out in a Fiesta, isn't it?
I'm not on this Fiesta now, I'm on an Escort today, so just call
Well,
it.
even better, actually, the back wheel drive.
Aye, it's class now, so sliding about, so.
We were just chatting to Neil there about the 4-wheel drives versus the 2-wheel drives and stuff, like, but it is, like, it's so enjoyable to watch the Escorts, but, like, it must be such hard work inside the car.
Oh, it is hard work, aye, but it is enjoyable. Sliding about, like, it's good fun.
Exactly where you get an Escort, isn't it?
Aye.
Good man. We'll try and get a quick word here now. Bear with us. Liam, how are you?
Not too bad, how are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank
Good,
God.
good.
Very,
You managed to
very
stay dry, are you?
A wee bit. I'm very glad of this hood now.
Aye,
I would
glad,
say.
glad it alright. Last
Come
night
here.
was terrible.
Oh, like nothing I've ever seen before, but such a challenge, but such an epic, challenge to conquer essentially and get through and get into Park Fermi.
Aye, definitely. Aye, no, we're, as you know, it's only new to us, this R5 scene, so that's only 10 stages done, like, so, and we're lying 14th or 15th overall there now, so we're quite happy, to believe you and me. Last night was a bit of a balls, but happy now.
Happy, and I mean, like, at the end of the day, like, as you say, what did you say, 10 stages there, like, and the R5, like, who were we chatting to yesterday, and they were saying, Sean Devine, and he was saying what different animals they are to drive, like, and they're hard work, like, so to be there within 10 stages is pretty impressive.
They're definitely hard to drive, Just all learning, and that's why we're here for a 2-day rally, thinking and got good weather in the summer, but...
Not with the Ulster.
No,
Once Ulster is written, you know that you're going to get
exactly,
rid
but thoroughly enjoying it. You know, stuff of dreams.
And the car, it does feel good, does it?
Oh, aye, definitely does. But as we were talking about coming on the road, if you let a good driver into that car, you're probably saying it's terrible, you know, maybe the way it's set up or something, I don't know, but I'm thoroughly enjoying it.
But that's the thing, like with rallying, it doesn't, everybody's different and it's very specific to a driver's style.
Exactly, but I'm enjoying it, and times is decent, so that's all right for the first couple of runs, you know yourself. So we'll get the Wexford after that, so we get out of these 3 now, and another 2 day, and hopefully another bit of learning, and take it from there.
Good man, Liam, thank you very much. Best luck for the next loop. And guys, we're going to cut it there for a wee while. We're going to go to a break, and we're going to get to the other side of service and bring you more information and stories as the day goes.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Go. Let out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Come on. Come on.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Go, go. Let out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Come on. Come on.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Welcome back, folks. We are over at the other side now, and we're going to get a quick word here with the Turner brothers. Marty, obviously very disappointing for you to be standing here now in the jeans instead of the rally suit. Tough morning.
Oh, tough morning. Hey, whole car sorted lovely. Back out of here lovely. Charging, steering, walking. First corner, the first stage, foot in the brake, burst the brake pipe. That was enough of that. Enough torture.
So you just pulled in at that point?
Yeah, I pulled in. Look at the next junction, took me back out on the A1, never slip back here.
And tell us, there was just no point in trying to move on. Like, it was just, we were lucky there was no damage to the car and away you go.
Yeah. Look, it only was the first corner of the stage and maybe braking early, just first corner. I had him on down the stage and far worse, you know, so I was happy enough.
So disappointing though.
Oh, hey, and I walked away down here last night and this morning.
And this morning even, when we saw you first.
Oh, look at it, we'll go again.
It happens. So what's the plans for the next one? When are you out again?
Going to Wexford now in 3 weeks, hopefully. I'll do them this year then. Enough done.
And hoping that this is the run of the bad luck now.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Funny, I done Wexford last year too, and a real good running, so we'll go back down and I'll do them the year.
Good man. Thank you very much, Marty. Best luck in Wexford. And we'll see if we can get a quick word now with Damien. 2 wee seconds. I had him there a minute ago, but I seem to have lost him again. lost Damien, but we'll hopefully see him in a wee minute. We'll go over here and see if we can get a quick word with Kyle White and see how he is. We've lost Kyle too, have we?
He disappeared, he went that way.
We've lost everybody now. You're happy enough looking in there though?
Oh, 100%.
When you're in, under the dry, hard to beat.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We keep moving, guys. We're gonna up here and see if we can get a quick word with Stephen. We spoke to Stephen last night and he was pretty content, so we'll see how he's feeling today. The guys are working away at the car there. We've got some very young apprentices there too, so we'll give Stephen a minute to get his lunch washed out.
Sorry, bit of ham and cheese.
I know you have, but you have to get refueling yourself too. We're joking about this all afternoon.
Yeah, it's definitely, you can't forget to keep yourself fueled and hydrated during the day.
I know, because like in all fairness, you know, obviously it's very hard work when you're in behind the wheel and whatnot. Like, but genuinely, it is insane how much energy you use trying to drive these cars.
Yeah, definitely. Over a rally weekend, the fluid you lose and sweat and all that, it is hard work. It's hard on your body and things, especially in these stages. The car's fighting you through all the mud and all that stuff, so it's hard work, yeah.
There's no break. Stephen, you were pretty happy last night. How's this morning gone for you?
Yeah, better again. I was a bit unsure after the weather last night and what rain we had through the night, what it was going to be like, but no, pleasantly surprised. It's muddy and wet, but manageable. It's definitely more enjoyable now.
And any of the stages in particular you enjoyed?
So I'd say 5 and 6, the first two this morning. I'd prefer them to the third one. The third one wasn't just as nice, but no particular reason, but yeah, no, the first two will be my favourites.
Brilliant. And tell us, what's the plan for the next one? Are you doing much work to the car, or is it just
Not
maintaining?
really. No, not really. No, the car feels really good. I'm really happy with it. So just a routine check over, clean it off a bit, and we'll go again. See if
And obviously, tyre choices are pretty hard to make here now this morning.
Yeah, well, we went out on the wets this morning, and although there's like a dry line there, I think the tyres are working really well on the dry line as well. But in the mud and the wet bits, I'm happy to go out with them, and yeah.
Good man. Well, listen, enjoy the last loop, and hopefully we see you back at the ramp. Thanks a million, Stephen. So we just scoot across the service and try and get a wee bit further up. I'm anxious to get chatting to the Black brothers here. The two cars are obviously in. We've Camilla Spradley here to the right, but I can't see him. We've got the Armstrong brothers here on the left, but we're going to mosey on up through and try and get a quick word with Jason and Gareth if we can. If I can spot them. It wouldn't be like me to walk past people and miss them, but hopefully we'll see them. There's Carl Egan anyway. So we have Jason, you're working hard this weekend. You're absolutely flying it.
Yeah, no, going good. Trying to make the most of the dry stuff when we can get it. Not much of it about at the moment, but hopefully the skies are looking a bit better now. So they are. So
everybody's loving watching the Starlet. I mean, it must be obviously enjoyable, but I would imagine that you're working very hard on there.
They are, yeah. You just have to be smart about it, so you do, and just take our handy through the slippy stuff. So, and as I say, make the most of it when you get the far down. So, yeah.
And obviously, you know, the stages themselves are a different kettle of fish to whenever you're standing here, but like the weather is just still so changeable that it isn't easy to make a tyre choice today.
Well, that's the problem, yeah. So you're still getting rain blowing in there, and it's so hard to make your tyre choice. And we were stuck on full wets there this morning because it was raining here and we went out, and then it was bone dry the time we got out to the stage, and we're definitely in the wrong tyre for the last stage of the loop, but we get a change here now and hopefully be a bit better.
And do you think is there a chance of getting a correct tyre choice, or are you going to be taking a gamble here, and if you're right for the first two you'll be wrong for the last one, or vice versa?
I think that's the thing, like it's kind of still giving rain there, so you could be wrong for this first stage, but I have to think of the next two stages. So it is. So
you're just going to leave that decision to the last minute, are you?
Yeah, so that's why no wheels of the car yet.
We're all standing around here looking at the tyres.
So.
But it must be so nerve-wracking at this point to try and make that decision though.
It is, yeah, but thankfully we have a bit of a lead in the two-wheel drive now, so it'll not be as much pressure on us, so we're not so.
And do you enjoy that wee bit of cushion, or would you prefer if it's tighter, so as you've kind of got more to fight for?
Yeah, well, you can get too relaxed too, like I make a mistake very easy, so no, we'll just have to use our head and drive sensibly the last few.
Brilliant, good man, Jason.
Right,
best of luck with it. We'll see if we can get a quick word with Gareth here as well. So, Jason's brother Gareth and matching Bath Shack Starlet. How are you, Gareth? Still smiling?
Still smiling, yeah. Happy enough.
Tricky conditions.
Very,
I mean,
very
that's my
tricky
favourite
conditions.
word, but honestly, like, it's
yeah,
just mad out
there.
there.
It's mad. Like the muck on that second stage is mad. It's just everywhere. Just even your notes aren't even doing enough now because there's so much muck pulled everywhere. But no, we're happy to be around, like, and get round. So
Around in one piece, and like a lot of it is driving to what you see now at this point. Even though we're trying all the time as drivers to listen to the notes, but you have to look at what you see too.
yeah, well, that's to say you're listening to your notes, but you're trying to read the road as you see it too, and hopefully now we can get round these last three and get to the finish.
Any of those stages in particular that you really, really enjoyed?
I enjoyed the last one. It dried out a bit and we had a bit more confidence on, so I was happy with that. The first stage and the second stage with a spin on each of them, so we lost a bit of time on both of them, I suppose, and then the last one we had a good run through it.
Brilliant. And what about the tyre choices? We were just chatting to Jason. They're very hard work to try and figure it out.
We've no tyres. We're both out now in 10-15 minutes and we're still no tyres bolted on because we're still undecided.
And tell us, like, how, these are obviously competitors, but like at the end of the day, do you help each other out here in tyre choices, or would you be complete opposite?
No, we all work together. We're not competing against each other. He's on up the road a bit.
And tell us, like, what are both of your driving styles completely different, or what way does that work?
Yeah, he'd be more cooler driver than myself. I'm a bit more rash at times.
And so the cars look quite similar, obviously, but the colours and things are different.
Yeah,
but like, I would imagine that the setups would be quite different.
Setup's similar, but he's running a 2.5 and I'm a 2 litre, so he's a bit more grunt under the bonnet. But car setup now, we kind of run a similar setup. So
you're able to kind of actually bounce off each other and get loads of information.
Yeah, at times, yeah, we'll talk through a bit of suspension, and he'd drive my car at times and see what he thinks if I can't work out what to do with it.
Well, listen, we'll let you go. Thank you very much for talking to us, Gareth, and best of luck with the next loop. We'll push on through here, folks. Sorry, Carl. We'll go on over now and see if we can I'd be interested to try and get a word with KCJ Coleman. We got him yesterday evening, but we didn't actually manage to find him this morning. So I want to just try and scoot in here and see if we can get him. Obviously there's championships that we're interested in finding out how everybody's feeling about things, and he's in the camper here, so we'll KCJ is on his way out. The guys are actually making a great job of cleaning his car there. The guys are working hard cleaning your car.
Yeah.
It's mad out there, the muck's insane.
Unbelievable. It's like a forestry rally out there now, to be honest with you, especially that second one there. It's seriously tough conditions, but look, we're here, which is half it now, to be honest with you, so yeah.
A tough weekend. We were speaking last night, and the conditions slightly less tricky this morning, but still, like, I mean, there's no relaxing and getting into a groove there. The weather's just mad.
No, 100%. It's just so inconsistent. Like, one corner is dry, completely fine, and then you come to the next corner and it's just mud. You can't even see the tarmac on the road. With 4 wheels over on the grass, like, and full wet tyre then, and they're going off on the dry tarmac, and then next thing you're on pure mud, like, so it's impossible. It's hard to enjoy, to be honest with you. But look, we're just getting through it. We got a puncture on the second stage there, so we stopped and changed it. It happened to us early in the stage, so we stopped and changed it. So,
KCJ, like, it's hard work in a two-wheel drive after all the four-wheel drives have been through.
Yeah, 100%.
Especially front.
Yeah, 100%. You're just hanging on for dear life, really. A lot of place there, and you're just holding on to the handbrake in case the front breaks away, like. So, even to rotate the car and stuff, it's just impossible, like. So. Yeah.
There's no place like it for getting an experience like this at the same time.
No, it's good that way, alright, but sure, it's just not really an ideal weekend for us. It didn't really work out as we would have hoped, but look, we still have 3 stages to go and we'll see how it goes.
And obviously, like, I mean, the championship I would imagine is never leaving your mind, really.
No, I suppose, I know this morning, the only way we can do it now is if Shane doesn't finish, really, that kind of way, so. Often it can happen very easy too. There are 3 seriously tricky stages there, so a lot of work to even stay on the road in them, so we'll see.
And so what's the plan of attack here? Are you going to change much, or are you just going to try and keep it steady and get through them?
No, I'll keep it steady and get through, I think. It's just, I wouldn't even have the confidence on them stages to push any harder. Well, you could a bit harder, but I don't know, is it even really worth the risk? Like, that kind of way. There's no one in front of me close enough to catch, so at least if I just hang in there and see what happens, that kind of way.
Good man, Casey J. Well, hopefully we'll see you at the finish line.
All right,
thank you very
thank
much. So that's Casey J. Coleman. We'll go over here and see if we can get a quick word with his dad, James. Big meetings going on here, folks. James, a tough weekend for Casey J. I mean, absolutely mad stuff out there.
Yeah, it's mad. I suppose, look, we came here expecting kind of to be there and be on it and be with it, and to fairness, he did this event last year, but it's all so new. And like he said, forestry tyres wouldn't do it for you out there, and coming off the back of the couple of accidents, to be fair to him, he doesn't want to end up on the roof today or yesterday again. But that said, I suppose, looking back from our time rallying and looking back, you'd put down at a 20-year-old yesterday, that was probably something they experienced that they may never experience again, but it's still great experience to go out and rally in monsoon rain in different territory. It's good experience. Then they got a puncture today, which is his first puncture on a tarmac stage, so and it fell off the jack and that usual stuff. So look, hopefully now things will turn a little bit for us for the remainder of the year. Obviously we get Wexford out of the way now as an event, and then we'll be in Europe for maybe 5 or 6 rallies, and that really benefited him last year. And it brought him in a lovely pace into this year, and obviously with a couple of accidents set him back, but that's understandable, I suppose, in light of everything that's happened in the world of rallying in Ireland for us. So look, hopefully it'll come right again, and I've no doubt it will. They're young enough and resilient enough.
Well, that's it, you see, and I mean, at the end of the day, the experience that you get in the Ulster is absolutely insanely impressive. And I mean, as you say, like a 20-year-old or whatever, but he's from Ireland, he knows Irish weather, but the Ulster is very specific, and the experience you gather here will never be forgotten.
No, absolutely, and it's a very old rally, iconic rally, and a great rally to do and have under your belt. He was talking about being out recceing the other day, and Fermo was in front of them on one recce pass, and he stopped 3 times and reversed back on a corner and cut in further and cut in further and cut in further. On 3 occasions Fermo did that, and that's obviously professionalism coming into it, and just to see that as well is a bonus for a young lad, obviously. But obviously they're getting the taste of that in today. I heard Divine commenting on it as well, that the cuts that they're taking, and that's just a different level, so it's massive experience, of course it is. And I mean, if you can rally in Ireland, you can rally anywhere in the world, because every stage and every area and you have different quarries in every part of Ireland, not like other countries. You go down to Cork, you have one type of quarry stone, you go to Kildare, you have a different type of quarry stone, up here the same, so your surface changes all the time around the country, so it's massive experience. So look, it's great to be here, and we will be here, and we'll be here next year hopefully, Tony, and all going to plan.
Brilliant, good man, James, thanks for talking to us.
Not at all.
Enjoy the last loop, and we'll see you at the finish hopefully. We're just going to sneak around the side again and actually start moving up through the other side of Service Park again. We might catch another few guys out here. We might actually go up this way and see if we can get Wayne Sisson. His car looks incredible on the stages, to be fair, and sounds unbelievable. So we'll see if we can get a quick word on how we go, how we get everybody else through the rest of the stages. More young rally fans and future mechanics there. They're doing a wee bit of work here, guys. They're actually cutting out tyres. So we're going to let them keep cutting there. I don't know if you can see that, guys, but basically the guys are trying to cut the tyres. They're trying to make a wee bit more room for water to flow through, which is a very strategic thing to try and do. Wayne, you're working hard at the tyres, obviously absolutely paramount for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble. We didn't know we were going to go on wets, but it's drying out, and I think the first stage is bone dry, so over the loop I'm hoping these are going to be ideal. So.
And how's everything else feeling apart from the changing weather conditions?
Excellent, yeah, really enjoying the stages. They're really nice, fast flowing stages, so yeah, really enjoying it.
The car feels good?
Yeah.
And how are you enjoying the actual, the technicalities of the stages? Do they suit you?
They do, yeah, I like the technical stages, yeah, so hopefully we can get it to the end with a good result.
Brilliant, good man, Wayne, thank you very much. We'll let you get back to sorting the tyres, and we'll get right out through here if we can. Sorry guys, we're trying to stay out of everybody's way if we can, and we'll just go across here now and get Trevor Wilson. He's flying this weekend. We have a quick word, Trevor.
Oh, yep.
You're flying. You love the Ulster Rally. Hard to beat, isn't it?
I'm not so sure. It's tough.
very, very tough. It's probably as tougher conditions you've ever driven in. Like last night was really bad with the rain, and then now the mud and the gutters, really bad. That middle stage was something else. Like there was just the R5s, like full cuts, and there's just, you come around a corner, just gutters everywhere. Yes, it was bad. It was bad.
And it is like genuinely, I mean, I know people love a Mark II for this, you know, the back end flying out and stuff, but like it's just such hard work when you're in behind that wheel, Trevor.
Unbelievable. No, it's as I say, tough conditions, especially in a rear-wheel drive car. You're steering all the time. You come round over crests, mud everywhere, and you're just a passenger. It's a lottery, to be honest.
It really is. Now, I'm seeing you're changing tyres there, though. It's a different compound that, or there's a word I'm missing. I'm thinking of here, but basically I can see that they're different to what you went on the last run round.
Well, we were out in wet tyres. I've actually changed them 3 times here in the last 10 minutes. So you go out to the first stage. I expect it to be dry, wet in places, and then you go into the next stage, the thrown ditches stage, and then it's dry in places, and then where it's bad, it's really bad. So it's a balance.
Yes. And that's the thing, like, so what we're talking about there is, if Donovan actually looks over there and you see the tyres, you can see that obviously they're like, you know, there's less cuts in them, so that, you know, we're not always worried about the standing water. But then if we just come over to the right here and we see the wets that came off the car, we can see the detail to clear the water there, Trevor, like, and that is just so needed. But also these tyres wear far easier, and they go off much easier.
Well, that's the problem. Like they went on new on the last loop. They done 3 stages, and them tyres over there are done now. You know, so they done their job, but they took a lot of punishment. So we're probably going to go out here now with 2 wets in the boot, and if we need to change them, then we can change them on the side of the road. We'll do that ourselves, and it's just trying to save tyres.
Yeah.
Because you go into the first one with a wet tyre, it's dry, it's destroyed for the next 2 stages. Yes. So it's
all fun and games at the Ulster, isn't it?
It's all fun and games. I'm too old for this. That's it.
You're not. You're loving every minute of it, Trevor. Thank you very much.
All right.
Best luck. So we have one.
Tony Kelly.
How are we doing?
How are you?
I'm absolutely.
You're bound to be run off your feet.
I'm run off my feet, but I'm loving every minute of it. You must be delighted.
Oh, absolutely delighted. Couldn't beat it. Sure, fantastic facility. Glad to see the weather's changed.
Yes.
We bit of sun, but not go too far on the sun, but it's changeable. So
I know I've got the hood down here for the first time, I think maybe all day.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't want to have been here last night, that's for sure, but you were.
We were here, but listen, it was
a nightmare,
enjoyable.
wasn't it?
It was a nightmare, but at the same time, like, the facilities are so amazing, like having the,
it's nice to have it, you know, so it dries out quickly. No mud and glare, professional surface. The guys can all get back to work again, and everybody's happy. So, now we're delighted so far, and next 3 stages. Hope everything goes according to plan, and Callum gets the championship, and Adrian gets on the ramp, and it'll all be good.
And obviously, as the event sponsor, like, we're all so grateful to you. But it must be such a proud moment for you to have such a setup like this that everybody can come to.
Oh no, listen. I suppose there was a bit of a vision whenever this place was created. To, you know, motorsport has kind of been at the helm of modern tyres for quite a long time. So, you know, with this, obviously, business comes first, but to have the facility to bring motorsport rallying, where we've been sort of involved over the last number of years, it's nice to have it on your back doorstep and in your own facility, you know.
It's amazing. And tell us, are you going to manage to get out to the last few stages?
Yes, well, I'm actually, once we finish this interview, I'm going to get myself a nice sausage roll and a tin of Coke, and I'm going out to the last few stages. So listen, enjoy, and thanks very much. All right, guys.
Thank you very much. Enjoy that wee lunch, and we'll see you very soon, hopefully back at the ramp in a wee while. So there you have it, guys. That's us wrapping up in service here now. You've got 3 more stages to catch, and I hope you enjoy every minute of it. We'll see you back in a few hours.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Go. Let out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
Here we go. The joys, the joys, oh, the joys, the joys. Come on. Come on. The joys, the joys, oh, the joys, the joys.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
And you're very welcome back with us here in the studio for the culmination of the 2023 Ulster Rally, brought to you by Modern Tyres. Great interviews with Tony Kelly in the service park at the fantastic manufacturing unit they have there, with Stephen Shaw right at the very end, where he's off to get a Diet Coke and a sausage roll, which is more than we get round here. But nonetheless, we have an exciting afternoon ahead for you, in that we have the culmination of the Irish Tarmac Championship, as well as the end of round 4 for the British Championship. They still have Rally Ceredigion to run, with Trackrod and Cambrian rallies to follow as well. Michael, the weather's held off. We got 3 good stages this morning. Drivers mixed views on tyres for the last 3 of the day.
Well, you said the weather's held off, but I think it's not holding off. It's about it's this unpredictability. 2 things seem to be factoring in with the drivers: the rain, it's coming, it's going, it's coming, it's going, and the cuts. The cuts, particularly on Tyrone stitches. James Coleman said something really, really interesting about Casey J out doing his recce. He said he was following Adrian Fermot at one point during the recce on Thursday, I think, and he said there was a corner where he stopped and he reversed back 3 times, and each time he went deeper into the cut in the corner, deeper in, deeper in. Now that's the professional coming out, but this is how fine a line it is and how hard these guys are trying. The consequence of that is Trevor Wilson, who's leading the historic rally, was saying it's a bit of a lottery. He said literally you're on a dry bit of road, you come over a crest and there's mud all over the road where there's been a cut, and then you come over another crest and it's absolutely treacherously wet. So much rain's fallen overnight, but interesting, Tony had to put her, what did she say? I seem to be putting my hood up again for like the 100th time this weekend. So yeah, the weather has held off, but it's dodgy enough and unpredictable enough that probably they're not sure what tyres to put on. If I was running down the field in the 30s or 40s, I would be looking at big cuts on a soft tyre with a big cut on it, just to clear the mud and clear whatever standing water's left over. And you're always going to have to drive with a percentage in mind of the whole thing.
Yeah, so 2 12-mile stages and an 8-mile stage. that will round off this afternoon's action. We'll be live there very shortly, and as I say, it's the culmination of a championship for the Irish Tarmac regulars, and of course round 4 for the British visitors. Of course, Adrian Formeau and Alexandria Correa lead the way on 1 hour 3 minutes 45.3 seconds. They had Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan. There hasn't been a big change in the leaderboard over the last couple of stages, because the opening stage this morning and then the second stage, we saw some massive gaps start to appear between the leading runners. It wasn't just down to seconds between drivers, it was 10 seconds or 15 or 20 seconds. So as we were saying earlier this morning, leaderboard last night, the top 7 or 8 were covered by 1 minute. Today, I think that is now the top 4. The top 4 covered by a minute, so it's stretched out. Leaderboard on screen there. Adrian Formeau, who is showing the way, showing his skill, and as Michael mentioned there, the little nuances they have when they're making their notes. Heading Callum Devine, Cahan McCourt showing very well and having a good run. In third, Johnny Greer, fastest time on one of the stages this morning.
Last stage of the last loop there, Johnny was fastest overall by... What did he do, Johnny?
He beat Adrian Formeau by 1.2 seconds. And in fifth there, Josh Moffat, who a lot of people would be very pleased with fifth. I don't think Josh will, but Josh admitted to us yesterday that he's making changes all the time to the car.
And to a certain extent, once you're on the back foot, you're fighting a losing battle. Whatever he does now, he's not in no man's land, because Jason Mitchell's only 20 seconds behind him, so he can't afford to be too experimental on his setup and make it. We saw in Cork, he went backwards at one point, but he had enough in hand it didn't really affect him.
Yeah.
Whereas here, if he goes backwards much more, he's going to lose another place to Jason. And Jason is, Jason took 6 seconds out of him on the last stage. Darren Gass is another one on the move. Darren's up to 7th, and he's 24 seconds behind. So Josh, if Josh doesn't start going forwards, either he settles with the setup that he has and decides, right, this has got to get me home, and I've got to be progressive now. I've got to start thinking about going forwards rather than trying to find a better balance or whatever.
I think if you're Josh Moffat, you just have to say to yourself, look, I'm just going to follow Callum. I'm 2 minutes back on him, or nearly 2 minutes back on him. I'm not going to make that time up over 32-minute stages. I'm going to run, and there's 3 stages to go. Anything can happen. We spoke yesterday about on a World Championship level, Tommy Mackinnon in years gone by, on his way to the airport, ready to fly home to Finland, and Carlos Sainz retired on I think it was the Morgan Park stage, and they called Tommy Mackinnon back and said, listen, you're world champion.
Yep.
So irrespective of what happens at about 4:15 this afternoon, by about then we'll know who'll have won the Modern Tyres Ulster Rally, based out of the service park in Newry, in the Carnbean Industrial Estate. You see it. I would see it every time you head Newry to Dundalk, and we will know who'll have won the Irish Tarmac Championship. Now, live pictures there from stage 8. This is
and we do have competitors in the stage,
and I will endeavour to tell you where we are on this stage. We are towards the end of the stage here at location 22, the flying finish. So I think first time round it was about 12 minutes I think off from memory on the first run this morning. So wouldn't expect to see any times for a little bit.
11 minutes dead this morning, but of course conditions were absolutely different this morning. I've just had one of our producers advise me that apparently it's very, very windy, but the stage has literally completely dried out. The wind has dried the stage out.
Well, we mentioned that this morning on stage 7, where we could start to see oh yeah.
Sorry, we're so there's the first of the 00 cars in. This is actually indicative. These wet patches.
Of what Trevor Wilson was saying.
Yeah, you appear over a crest and suddenly there's standing water all over the road. So this is actually over the flying finish, and these are the countdown boards to the stop. So let's see, and we're actually going to pretty much be able to tell you the stage time by being here. Is this a crest jump? I think it is a crest jump. Can't remember. I must get a set of notes out and have a look and see. So where are we with the cars and the stage being live? I'm just going to refresh my sport tracks on Google Earth Pro.
So while we're waiting for that, a couple of updates for you. If you're expecting Ewan Thorburn, car number 9, car number 17, Andrew Purcell, car number 19, Gareth McHale, car 20, Niall Henry, 27, Eddie Doherty, 33, John Gordon, or, for example, car 40, Johnny Mulholland. Those crews did not start the rally for various reasons. So if you're joining us because you've been working or looking after the kids, that you will not see them. Keep an eye, keep in touch, folks, via Facebook and YouTube. We will try and reply. We've had some great interaction over the last sort of day and a half. People as far apart as South America and Australia watching. So it's nice to have you on board.
So we can confirm Adrian Fermo, Callum Devine, Cahan McCourt are all in the stage live. There's a snapshot of the Sport Tracks tracking. We are right at the flying finish. You can see the flying finish board at a little road on the left. If you were traversing the stage, which we saw, there's a big crest jump and then into the junction. I'm going to check out my what I said about this.
One of our cameramen, Mark, pointed out to me that I had more or less given my location away where I live, and the house will be burgled by the time I get home. But
there's
I'm
nothing
happy
to
say,
say, surely.
Callum Devine has just passed the front door, and he is on his way past now where we were on that stage earlier this morning. If you remember the little square right, big long straight, where there was water at the entrance on the square right. 12 miles this stage, so it will be a while before we have people at the stage. We should have Adrian Formeau maybe any second now from what I can tell.
Right over crest, 40 down past the junction, fast right over dip into finish, crest jump, fast left. Right, descriptive notes, I'm just familiarising myself with them, where we are. 19 pages of notes for this stage, just to give you an idea of how intricate the stage is, how much information there will be on the notes for each of the drivers. Everybody pretty much tailors their notes accordingly.
What was before that, slightly before that crest, if you don't mind me asking?
K right into crest. I'll reopen it again. So reasonably fast up to it, some fast corners, and then what we call a medium left into fast right plus over dip, 150, K right over crest, 40 down past the junction, fast right over a dip. And crest jump into fast left, 60 down, fast right over dip into fast left.
And we should go back to live pictures now shortly. Yep, there we go. So at the moment, Adrian Formeau shouldn't be too far away in the M Sport Fiesta. Factory team taking a very healthy interest in the recent Insurance British Rally Championship.
Well, you know, M Sport are commercial companies, we know this. Anybody involved in rallying is synonymous with M Sport. Malcolm, a fantastic driver in his own right during his days, a works driver, won the British Championship in Audis, went on to started off as a works Ford driver, was in the Rothmans Escorts, went on to Audi, British champion 30 odd years ago. A very youthful Malcolm Wilson, and son Matthew's a pretty dab hand at driving a rally car too. But M Sport as a company have been the factory representatives for Ford on the World Rally Championship since the mid-1990s, would it be?
More or less since they left Borum.
Yeah.
Or they were just at the tailor end when they
Pretty
were...
much. So there's a commercial end to it, and of course this is ultimately so we should be pretty much going back to live pictures, I suspect. I think the leading cars are about to arrive into shot. But yeah, it's as much to promote M Sport and this latest incarnation of the Fiesta Rally 2 car. Same car that would run on the WRC. And I've trapped myself here somehow. I've run over a cable and sort of caught up myself. I'm sorry. There we go. That's us. I don't think we're far away from Adrian coming into shot. So if we just hang with the live pictures for now, we'll talk about it. So yes, it's as much a marketing exercise by M Sport to have Adrian gaining experience over the British Championship is without doubt still one of the best championships in the world for its variation of types of rallies. You know, we're here in Ulster. They've been to Ypres this year. They've still to go to, in 2 weeks' time, Rally Ceredigion, which is the closed road rally in West Wales running out of Aberystwyth. Then up to Yorkshire for the super fast stages in the Yorkshire Gravel on the track rod rally. And then the BRC culminates with the Cambrian rally in North Wales, running out of Llandudno in October. I suppose the pandemic's had an effect on the Irish Tarmac Championship. This is ultimately the final round of the 2023 championship. If everything stays as it is, Callum Devine's going to take his first Tarmac Championship with maximum points here today. He only needed to finish fourth or higher as I have. So, and I think I don't really want to comment on the flag, but was it last weekend, the Apprentice Boys and that sort of the Northern Ireland summer season, the marching season.
Steady.
Yeah. I think that's it over anyway. So I know I saw the village that I live in.
Royal Hillsborough.
Royal Hillsborough. It's only a little village, but I see them out with a cherry picker taking the flags down during the week. But last night when I got into the village, there was still bunting up, and most of the bunting was on the road. It had come down in the storm.
Yes, Royal Borough of Hillsborough regularly wins the Dundonald Liberation Armies Award on Facebook.
For the most up your own.
Yes, yeah, you're right.
If we can't have a laugh at ourselves, sure, what can we have a laugh at? So why is Mr. Fermo not with us yet?
So as you can see, the temperatures have crept up. 21 degrees now, and of course if you were with us in Cork, when temperatures were much cooler, the difference in temperature timing is around the 15 degrees mark when you...
It says it's up to 21 degrees, and I wouldn't be surprised. We were stood outside while Tony was doing her fantastic job in service. And I think we're about to have our high-speed entrance by Frenchman Mr. Fernot, rally leader. Now, Adrian hasn't run away with this, but he's 29 seconds to the good at this point. So he stopped clocks on about 18.
Yep.
Yeah, 18 I reckon. As you can see, a bit of rain on the lens of our camera. It's a very pleasant day now, but we do have these scattered showers coming in on and off. It's like somebody turning the tap on and off.
There you go. Adrian through in at 10:47.8. a feeling he's going to extend his lead here, even though the roads have started to dry out. Callum, you know, now genuinely has a title to think about over the remaining 3 stages.
Five seconds down in my book.
So Callum will be quite happy to get through there and say to himself, 1 down, 2 to go.
Yep.
And
what did I say? 5 seconds down? Yep. 52.7, 4.9 seconds exactly.
Yeah, very good. Well done. That sounds kind of, I didn't mean it like that.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah. And it's quite funny, the contrast between Callum Devine driving now this afternoon for a finish and a title, and the way that Josh Moffat had to drive last year in the Ulster over really tricky stages so that he could secure his championship. It gave Marion Evans a bit of breathing room. The scenario is ever so slightly different, but Josh will know what way Callum's thinking.
Cahan McCourt about to come into shot, I think. There we go. Oh! Cahan, that was pushing your luck. But I think he's fastest so far by a second.
I think I would agree with you.
But that was a pretty chancy. It didn't look much, but that could very easily have gone very wrong for him. Here we go again, Zav. Look how far he just car goes light and onto the grass, and there is zero grip out there.
1.7 seconds quicker than Adrian Formeau.
Yep.
So you're banging the money there, Michael. Cahan McCourt, much quicker. 1 or 2 people asking about stages. There is a download available from the organisers.
Through the UlsterRally.com website.
But you'd really want to be sort of in your spot by now.
Yep.
So leading crews make their way from here now to Tyrone Ditches. We saw that stage run earlier this morning out towards the back of Gers Pass and Points Pass. Next car with us now should be
Johnny Greer in the shot. Johnny stopping the clocks on our clock at 22. Pretty much would say he's going to equal Callum Devine on the stage for that. We can't judge the tenths, but the timing systems are so accurate now, we do it to tenths of a second. Effectively, they break the beam. Producers noticed as soon as Johnny was over the flying finish, there'll be some instrumentation in the car. We'll call it road mode or whatever, but they turn certain functions of the car when it's in stage mode off, and the moment he did it, his side lights come on to indicate that he's in road mode as opposed to stage mode. They're pretty complicated bits of kit, these R5 cars, yet they are probably, and Josh going very nicely. I think Josh is another 5 or 6 seconds down on Johnny Greer there. Josh is just not finding the sweet spot this weekend. Not far away, but not quite on it.
Just double checking something here.
Okay,
on the
and I do think Josh needs to keep an eye on his rear view mirror. He can't discount that. As I suspected, he was 5 down on Johnny Greer. Johnny Greer, 0.2 of a second faster than Callum Devine. Anybody at home can do exactly what I'm doing, working out with our clock on the screen. When they pass the flying finish, whatever the seconds are, at least you've got a good indication of what the stage time is. So Jason Mitchell, we know, in chasing Josh, and he's just taken another, I think, 6 seconds out of Josh there.
That time?
Yep.
That time. I make it 19 seconds, so why doesn't it say 19 difference?
It gives you the different. Sorry, we're just discussing the official results. They can only put so much information up on the screen, and it gives you the interval to the leader as opposed to the person in front of you.
Okay, because just working out, there's 19 seconds between.
So it is exactly
Callum
that. So
and Cahan.
we know Callum is 34.5 seconds behind the leader, and Cahan McCourt is 53.7 seconds behind the leader. I don't think Cahan has aspirations of second place here.
No, but I'm thinking if Callum starts to penultimate stage back off a wee bit, last stage,
Yeah, he could end up getting a podium or end up getting the maximum tarmac championship points.
Yeah.
I think that was a good time by Barrable, by the way. I think Barrable was maybe second or third fastest on this stage.
And we were saying earlier about after stage 4 last night, a minute covering the top 7, a minute now covers the top 3, having covered the top 4 about half an hour ago.
Third fastest for Robert
Barrable.
Yep, shows he hasn't lost it. He's been struggling to find the absolute outright pace of the rally leaders for the last couple of rallies. Earlier in the season,
he had it.
He had it.
Yeah.
Well, if it's coming back to him, and we know, look. For Mo fastest on a second fastest on a 47.8, Cahan McCourt on a 46.1, third fastest Robert Barrable on a 51.0. Well, on a 12-mile stage, to drop 4 or 5 seconds to the rally leaders, I'm sure he'll watch back his video and go, well, there was a second under braking there, and
Darren gassed through.
Yep. Again, very competitive time with Darren. I think Darren's going to finish the stage on a 51 or a 52 here, be 4th or 5th fastest. We'll have 2 drivers on 52s, which is Johnny Greer and Jason Mitchell. Barrable, 51.0. He goes 3rd fastest, which is good. Where did Darren come in? 7:52.8. As predicted,
So a difference of 4 places, but between them in terms of time, 1.8 seconds.
It's nothing, is it?
You know?
Over 12 miles.
You
Think
know?
about that.
Yeah.
12 very
Leaderboard
difficult.
up on the screen there, folks. Top 5 overall. Of course, the Tarmac Championship, sponsored by Samdeck Security and Reese Insurance, one of the partners for the British Rally Championship. Both championships running on the Ulster Rally. Modern Tyres backed Ulster Rally and operating out of the fabulous site on the Carnbean Estate in Newry. Of course, the cars will return there later this afternoon to head over the finish ramp.
James Ford's gone blue in the stage on the tracking system, I'm afraid to say. He's been passed by Neil Roscoe. James has had a good rally. He had a great Cork 20, very, very strong showing there. Different stages here, different type of stages, but maybe it's just a puncture or whatever. Stages running fine. We know Neil Roscoe's got past without any problems whatsoever. Joe McGonigal's the next car due on the scene. It should have been James Ford, I think. So this is why we've got a bit of a gap. Looks like these tough Ulster stages have claimed another victim or another retirement. So Joe should be coming into camera shot very, very shortly.
Robin Coles watching from Argyll.
Okay, so I estimate Joe dropped about 30 seconds there. I wonder, did he get held up? Behind James Ford, possibly.
See our partners along the banner on the bottom of the screen there. Paul Brown Plant Hire sponsors the juniors. Michelin, today's shops and supermarkets. Sherwood, KDM Hire, Used Car NI, Samdeck, Synergy Engineering, Pirelli, Euro M Sport.
So Neil Roscoe About 20 seconds down. I was right about Joe 11:24.3, which is 38 seconds down on the leading cruise. Now, my gut feeling is that he is quicker than that, and that he maybe got held up a little bit somewhere in the stage. Doesn't seem to be causing a problem to anybody else. A couple of gaps appearing. Neil Roscoe's due next, but there's certainly a bit of a gap between him and Joe.
Gary Pearson's just popped in an 11:13.7, 11 minutes, 13.7 seconds. About 11 seconds quicker than Joe McGonigal and Kieran Geeney from Donegal.
And they're showing us up one, which is James Ford now missing off the leaderboard. You can see from the tracking system that Kyle McBride has got past James Ford, no problem, so he's not blocking the road or anything. And I'd say another mechanical retirement. So this is Neil Roscoe.
Neil Roscoe and Rob Fagg in the Ford Fiesta Rally 2. Rob Fagg, resident of the Isle of Man, and almost semi-professional co-driver as well.
So first the modified cars due. Jason Black has had an absolutely superb rally. Pretty much led the two-wheel drive from the outset.
Wondering what happened to one or two people as we watch him over the finish line. And we were making a few inquiries during the lunch hour. Scott Singleton had an accident on stage 6, but he's okay. The crew are okay. We were talking with John Devlin and John McCarthy in the Class N6. They had engine failure after stage 4.
Oh dear.
Johnny Cargo and Stephen Jess retired in Park Ferme. We know Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver did retire with accident damage, but that was after stage 5. Sean Devine and Elaine Lachey retired between a service and a stage 5. Marty Toner retired due to a brake pipe. Anthony Nestor and Stuart Bickerstaff retired after an accident, but the crew okay. Prof shaft was a problem eventually for Ryan Loughran and Thomas Murphy. Desi Henry had 2 punctures.
Oh dear.
I saw that on Facebook during the lunch hour. There's somebody in the background wringing the neck.
Damien Toner, yep. What about Carmichael? What happened to Carmichael?
Alan Carmichael, has down here retired in service, but I think it was electrical issue I saw somewhere.
I heard him being interviewed with Tony last night, and obviously the card steamed up, but what was happening was there was water getting in all that heavy rain.
Yeah.
The car filled up with water, and inevitably when you've got 2 people,
exactly,
it's an ever perpetuating problem then, isn't it?
Morris Gas drive shaft, as we said. Tony caught up with Morris in the service area. Adam Brogan, Sam McMullen, an accident in the 328 compact, crew's okay. Gear shift failure for Alex McNaughton and John Henderson. Car number, the Class N5 Escort. Malcolm Johnson, Sam McGill and the Skoda Felicia. Class N3, they had electrical issues after.
Normally so reliable, the little Skoda.
Yeah.
Those guys, you could nearly put your money on them to get a finish. So
Yeah.
that's very unusual for them to have a mechanical
But I mean,
problem.
last night, if you weren't with us, the conditions were just unbelievable.
It was so difficult.
The
for
amount of rain, I mean, forecast from the Met Office last night gave for almost 20 millimetres of rain between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. this morning.
Yep. Kyle McBride has slipped back to second in the RC4 category. Kyle White's got ahead. But overnight he led, hence Kyle White's running a couple of cars behind on the road. Gareth Black's due up next. the two Black brothers pretty much dominating each other's classes. One's the over 2 litre class and one's the up to 2 litre. So Jason Black, coming into this stage, was leading the two-wheel drives by over a minute from Damien Toner. Kyle White has manoeuvred himself up into third place overall in two-wheel drives, and he leads the RC4s from Kyle McBride. But Camillus Bradley slipped into fourth ahead of Gareth Black. Gareth Black leading N6. Tony Kelly did a fantastic interview with Ollie Benton in the last service, and Ollie said basically Ollie rolled on stage 6. He said it was the slowest accident I've ever had in my life. He reckoned he was doing 5 to 10 miles an hour and the car just went up on the bank and fell over and rolled onto the road. He had a great term, I thought. He says, I was trying to release my inner Colin McRae. I thought it's a great quote. But there were, look, the guys in the service area, including his dad, Steve, were doing a great job of getting the car sorted out. But unfortunately, whilst he's still in the rally, the time loss has dropped him way back down the field. So a bit of a shame, but Ollie's had a great year in the Tarmac Championship and really appreciate his support for the championship. He's been a regular visitor, come over from the West Midlands for every rally, to the point where they have the car based now in Draperstown at Den Motorsport. So he runs under the Den Motorsport stable. They do have a car at home that they use on the odd BTRDA rally, forestry rally. Bit of a gap here now where Wayne Sisson's, as far as I can see, on the stage. Camillus Bradley should be up next, but I don't quite understand why it's as spread out as this on the first stage after service, but I'm sure somebody will give me a good reason.
I believe this is from in-car, from Alan Carmichael last night in that awful weather. He's a big moment.
Alan, how'd you get away with that?
Oh, he
well
did
held.
get away with that.
Well held.
But that gives you an idea of just what the conditions were like. That was Alan Carmichael, what looked like on stage 2 last night when the rain was beginning to fall much more in earnest than it had done. Benny Detour is watching in Chichester in Sussex. Place I know very well, having kind of lived at the Goodwood Festival of Speed for the last 15 years. Nice part of the world. So as you said, Michael, field getting spread out. Wayne Sisson now over the finish line in the Mitsubishi. Wayne and Peretta Davies, another great example of a crew from the mainland coming across on a regular basis.
Absolutely, and I mean he's one of the most solid competitors. Do not, to a certain extent, the car's a bit unique. He doesn't have much competition, but boy, he puts in a good performance every time he comes.
And it is welcome for us to have the variety of the crews that do come over, and I think more and more crews just like the way we go rallying here. And an event like the Ulster with backing from Modern Tyres at the facilities that we have. The only thing I could compare, if you like, for rallying, is when they use the M Sport facilities for the Malcolm Wilson rally.
Yeah, that's a good comparison.
If you look at Dovenby and M Sport and compare Modern Tyres and what there is in Uri, not a lot of difference in terms of what's available for crews and competitors.
You never say, so Camillus Bradley, safely home on this one. Safe pair of hands, Camillus. He's had a couple of fastest two-wheel drive times over the weekend, but very solid, I think, in fourth place. What I was going to say is, a lot of events have an established base. They have a place that you recognise them with, and the Ulster has traditionally moved around Northern Ireland by region. Now, I could go into a big, long explanation why that is, and it's finances, it's to do with the clerk of the course, which is the Northern Ireland Motor Club. Basically, it invites people to get involved with the rally from the various ANICC affiliated clubs, and it will go sometimes to a region. You know, when Michael Johnson was the clerk of the course, he based the rally out of Antrim, and he used the County Antrim stages, and it's been to Enniskillen in recent years. It's been based in Armagh when Andrew Nesbitt was very prominent, and actually some of the stages today would have been stages when the rally was based in Armagh.
Yeah.
But are you like me? Do you think has the rally to a certain extent found a proper new home in this relationship with Modern Tyres and Newry, and the quality of the stages and the ability to move around in the area? I think it's all fitting very well.
I would class the Ulster Rally and the Down Rally as very similar, and I'll tell you why. Competitors coming from Wales, Southern England or the Midlands, quick boat Holyhead, Dublin to Newry in an hour.
1 hour, absolutely.
Anyone from the north of Scotland, Lawrence Stranraer, and you're 40 minutes down the road and you're in Newry. Competitors from Killarney, Kerry, everything else, up through Dublin, N50 and straight up the motorway. If you're a competitor coming from South Wales or the Midlands and you're coming in at Rosslare and you're driving to Galway or you're driving to, it's a long journey, especially if you take the event to the east of the province. But equally, you know, the rally needs variety. But I think what they have found here, certainly from the landowners and the farmers, I'm very well aware of on the 3 stages today how long the roads are closed for farmers and residents. They have welcomed it, they're supportive. I spoke last year about how impressive the organising team was for the Ulster Rally, because they actually knocked the door at the house, told us there was a rally happening, told us if we had any issues we could call, what would happen on the day. So their communication...
Ollie's got a Cyclops escort there.
Their communication, just for me as a resident, was just nothing short of superb. It's in a good area. You have access to Newry. You know, you would have access to stages in North Down, North Armagh, further west, South Armagh. So to go back to your original question, has it found its spiritual home? Well, possibly for a while. It obviously depends on Modern Tyres, because you know, as a sponsor you must offer a return, and when I say that I mean from KDM hire that used to be on Chris Meek's cars, you have to give a sponsor.
Still an associate sponsor this weekend.
And you have to give something back to them. But with people who are watching us this weekend, people who are watching Ben Burnell, who's done a sterling job social media for Ulster Rally, people who are watching Bex Hinton and Matt Cotton, through Modern Tyres backing, they are now more aware of it than ever before. There are also colleagues at the stage end, and they are promoting the Modern Tyres brand as well. So, you know, Modern Tyres is not, it's not a Northern Ireland company anymore. It's
an all-Ireland company, absolutely,
and, you know, they have depots in every county, and I think that the event this year has certainly will have put the business into more people's knowledge. And on a personal note, I have 2 cars in our household and a van. I use Modern Tyres in Banbridge, and their service is impeccable. They have a great unit manager there, and I have nothing but high praise as a punter buying tyres. Excellent service.
Oh, they're a great company. I mean, I've been a customer of theirs for years and years and years. Jeremy Patterson used to look after me.
Like a Scot that looks after me in Banbridge. But
well, Jeremy used to co-drive for Rory, but he was also the original Newry warehouse, the original Carnbean warehouse. Jeremy was the manager there, so if Jeremy's still about, we'll probably catch up with you over the weekend at some point. But Rory's focused on his kids motorsporting now, but you know, it wasn't that long ago when Rory was fighting for the Group N win on the Ulster Rally himself.
Oh, listen, a handy pilot.
Good driver.
A handy pilot.
And a couple of his brothers rallied as well. We don't tend to hear so much. Rory really is the face of the family business, but the brothers are very much involved, and they're fundamentally originally from Enniskillen, and the original first place was on the Tempo Road there in Enniskillen.
Martin Harty, tuning in from Australia. Gosh, Martin, it must be the early hours of the morning with you by now, depending on what part you're in. But
maybe he's just home from the pub and he thought, I'll go and listen to them.
Listen, there was no better promoter of Irish rallying than Big Neville. Neville in Australia.
He comes back occasionally, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. So, leading crews now making their way to stage 9.
Right on the shirt tails of Quinn there. Fair play. Mickey just gets on with it, doesn't he? I think he was possibly leading the class.
So leading crews now are very close to the road access into the stage start. That stage is due to go live at 14:56. We're going to stay on stage here. It gives us a chance to run through the later runners running in the field, and into the juniors hopefully as well.
Yeah, fair play to Mickey. Coming into this stage, he was leading the class by 2.5 minutes from Stephen Armstrong. James Wiley was third in the N5 class. This is the Pinto engine 2-litre cars. Noel Vallely in the beautiful little Corolla, the KE 2025 model. And Andrew Sims was still going. I thought I saw Andrew stopped at one point today. Of course, on Tyrone's ditches, it actually goes past Andrew's farm. Andrew's wife, lovely ice cream. Ballydocherty ice cream. Yummy, yummy, yummy. If you're in that way and when the rally's not on, I think you can call into the farm and actually buy some from the farm shop. So don't quote me on that, but
so
Barbara, all the competitors know Barbara because she used to be the secretary for the Newry Mourne Motor Club, and whenever you came to do the Mourne Rally, Barbara would have been the lovely lady who looked after all your paperwork for you. So her husband Andrew still going strong with Robert Harold co-driving today. So we should have the first of historics cars due. Trevor Wilson's really sort of having a bit of a lonely rally now. He's so far ahead of the HSR of Andy Johnson. Bit of a depleted field. Our current new tarmac champion has had a bit of a rough weekend. Crashed out in stage 1, gone into Super Rally this morning, Duncan Williams, and I believe he went off the road on the first stage today. So first stage in both instances, not so great.
So
yeah, Trevor was leading the historics by just over 3 minutes from Davy Armstrong and Ashley Trimble. John Adams third in historics. Now that's a bit closer. Him and Davy Armstrong having a bit of a battle. Andy Johnson just behind. We mentioned Michael Johnson a minute ago, former clerk of the course of the rally. He's co-driving for John Adams in their lovely Mark II. Andy Johnson flying the HSR flag in fourth in the historics with Jim McSherry co-driving. Then it's Fermanagh Fabian McAleer, Malcolm Pedlow in his lovely little BMW with Billy Regan co-driving. Billy, the Regan family from Belfast, lovely to see Billy about. We mentioned, I think, William Crichton at some point during our tips for young men, as we saw as upcoming superstars, and of course Liam Regan, who himself was an up-and-coming driver, is now more well known as a co-driver to William. Billy's the head of the family there.
Good news, Andrew Bush has sent me a message that He now has the Chevette engine back onto 4 cylinders. It was an ignition breakdown, so he'll be a really happy man that it was nothing more than that.
Well, he was a very wise man. You know, they were saying, oh, yeah, the results say the engine's blowing up, it's blowing up. Well, we had the good fortune to know he turned the engine off when he heard it go sick. And so that's really good news for him. But there's no more Tarmac Championship rallies to do this year, but there is Killarney Historic in December now. Whether Andrew decides to go and do that or not will be very interesting to see.
Yeah, it would, because a very accomplished pilot behind the wheel, and many's the photo I've seen of him and the footage I've seen of him in the Citroen C2 and the Citroen C2 Max on Ulster rallies in the past.
So, as we said, that was Trevor Wilson leading the historic rally. And I think had Trevor had the Mark II out at the start of the year, if I remember rightly, there was a technicality with the Porsche in West Cork that it needed to be entered in the main rally, and therefore he couldn't score historic points even though it was a historic car. There was something wrong with the paperwork, and they wouldn't allow him to enter the historic rally, so he didn't get points in there. It would have changed the whole complexity of the historic championship had Trevor been scoring points from the start of the year. That's 2 wins in the trot he's had now.
Yeah.
So I think the rest of the historic guys will be standing back and watching this and going, got somebody else has gone moving the goalposts for us here.
The thing about Cork, you know, it was innovative, and they allowed the historics to run ahead of the main field. And certainly from our point of view, in terms of our live stream and our interaction with viewers and listeners, it was a massive success.
I think it was great, and it was great for those guys to get that exposure at the head of the field.
Just coming through there now.
Is that Stephen Armstrong? Stephen's in a Class 6 car, I think, is it, off the top of my head?
Our intrepid helper on maps is having a bit of a hissy fit.
Oh.
At least it is in mine anyway.
Okay.
So.
And Gareth Daisley, now he's had a good rally.
He has been really consistent. He really has.
So yes, I mentioned Stephen earlier on. I think he's second in that 2-litre class behind Mickey Conlon. I think Gareth Daisley's class 4, and he's miles ahead of everybody else. So Owen Lloyd, bit of a gap appeared, but Owen running in Super Rally today, not sticking his neck out, gaining experience. That's what it's all about for these young people in the RC4s. Mechanical problems yesterday saw him retire after stage 3, went straight to service. This morning he's going quickly enough, but he's not pushing for the fastest times, but he was leading the category anyway. It's a bit irrelevant now, but another great performance. He was dominant in Cork 20, and he was dominant until he retired with a mechanical problem here as well.
Yeah,
people are taking notice.
Yeah, he has shown really well on the Ulster and on Cork a couple of weeks back. It's somebody with a bright future, but I suppose like everything else, it's all down to money and finance. Rallying is not a cheap sport.
Well, the family have been involved in rallying for an awful long time, and they know the pitfalls, they know the strategies, and certainly their strategy seems to be very good. They've chosen a sort of mixed programme of Tarmac Championship events and selected British events to build up this experience. And quite frankly, once you start setting fastest times in the RC4 class in Ireland, you're well on your way. It's maybe time already for them to think, right, what's the next step?
Well, with great expertise in the family and knowledge to guide and support and head in the right direction. So I hopefully we'll see more of Jon Lloyd. in the coming months. I think he's on the entry list for Rally Ceredigion. That entry list was released, I think it was this morning or last night, I'm not sure.
For which rally, sorry?
Rally Ceredigion. It's a terrific entry list. Oisin
yeah.
Price seated number 1 with Stefan Prevost.
Well, last year the New Zealand guy came.
Hayden Padden.
Yep.
Well, he was in Barham Rally Zin as we speak. I also read somewhere that Chris Ingram has retired from
Barham?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Had a gearbox issue on the Friday night and dropped time changing the box this morning. Casey J. Coleman coming through.
And Tony had a great interview with Casey J's dad, James Coleman, chairman of Motorsport Ireland Rallies Committee, chairman of Carrick-on-Suir Motor Club, regular competitor in his own right, clerk of the course of the Ravens Rock Rally.
And of course, if everyone's familiar with the Mark II Escort that the late Craig Breen drove, it would have been James's.
That was James. And James was Ert Whistle, not his official manager, but he took a great deal of looking after Craig's affairs.
Yeah. So, if you remember, I think there's I think Sunstar Models have done a model of that car, that Escort, but that will be the connection there.
So Gary Cunningham in the Evo. One of the people whose time was a bit slow, I believe, was McGonigal. Apparently he's broken a drive shaft by all accounts.
Okay, leading crews now making their way to the start line of stage 9. Now we are staying on stage 8, see all through all the crews, and we will cross over once that's done.
Adrian Grant just through safely in his Mark II. One of the things that it's a reasonably new innovation for the Ulster Rally as a round of the Irish Tarmac Junior Championship. There is a junior rally running at the back of the field today, the Paul Brown Plant Hire Junior Rally Championship. And now there's only 5 competitors. Dara O'Donovan and Michael White, Ben McIntyre and Andrew Wedlock, Robbie O'Hanlon and Oisin Joyce, Dean Curran and Darren Curran, and Joshua Baird, who isn't a regular on the juniors. And I'm going to hand over to Zav. He's going to give us a quick update on the points.
Yeah, I mean, with the juniors we have Robbie O'Hanlon and Dara O'Donovan. I think we had a message from Dara's mum earlier, but it's a 2-point gap in the junior between Robbie O'Hanlon and Dara O'Donovan. 19-point gap back then to Barry McIntyre in 3rd. So here in the Ulster we'll have another title decided this evening between Robbie O'Hanlon and Dara O'Donovan, as we just get another competitor over the finish line on our stage. So another battle sorted this evening. Equally in the co-drivers in the junior championship overall, it's a battle between Oisin Joyce and Michael White, and again it's a 2-point difference. Robbie O'Hanlon and Oisin Joyce are on 67 points, and Dara O'Donovan and Michael White are on 65. So a really good battle there. Now they did lose stage 5 today, but they should have times in for stage
6 and 7. And you know, I'm just looking at some of what's happened. It is a bit of a head-to-head between these two, with only 2 points separating them. O'Hanlon's led since Galway, but equally O'Donovan won in West Cork, Killarney and Cork 20. And I think, like quite a few people, they were the last stage cancellation in Cork 20. It was going down to the wire, and I think it affected them a bit like the overall win and the class, the 2 litre class, which was going, was almost certainly going to go Ollie O'Donovan's way in that, or sorry, Ollie Benton, Ollie O'Donovan, goodness. Ollie O'Donovan hasn't been in a rally for years.
Ollie O'Donovan wouldn't fit in a Honda Civic, for goodness sake. I hope nobody's listening that says that. He'll take it in the right.
He'll come over and sort you out.
Yeah, well, he's competing at Pembury today and tomorrow in the British Rallycross, while his son Patrick is competing in Germany in the Euro World and World Rallycross. Patrick recently won a round of the European Rallycross, youngest ever British Rallycross champion. And with Ollie and Patrick O'Donovan, hey, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it?
Yeah, they're good drivers.
Yeah, both of them.
Ollie would have been part when he was rallying. He would have been a McKinstry guy. He would have, when he owned his own car, Kenny would have ran the cars for him. He drove Subarus, but I remember he was one of the first to get the F2
kit car.
And,
loved it.
It was great, and myself and Chris Ford just coming in, another stage successfully completed. I remember doing the Manx International a couple of times against him in an Astra kit car. Myself and Roy White and Ollie in the
Gordon Spooner engineering car. Yeah.
And there was seconds in it every stage.
I done the Bournemouth Seat stages in that car with him. Myself and Ollie, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. The same stages that were used in very early incarnations of Rally Sunseeker.
Sure, yeah.
And of course Ollie did the likes of the London Irish Motor Club Emerald stages as well, but I think it wouldn't take much persuasion for Ollie to come back. Always had good machinery, always well run by McKinstry Motorsport, always ex-works cars.
But he used to, I mean, he always had those, he was very much a Limerick Motor Club guy, you know, that was where his roots were, and he used to come over and do the Circuit of Munster every year. And
of course, he got backing from Hyundai, I think, and didn't he bring the Hyundai Accent in the motorsport development Accent?
MSD car, yeah.
And that created, I think it was 2002, first Hyundai Accent World Rally car in Ireland at the time.
Yeah.
And himself and Dave Moynihan had a fairly rapid run around the Munster Circuit of Munster stages. But we digress.
Yeah.
So,
any historic times in? Yeah, Trevor Wilson 12:30.6, Davy Armstrong 12:41.6. Close enough on that stage, but ultimately, look, Trevor's just now nearly 4 minutes ahead in the historic part of the rally. Good stuff for him. So are they into stage 9 yet, Sav?
I haven't looked, because what I'm trying to do at the moment is see if I can find junior times. I mean, juniors are running the J1 class, but I don't see...
you can't find them on the results?
Because we should have... So if I go back to stage 6, go all...
Yeah, I can't see the juniors on there.
I don't see results there at the moment for the juniors.
Events, there we go. Junior Rally, find it, there we go. BMW Inn of Niall Kerry. So after stage 7, I've done 2 stages today. They didn't get to do the first stage. It's very much Darragh O'Donovan is leading Dean Curran by almost 3 minutes, goodness me. So let's see what they did after the first stage this morning. Darragh O'Donovan, 15:04 on that stage. Joshua Baird, second fastest on 17:04, and Dean Curran. Well, that sort of sums it up. Those guys will have it. Ben McIntyre doesn't seem to have finished the first stage. He's not on the results. We'll see if we can find out what happened to them. But if it whatever happens now, O'Donovan was 2 points ahead in the championship, Sav. So, in my book, he is the new Paul Brown Plant Hire Irish Tarmac Junior Champion.
And one of the other things I've just noticed within the results system is that currently Adrian Formeau has 4 fastest stage times, 3 seconds fastest and a 5th. Callum Devine has 1 stage fastest time, 2 seconds, a 3rd, 2 4ths and 2 6ths. But fastest times as well for Cathal McCourt, Johnny Greer and Ryan Loughran. And I didn't realise that existed on the result system, but that's good to know for again.
And what the? Oh, it's this thing here.
Did you lean on that?
No, it just was somebody talking on the engineering channel. If you go into events, Sav, on the website, the first one, events, you can get the Junior Rally up there.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Yes.
And if anybody else is looking at Rally Score's official results page for the Ulster Rally, it's rallyscore.net. Under the first tab of events, because the Junior Rally runs as a separate permit, it has to be categorised as a separate set of results. So under events, we have the main rally, that's the main field, that includes the historic rally, the modified, everybody under the one umbrella, and then a separate permit for the Junior Rally. And I'm a bit intrigued by some of the stuff that Paddy McCollum was able to put on his website.
Robbie O'Hanlon, Ocean Joy, sorry to jump in, Michael, but they retired stage 6 with Gearbox.
Right.
Paula
okay.
White has been in touch and obviously listened to us while we're catching up the juniors, lads. There's only 3 crews left in the juniors now. Robbie went out in stage 6 with Gearbox. Darren and Michael just have to finish to take the title. So very big thanks to Paula. Good of you to keep in touch and keep us right.
And I would say, Paula, do they even have to finish to take the title? I think I would be inclined to say that they don't even have to finish. I think they have the advantage.
If I go back, no, they have to.
They have to finish.
No, they were 2 points behind.
Right. Yeah.
So, Paula, you're
that's
right.
Absolutely right, Paula. Thanks for keeping us 2 old codgers here on the straight and narrow.
Speak for yourself.
Ted Johnson, where can I get the standings? You can get the standings on the Irish Tarmac Championship website.
Under results.
Under results is absolutely right.
Separate. You have the overall. You have the McAvoy Motorsport Irish Tarmac Modified Championship, the Synergy Motorsports Engineering Irish Tarmac Historic, and as Michael just mentioned, the Paul Brown Civil Engineering and Plant Hire Irish Tarmac Rally Championship points. They're up to date up to this event. Obviously no results in or points yet. So the crews further down the field now making their way. Rain holding off, a bit of sun we can see in the distance there.
It's turned into a very pleasant afternoon. 21 degrees. That's fantastic. That's a nice afternoon. But the underlying is we had Storm Betty last night. It dumped.
You do love saying Storm Betty.
I just something about it, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's a foible, whatever. Well, Storm Betty deposited its contents in County Down in about 8 hours overnight, including the running of stages 3 and 4 last night. I think Alan Carmichael would claim that most of the water ended up in his car. And we are due to see Andy Johnson come into shot in his historic car. But look, it's dried up very nicely. The underlying thing is that there's still a lot of wet patches on the roads. The cuts, because it's so wet, we're not saying any of it here, but because it's been so wet, there's a lot of mud on the road in places. Not so much in this stage, but certainly the next stage, Tyrone's Ditches. Now we're going to stick on this stage. And Tyrone Ditches is probably very close to getting up and running, I imagine. So yes, is Formeau through? Formeau's about 1.5 miles from the end of Tyrone's Ditches, so we'll keep you up to date with the results as and when we get them coming in. But we want to give everybody a fair crack of the whip and try and cover all the competitors in the rally on this stage. And then we're going to go to the final stage of the day, stage 10.
And bearing in mind the tremendous success of our coverage last year, we're going to do something similar. We're going to see the leading crews initially at the finish of stage 10. See how British Championship leader Adrian Formoe gets on, take in the Irish Tarmac Championship, and once we've done that we will cut back then live to stage 10 to continue coverage.
I need to go back to, I'm looking at the wrong place here, Zav, on my map. So let's go back to our current stage that we're covering. On the stage due with us shortly is Stephen Waugh, then Fabian McAleer and his historic escort. James Ford is definitely stopped and retired in the stage. Yep. Mechanical, apparently. Which is James has had a really good year. He's driven, I think, really well. His Cork 20 performance, in the end, I think he finished 5th overall, Zav, was 4th for most of the rally and got pipped at the very end. Very, very strong showing. Nice little two-car team, brings a nice bit of glamour to the championship. Very valued competitors. Him and his brother Chris.
Yeah, the rain has now stayed away. I mean, I could see there's what I was saying to you about being able to see as far as the hills.
So Sav's currently showing me one of the cameras from his house, which is right on this stage here in another part of the stage, and it has cleared up into a lovely afternoon.
You can see the mountains that run down to O'Meath and that from there.
Yep.
So. Yeah, nice, clear, warm afternoon. So for spectators that are out on the stage, lovely. The same will go for spectators who are out on Tyrone's ditches, and of course for all those who will be on Mount Pleasant when it runs for the final time, somewhere around about 3:45, which is about half an hour away.
Yeah, things getting a wee bit spread out at the moment, but we should have Stephen Waugh. Yep, just coming into picture now.
Ryan Lewis asking what time is stage 10. Stage 10 on the timetable is due off at 15:46. It's an 8-mile stage and it'll take about 7 minutes, so final cruise over the finish line probably somewhere around 15:58, 15:57. I hope that's some help. Paula White says no problem, glad to help. I'm Michael White's mum watching from Clonakilty.
Fair play, dear.
Thank you very much indeed.
Watching from Clonakilty.
Yep.
I'm jealous. I have a great soft spot for Clonakilty. Clonakilty black pudding.
There we go.
Fabian McAleer in his historic escort. And one of my favourite spots for a bite to eat in Ireland is Anshigon. Anyone from Clonakilty will go, yeah, don't disagree. Have you ever been to the West Cork rallies, Av?
Yes, yeah. Good event, really is good event.
Super event.
I mean, in fairness, any of the rounds of the Irish Tarmac are good because they all have different characteristics, just the same as in the National Championship. Again, they all have the different characteristics, and of course the Northern Ireland Championship. So, I don't think there's very few weekends on the island, north or south, when there's not a rally going on.
Yeah.
And if there's no rally and there's a hill climb.
Well,
and if there's no hill climb, there's a sprint.
Well, we has commented earlier on because he actually came on, but the current clerk of the course is Steve Davis, and Steve left a message for us on social media earlier that he was watching the stream while setting up the stages for tomorrow's Jim Walsh Cork Forestry Rally. So, no rest for the wicked, isn't that what they say?
I'm just thinking like several of those tire trucks now at 6 o'clock this evening will be making their way, long way down.
There was somebody put out, one of the commercial suppliers,
Euro M Sport, put out that they couldn't be in two places at once.
Exactly, yeah.
And I would imagine that Dave Moynihan and the Ears team will be making their way down there.
Yeah. You might find that a secondary truck already dedicated to go there because it's a gravel rally. So it's different stock.
I'd say David will be there if he can. David will go a long way to sell a tire.
Well, we'll leave it at that. Okay, here's Fermo on stage 9.
That's the little dip that you were talking about.
Yep.
That
Johnny Greer's car misbehaved itself on.
Yeah.
And a good observation from our production suite, just how much it has dried out. And we are starting to get times through from the stage. So, who went fastest? Johnny Greer's fastest again. Good on him. For Mo, I think he's gone into safe mode effectively. He's leading the rally by 46 seconds now. Callum Devine, I'm not convinced that Callum isn't on a get her home mode as well. 12:21.6, fourth fastest. Callum McCourt, second fastest, 12:18.1. Johnny Greer has really switched it on today, so another fastest time for Johnny Greer. It's not really going to make any difference to the results because the damage was done in the bad weather last night. And even though Callum McCourt got within a couple of seconds of Fermo, he's now built his lead up to 46 seconds over Callum Devine. Callum Devine just needs to get the Volkswagen Polo GTI R5 home in his current position where he will take maximum tarmac championship points. He only needs to finish 4th or higher to secure the championship. So we've alluded to it earlier on that last year to a certain extent Josh had everything to lose and had to drive with his head. Callum is pretty much pushing on pretty hard and he's comfortable with his speed. He doesn't need to win the rally, he just needs to catch as many tarmac points as he can, and he's going the right way about it.
Yeah, change of places between Johnny Greer and Callum McCourt. Johnny now went to 3rd, Callum down to 4th, but only 0.3 of a second between them. You know, quite a long time there for Callum. I sort of was expecting a bit of a quicker one, but so that's the top 5 through Tyrone Ditches. They now make their way over towards Armagh and Hamilton's Bawn, where we saw them earlier on this morning, where they will then tackle the final stage of the 4th round of the British Rally Championship and the final round of the Irish Tarmac Championship.
So next up, we didn't get to see them earlier on, but this is Nicholas and Patrick driving and Nicholas Blom from Germany in their BMW made the long trip to the Ulster Rally. I'd say that's quite an adventure for those guys. Top 5 overall after stage 9 on the screen now, even though this is stage 8. Formeau extending his lead to 46 seconds over Callum Devine. Johnny Greer jumps up into 3rd after fastest time on stage 9, getting ahead. What of a second?
0.3 between Johnny and Callum McCourt, Michael.
That can go either way between now and the finish, but a podium's important to these guys, and I think Josh is in get home mode, and I'm pretty convinced that Formeau is also driving with the British Championship in sight and the rally win. It's a nice statistic in your career to have won the Ulster Rally. There's plenty of great drivers who've done it before, so you join a pretty exclusive club.
Yep, for the likes of Malcolm Wilson, Colin McRae's won it in the past, David Llewellyn's won it, Neil Weirden, Trevor Agnew, Ian Greer, Dean Beckett, and of course Andrew Nesbitt, James O'Brien, but the likes of Tapio Loganen and Ilka Rippinen, Mark Higgins, Eugene Donnelly,
Elfyn Evans.
Yep, so you join a prestigious list of people.
Yep. Cathal Curley won the first one. Malcolm Pedlow in his BMW.
Malcolm Pedlow and Billy Reagan in the Class H2 Historic 2002 TI. Car synonymous with the likes of Achim Warmbold, We need Donegal, and he's quickly followed through there by...
It's one of the Alcorn brothers in the Civic. Craig Alcorn, I think.
Craig Alcorn and Darren McNamee in their Class N4, seated 85, running approximately 70th on the road, maybe a bit higher.
Are getting a bit spread out now. Next up is Richard O'Lone, but he's going to be, I think there's maybe a 2-minute gap to him. The juniors are at the arrival control.
Good, that's good.
I don't know what sort of gap they throw the juniors in, if any, but I think legislatively there has to be some sort of gap. But we'll do our best to give everybody a fair crack of the whip. On the stage at the moment we have Roger Kennedy and Marshall Kennedy, father and son. Roger in his Peugeot and Marshall running slight. Now, yesterday we saw Roger, but I think Marshall must have retired, so he's running under Super Rally. Just looking at the paperwork here to see where Roger, Marshall. Yeah, I think Marshall's probably had more problems again today because he's now behind his dad on the road. So just about to come into shot is Richard O'Lone. His little Fiesta. Jarlath Kelly co-driving. Harold Bunting due next, car 97, and then Roger Kennedy in close succession. He seems to be catching Harold. Great to see the Mini outs.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Listen to the gearbox whining.
That straight cut noise, it's lovely. Castellar, if you were there.
Yep. And I don't think it's going to be very far before Roger Kennedy pops in. There we go. And his, I'm not being funny, but the Peugeot seems to be around nearly as long as the Mini.
True, yeah.
Now, because we had a couple of cars in quick succession then, there's going to be a bit of a gap to the next car. Which is Sean Scanlon apparently, and Glenn Cinnamon. Spicy combination, Glen Cinnamon. They're in a EP3 model Honda Civic. Good cars, Class 2 car. Harold Bunting. We saw through in Mini Cooper with Desi Wilson co-driving. Now I'm just going to look at our list of winners, and I wonder, did Desi...
Stephen Finlay.
Did he ever win this rally? I don't think he did.
I don't think he did.
No.
But
He won quite a few, but... My producer is talking away at my ear, and he's very decisive, you know. He's maybe can't remember, right? Yeah. The bottom line is Desi never won the Ulster Rally with Stephen Finlay. Stephen Finlay never won the Ulster Rally. He came close, but he didn't win it. He won the Circuit of Ireland.
Stephen Finlay was some talent. He really was.
He was teammates to Malcolm Wilson in the Michelin pilot car in 93 and 94, and Malcolm won both the rallies. I did the 94 rally with David Williams in a Metro, who was editor of Motoring News at the time, and we crashed at the same crossroads that claimed about 20 people, the flying crossroads outside Pomeroy. That included Robbie Head, who ended up in hospital when the screen came into the car. So we saw the Nova pull off earlier on, but good to see the boys still on the road.
Graham Davison asked when will they be in Hamilton Spawn. They'll be there probably in around 10 minutes.
Yeah.
They will gather, Graham, if you're listening, at the Spar, the little supermarket there at the crossroads at the filling station, because there's plenty of room along the road there up past the school. And then they'll make their way up the road for about half a mile before they turn left into the stage start.
So good news for the juniors is Darragh O'Donovan is on the stage. No gap, it seems, between the end of the full rally and the start of the junior rally. So last car on the road today seems on the road for the main rally is Andrew Sims. So we've got 6 cars left in the main field, and then we'll get the juniors through. So we're going to stick with everybody here. It's only fair, whether you're running at car 90 or car 9.
Well, we get to see the penultimate. We get to see the stage here. We know who's closer to the, Paul Brown Plantar Junior Irish title. They obviously still have 2 stages to go.
So who's down? Bit of drama at the front of the field on stage 9. Darren Gass seems to be the victim of, I suspect, a puncture. He's dropped 5 minutes. Drops to, at the moment he's 11th, but it's going to be more than that. He's just going to tumble down the leaderboard here. He's going to end up about 20th, I would think. So the beneficiaries are Robert Barrable, Gary Pearson, and Neil Roskell, who all get into the top 10, and equally as impressive, Jason Black is now in the 10th in the first 2-wheel drive, which is
cracking result, isn't it?
Yep, fair going for him. Now Neil Alcorn is due on stage 8 at our live camera location now. He'll be there in about a minute, I would think.
It's quite funny actually. We were talking a couple of people asking us yesterday, was Frank Kelly competing here, and he wasn't, and we were talking about the fact that Frank has a couple of trips into Germany. Motorsport Club Wheeltop Langwensendorf in Germany says madness has a name, Frank Kelly. We are incredibly proud that he kept his word, and he will visit us. Last year in San Marino, he promised us hand in hand he would come if it was possible, and that's one of the ones where he's going to be. He's going to do the Rally Oberhauer and then the Escort Special Rally in Belgium. So Frank, as we were talking about, is hugely popular in Europe as the twin cam makes its way over.
Anthony O'Brien.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to talk about the photograph that was sent to us yesterday by Mrs. Kelly?
Oh, I don't see why not.
Folks, we have a great relationship with Frank Kelly. He's a superstar, and the whole family are superstars. But they were watching the live feed yesterday, but Frank's wife sent a photograph of one of the chickens up on the counter.
I'm going to see now.
Watching the live stream on Frank's mobile phone.
I'm going to see if I can share that with our producer, and he might want to pop it up later.
Okay, so we're going to finish up with this stage. We've got a handful more competitors, including we're now down to 3 juniors apparently. So
God bless him, I gave Graham Davis the information. I said, yeah, if you head up and out of the crossroads, pull up to the peddlers, to be there shortly. He went, thanks, I'll head over now.
Okay. So we should have Marshall Kennedy. We saw Roger coming through earlier in the Peugeot. Marshall's in a Honda Civic. Him and his dad used to share the Peugeot, and then Marshall got his own Peugeot. Anybody who goes to Jim Crozier's rally school, Marshall's one of the tutors there, along with our own Andrew Bush. Marshall and Andrew are great with the young people. So I thought we were going to just hang on for a couple of minutes and get a couple of the juniors through. It's probably only another 3 minutes. We have approaching us now Letitia Conn, one of the ladies out on the rally. Then Andrew Sims, and another minute behind that is the first of the juniors, O'Donovan. So Dara O'Donovan, who apparently just has to finish today, and he will take the title. He's 2 points behind, and unfortunately, Robbie O'Hanlon retired on the first stage they did this morning with mechanical issues. So that's his championship campaign over. And this is Letitia Conn in her little Fiesta.
I can see Dara O'Donovan and Michael White are well on their way through that stage.
Yep.
And they'll be with us in a few minutes, so they have a championship to consider, 2 points behind the leaders, and obviously we'll want to get but as you were saying there about Darren Gass,
bit of a disaster,
tumbling down the leaderboard, yeah,
tumbling down, and he's going to tumble more as time goes on.
As more times come in.
So he's down to 16th now. And that's Andrew Sims. We were talking about Andrew Sims earlier, and his Barbara, Ballydocherty ice cream. It's not free advertising, I just like Ballydocherty ice cream.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
It's very nice, and I'll tell you where you can get it.
No, I don't. You don't have
Morris
to.
Gass's brother's petrol station on the Armagh Road out in Uri.
Next time we're doing a live stream, we'll be wearing a t-shirt, won't you? Michael Patterson, brought to you by Ballydocherty ice cream.
If only. So I think we've got a minute and a half here, and we'll get the first of the juniors in, and this is going to be champion-elect, barring any disasters, Dara O'Donovan, but he has to get to the finish, Sav. If he doesn't, well, the thing will revert back to Robbie O'Hanlon, who's unfortunately retired earlier on.
Gearbox issues.
Yeah.
So we'll run through the next few cars, and then we'll make our way over to stage 10. It's due off at 15:46.
So one of the technicalities of rallying is on an event like the Ulster Rally, if you have a problem, you have what they call 15 minutes of maximum lateness. So you can be up to 15 minutes late at any time, penalty free. And I think there's a couple of people are in that mode at the moment. One of them being James Wiley, who's on the stage, but he's 3 or 4 minutes back down the road, and he's after the junior rally as well. And another one is Harry Johnson. Now we know Harry's had a few mechanical problems, but still in the rally, still going, so fair play to him. Dara O'Donovan's about to come in the shot. There we go. First of the juniors in his Honda Civic.
So another stage
on
under
the way
belt
up from Cork,
from Dara O'Donovan and Michael White, and
so
that will please Paula White, who was in touch with us earlier.
Yep.
And the family will be very happy so far.
From sunny Clonakilty. So Dean Curran is due next. Now seems to be a gap. Obviously, there's the gap that Robbie O'Hanlon's left on the road. So it'll be just over a minute. And then we can think we have one more junior to go, which is Joshua Baird.
Yep.
So Joshua's
John
making
Henderson.
Yeah, John Henderson. There's 2 John Hendersons in the rally, both from the same neck of the woods actually, and I think this is one of Joshua's first rallies that decided to enter the junior part of the rally as opposed to the main rally. He's in a Vauxhall Corsa, which the vast majority of the juniors seem to have Honda Civics, and there is a specific set of regs for the Honda Civics. Historically, I think up until 2020, you could have a free gearbox and stuff like that. Well, Motorsport Ireland cost-cutting exercise decreed that it's an H pattern box now, and sequential's done away with, certain types of differential.
Yeah.
But I mean, the McNamees, Gary, we know Gary McNamee, great driver, great car preparation, and his dad Breen. Gary did the rally last year, if you remember, in the Honda. He runs the main rally now. Well, there was somebody saying to me, the gearbox setup on those Hondas, it's 25 grand for the sequential box. That's a lot of money.
That's a huge amount of money.
So when we're talking about the junior category, this is the
right way to
go.
go.
Under 25, the regulations are quite clear. Motorsport Ireland, you have to be under 25, and they've now got a very clear set of technical regs for the front wheel drive, 1600 front wheel drive. It doesn't have to be a Civic, but the Civic is probably the best car, to be honest. But they pulled a lot of technical regulations back for 2020. The pandemic came, but now the thing's very well established. It is a good base start, but
it definitely is.
In the Tarmac Championship, there's no doubt that the homologated RC4 cars are also, I mean, in the UK they would be deemed as the junior championship, whereas in Motorsport Ireland they have this specific 1600 two-wheel drive class for them.
It's a good way to manage it. It really is. So in terms of timing, we're approximately.
So I think Darren Gass has found his place on the leaderboard. He's dropped to 12th overall after his dramas in stage 9. He'd had a really good rally. He was a solid top 6 for most of the event. So dramas there on stage 9, and going into the final stage, another fastest time for Johnny Greer, who moves up into 3rd place overall. Cathal McCourt is still only 0.3 of a second behind. Fermo has done a formidable job at the front, going into the final stage with 46 seconds in hand over Callum Devine, who has equally done an amazing job this weekend.
There we go.
So that's the end of the juniors. That's Joshua Baird through, and
I have a suspicion we might be heading to the end of special stage 10 shortly.
Okay.
The 5 minutes before the stage goes live takes them about 7.5 minutes, and we will be there to discover the winner of the event and who's took titles and who gets the prizes. Similar to what we did last year, and if you were with us, it was really good footage and coverage. I'm just waiting for a producer to advise
as to what we're going to do next. And we're going to go to an ad reel, and then we will be going live to the finish of the final stage of the 2023 Ulster Rally.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. This is exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The choice is yours, oh, the choice is yours.
Come on. Come on.
The choice is yours, oh, the choice is yours.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
Reach out, touch faith.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Go, go. Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. This is exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The choice is yours, oh, the choice is yours.
Come on. Come on.
The joys of the joys of yours.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
Reach out, touch faith.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Go, go. Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys of yours of the joys of yours.
Come on. Come on.
The joys of yours of the joys of yours.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
We'll get You're willing to sacrifice me to get your footage. We are really. Sorry.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
And you join us back, cars on stage on stage 10, last stage of the 2023 Ulster Tyres, Modern Tyres Ulster Rally rather. We have Tony Kelly live at the stage end, and we're going to go over to her and catch some of the atmosphere as we wait for the leading crews, Adrian Formeau, Callum Devine, Johnny Greer and Cahan McCourt, Josh Moffat, as they make the finish line of stage 10. We'll find out who is the British Championship event winner. We'll find out who is the new Irish Tarmac champion, possibly. And I believe we're ready to go to Tony imminently.
Okay.
So
not quite ready. Not quite ready. Sorry about
so
that, folks.
0.3 of a second, Michael, between Cahan McCourt and Johnny Greer. We're going to get a British Championship winner winning another event this season.
Yep.
Adrian Formeau will add to his tally in the British Championship. The M Sport factory driver has been impressive. Callum Devine has kept himself in the hunt and kept the likes of Adrian Formeau honest as he moved to live pictures on stage. And we will be going across to Tony Kelly very shortly.
Yeah,
I
so
believe.
Tony's at the stage finish, and want to catch up with some of the faces behind the scenes that make the Tarmac Championship work. Coordinators, the people who are management there, and might be a few surprises for us as well at the finish of the stage, which you never know. Last year we had some lovely surprises. More importantly, look, Formeau has driven a fantastic rally. He has led from the beginning. He's not been fastest in every stage. Actually, the man impressive this afternoon has been Johnny Greer, who has slowly but steadily a couple of fastest times and has moved himself into third position. So that's actually the final podium place between Johnny Greer and Cahan McCourt. 0.3 of a second going into the stage. There's been a lot of ups and downs in the rally, but I think the top 10's pretty well established, though the one big race, as I say, is Greer and McCourt. Callum Devine, I just have to tip my hat to him. He's done absolutely everything right this weekend. He hasn't got sucked into chasing for the overall win with Formeau. I'm not sure if it had been the opening round of the championship and it was all in, would he have carried on racing with him? I think he probably would, but Callum's got a lot of experience now, and he's going, it's not over yet, but he's going the right way about claiming his first Irish Tarmac Championship title. Josh Moffat just hasn't been able to find the right setup for his Hyundai this weekend. Jason Mitchell is in 6th place and has had a super rally in my opinion. Robert Barrable's come on very nicely this afternoon. He's starting to get his mojo back. And Gary Pearson has just got better and better all weekend. Now we have Neil Roskill has slipped into the top 10. Darren Gass slipped out of the top 10 down to 18th or 19th overall after losing 3 minutes on the previous stage. And another man that has done nothing but impress us all weekend. So there we go. That's Formeau through on the final stage. Very, very good. Neat and tidy. So I just want to have another quick look at this maybe not. Fermo's really done everything right this weekend, hasn't he, Zav?
He's been, very consistent, drove very steadily last night, no heroics, established himself at the head of the field, and then has just extended it today in daylight when you can see better, the visibility's good.
Yeah.
So, and M Sport themselves will be pleased. It's consistency and continuity in the British Championship. He has already won rounds this year. As we were saying earlier on,
Callum Devine's about to come in the shot.
He's already won the Malcolm Wilson and Jim Clark, as we see Callum Devine.
Car control. So 06 was the critical time there, and I think Callum's 3 seconds up at that point.
Yeah, he maybe gets some back. He dropped a little bit of time.
Well, pretty sure Fermo doesn't have to do anything. He just needs to get through. Callum is very much the same, but he seems to be running at a slightly higher pace than the rally leader, the Frenchman, in the Works Rally 2 Ford Fiesta. Now, Cathal McCourt has had a great rally, hasn't he, Zav? I think he's... I know Johnny Greer's just slipped ahead, so I think these two will be pushing as hard as they can get.
Well, there's a podium at stake, and they both
that's
want
important.
it.
That's important.
Cahan would love a podium, a third on the Ulster. And there he is, and he has been very good all weekend. He really has. The winning the Down Rally has done him the world of good, for sure.
At this point, by my reckoning, he was 1 second up on Devine and 4 seconds up on Fermo.
So...
Very good indeed. Yep. Now, Johnny Greer, been a bit of a revelation this weekend. Johnny's been a bit cautious the last couple of rallies, but boy oh boy has he come back with a bang this weekend. Fastest times. I think he's had 3 fastest times so far on the event. About to come into shot. So Johnny, we mentioned earlier, confidence. Guess what?
Johnny's quicker.
2 seconds up again. What location do you think we're at here, Zav? We're about 2/3 of the way through.
I'm location 9 apparently.
Yeah, we're about 2/3 of the way through the stage, so we should actually. Fermo, I think, isn't far off the finish. In the next, we're about halfway through here, so we'll start getting stage times. And also we have Tony at the finish of the stage as well. But we might as well take advantage. This is a good camera shot. And when we get confirmation, Fermo's just about a minute out from the flying finish and the stop. If the production team want to get themselves geared up, if we are going to switch over to there. I did see pictures of Tony so I'm just getting word that Tony's ready to go. Josh in the picture. Josh, he's 10 seconds down in Fermo. And if the truth be known, he's about 16 or 17 seconds down on Johnny Greer. Now, I know he's not happy with the setup of the car, but Jason Mitchell's only 6 seconds behind him going into this stage. And Jason's registered for the championship, so I suppose for Josh, it's all in. He's here to win, and if he can't win the championship, let's learn the car and do her. So Fermo's time's in for the final stage, and 8:48.2, and we should be, I think, getting ready to go to the finish of the stage. And there we are, Tony.
Welcome, folks. As you can see, we have the event winner behind us. We're going to stop him here and see if we can get a quick word. The Frenchman has done it. He has clinched the Ulster title. And he slightly further ahead so we can see. We don't know where he's heading to. Bear with us. We're gonna let him just pop on because we have the Callum Devine here behind us now, folks. You can see we'll speak to Adrian at the finish ramp, but we are very, very excited about the championship leader coming through here, and we see Callum Devine. Now, absolutely fantastic scenes there for Adrian. Incredible drive for him all weekend, especially since he has very, very little experience here in Ireland. But this is what we want to see. We want to see Callum Devine. So we're going to let the camera just spot him over the hill here, or around the corner, and we have Paddy Flanagan and Coleman Hegarty with the Bertie Fisher trophy in hand, ready to hand over to the championship winner. This is an exciting moment now for Callum. It's incredible stuff here. We can see actually he's coming around the corner here quite a slow pace. I would say he's trying to gather his thoughts and try and keep it together. There's a lot of his family and friends and team here, so we're going to see if we can get a quick word with him. We see Noel with the head down. This is unbelievable stuff. Shaking hands. Callum, what a scene. Congratulations.
Hi. Thank you very much, Tony.
Are you so overwhelmed you can't speak, or are you just, I can't
to get through it. Hey, we went in full wet there, obviously, for the last look, just to be so cautious, and it's bone dry, so it's not very enjoyable, but yeah, look, we try to make the most of it, and we're happy, and I think we've done the job.
Good man, Callum. We're going to let you out and celebrate, and we're just going to let Donovan do the work here so as you can see what this means. I mean, the crowd here to see Callum being crowned the Tarmac Championship, and obviously we have Noel O'Sullivan here as well. Incredible stuff. A beautiful scene. Now the smile on his face is absolutely priceless. The same with Noel O'Sullivan here. Big congratulations. Look, the family all over the moon. Everybody smiling. Look at this. Absolutely incredible. We're going to let you enjoy it, folks. There'll be a wee bit of champagne sprayed here now, I would imagine. Look at everybody running. Oh, incredible stuff. Amazing. Absolutely over the moon to see this. Absolutely fantastic scenes. I'm just going to run down here and get a quick word with Johnny Greer. Johnny has ended up third on the event. Johnny, you're taking off the helmet. I'd say you are both absolutely wrecked, but congratulations, an excellent finish in the end up.
Yeah, bit of a different rally these last three stages compared to what we had the rest of the rally. So yeah, we had a good run over the last two really. We lost a lot of time in the first one out of service, but yeah, enjoyable event. Just glad to get the end of it in some places, but yeah, happy enough.
Amazing, good man. Thanks a million, Johnny. We're going to try and get up through the line here, folks, and get a quick word with Adrian. We missed him there as he headed on in, but we want to see if we can get a quick word with the rally leader. Adrian, can we get a quick word? Yes. Absolutely fantastic driving from you all weekend. You must be so delighted.
Really happy. All went perfect with the car and for the course here. So really positive. It was a really difficult one. I'm really glad we made it to the win. So I think the team deserved it. It was quite difficult, especially coming here. We didn't have the experience of this road. So honestly, it's really positive.
Absolutely, and I mean, you must be delighted. This is a very famous rally, so to have your name on this trophy is really lovely.
It's really famous rally, so it's really nice to win here, and the French winning the rally, it's really nice. I think M-Sport won the rally 30 years ago with Malcolm, so it's quite nice.
Incredible. We let you go and enjoy the celebrations, Adrian. Thank you very much. And there you have it, folks. The M-Sport Focus is the winner of the event with Adrian Formeau driving, and behind you can see the absolutely beautiful celebrations Callum Devine for the Tarmac Championship. An incredible end to the year for him. We're going to make our way back to the ramp now, so we'll see you very, very soon there.
That should be us back live as we see
Gary Pearson,
another one of the Melvin Evans Motorsport prepared cars this weekend, and as you were saying, Michael, he has got better and better over the course of the event. He really has. consistently steady, and he will end up with a very good result.
Well, I think Tony did a great job there, but the big issue, as we picked up when we saw the cars live before we went to Tony at the stop line, was this race that developed between Johnny Greer and Cathal McCourt over the last few stages. And boy, oh boy, did those two fellas turn it on. Johnny got another fastest time, 8:37.4. Cathal McCourt put in a storming time to go second fastest, but it wasn't quite enough. Johnny ends up taking the third place podium place by 7 seconds from Cahan, but fair play to both of them. That was absolutely storming drive by the pair over those final couple of stages. And as predicted, Josh really did fall prey to Jason Mitchell. Jason up 1, Robert Barrable up 1, and Josh falls back to 7th. He'll be disappointed with that.
Well, I think when he realised maybe by stage 6 or 7 this morning he wasn't going to get Callum, he wasn't going to catch him, Callum was unlikely to make a mistake, so Josh is that competitive, then was his heart not in it? Did he just want to get finished?
I've never seen him with his heart not in it, but yeah, I think it was survival mode, get it home without doing any damage to the car. And he's still the National Rally Championship is still very much in his sights.
Yeah.
And Callum Devine as well. I mean, but boy, oh boy, what a result for Callum Devine, the 2023 Irish Tarmac champion. What a result for Adrian Formeau, another international rally win for him, for the young Frenchman. He's a thoroughly nice young chap as well, isn't he? So it's been a pleasure to have him here this weekend.
In fairness, I think the championship has gone to the right person this year.
Yep.
Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan, winners of Donegal, winners of the Rally of the Lakes, winners of the Circuit of Ireland, have won Midland Moto, the Cork 20 and Hellfire Rally.
We'll have to mention this man. Look at that for a drift. Round of applause for
Callum
Jason
Devine,
Black.
Noel O'Sullivan have been class of the field. You're looking at a 2019 Celtic Rally Trophy champion, a junior British champion in 2017, two-wheel drive Great British champion in 2017 as well. And first event for him, as we see the replay of Jason Black.
That's class stuff. That is class stuff. That wall on the inside, it was inch perfect.
2011 in the Topaz Donegal Junior was his first event with Liam McLaughlin in a Citroen C2, and he finished 5th in class. So, worthy winners this year.
Absolutely.
Driven very well.
Absolutely. Round of applause for that man. He's
got
done
the car
a super
last
job.
year, Minty Motorsport out of South Africa, as we cut back to
Damien Toner. So
this time last year when we were doing I think it was the Ulster, Niall McShay instrumental in helping to set the car up and get it working very quickly. They got a delivery of it 4 days before the event, and they have just gone on to bigger and better things. So Adrian Formeau, the British Championship registered competitor, and Alexandra Correa win the Modern Tyres Ulster Rally 2023 by 47.7 seconds from Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan, who win this year's Samdeck Security Irish Tarmac Title Championship. Johnny Greer has pipped Cahan McCourt for 3rd. Cahan McCourt, Dean O'Sullivan finished 4th. Jason Mitchell finishes 5th along with Paddy McCrudden. Robert Barrable and Gordy Noble set on a good time in the last stage, 3rd quickest, to claim 6th. And at the moment it's Josh Moffat 7th and Darren Gass 8th. But we know that Darren Gass lost a lot of time on the last stage, and he will drop down the order as we see the times come in.
Kyle McBride sliding around in the RC4 Fiesta. These guys have had a great battle, but it looks like it's going to go Kyle White's way, the Belfast driver. Slipped behind in the rain last night. Kyle McBride had a fantastic run over stage 3, took a whopping 30 seconds out of everyone to jump into the lead of the category. But Kyle White has driven a blinder since and has just chipped away and got into the lead this morning and has held it. Now, it's not over till they get to the end of the stage, but the RC4s have shown the class of what's the future of these young drivers. Good time for Darren Gass in that stage, an 8:52.6. So Gareth Black just getting a touch too much oversteer on out of the corner. Need to be careful with things like that. That's where you get little punctures. Nip a tyre, very handy. Yeah, just caught the inside of the corner after the junction.
So as Tony was saying, she's now making her way across back to the Modern Tyres manufacturing unit in the Carnbean Industrial Estate in Uri, where she will be there to greet the crews at the finish ramp. But nice touch from our production team to send the crews to the stage end, very similar to what we had last year, and share in the moment of Callum Devine, Noel O'Sullivan as Tarmac Championship winners, and of course our French visitors Adrian Formeau and Alexandre Correa, Factory M Sport World Rally Team drivers who have won this year's 2023 Modern Tyres Ulster Rally.
So we don't have a time in yet for Jason Black, but he had slipped it. He had just got into the bottom end of the top 10, so that would be a very significant result for Jason, not just to win the modifieds, but getting into the top 10 in and be top two-wheel drive finisher. Be a nice touch.
Just to nip back to the juniors, they have completed stage 8, not through stage 9 yet, and Dara O'Donovan has a healthy 3-minute 48.7 second lead over Dean Curran and Darren Curran. And as we know, Joshua Baird and John Henderson were holding third in the Vauxhall Corsa. So it looks as though 2 stages to run for Dara O'Donovan and Michael White, where they could well take this year's Paul Brown Civil Engineering and Plant Hire tarmac title for the juniors.
That was Camillus Bradley and Crawford Henderson through final stage. Now they've just got to get to the finish of the final stage. Camillus was lying 4th in the two-wheel drive category, just behind Gareth Black. Kyle White leading the RC4s and 5th in the two-wheel drives. Mickey Conlon leads the Class 5 battle. Jason Black is leading the Class 7 battle, and Gareth Black's leading the Class 6 battle. We lost Ollie O'Donovan. We didn't lose. Ollie rolled earlier on. Yeah, Ollie. Dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Kyle White through. Ollie Benton's transport. I was actually thinking of something else.
Guinness?
No, I was thinking about what happened. Did we ever find out what happened to John?
Yeah, John Devlin.
Yeah.
Engine,
of course, yes. Though they were all battling for the Class 6 win, but it's gone Gareth Black's way now. So Ollie's still going and actually is up next, but he described the accident on stage 6, I think, or stage 7. Yeah, stage 7 as the slowest accident he ever had. He was doing about 5 miles an hour, he reckons, and the car rode up a bank and it just fell back down onto the road and rolled over.
I did go right here. Pretty good. I'm taking the credit for that one. It could be a flat same. Oh yeah.
There he is.
Yep.
Bit of tank tape here and there.
He's not even pushing, is he? He's just going for the finish.
I think he's had one of those moments where it's sort of being oh shit, not a okay.
So how much time did he lose?
Let's move this
Oh, bucket loads. Yeah.
Bucket loads, was it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Yep. So Fergal McGuigan up next. There we go.
So, Tarmac Championship completed for this year. Ulster Rally, the Modern Tyres Ulster Rally was the 4th round of the British Championship. They move on to the Rally Sir Dijon in a couple of weeks' time, whose entry list was released either this morning or late last night. Fabulous entry list on that, and of course then they have a Track Rod Rally up in Yorkshire. Some great stages up in round Dalby and that before the final round, the Cambrian Rally with the backing of the local Conway Council and Conway Board of Enterprise. Visit Conway Cambrian Rally, another great event. Used to be a precursor event for people considering doing Wales Rally GB when it was in November, and always got a good entry. So that's still to come.
Do a little bulletin in from the clerk of the course. The following cars are required to present their cars for final scrutineering following the finish ramp. Car 2, Car 3, Car 5, 37 and 38. So 5's Johnny Greer, 3's Car 2 is Adrian Formeau, Car 3 is Callum Devine and Johnny Greer. So that's the top 3, and 37 and 38. Who's 37? Mickey Conlon through. Very nice.
Car 37 is Kyle White. What was the other number?
RC4. 37 and 38.
38 is Kyle McBride and Liam McIntyre.
Okay, so the 2 RC4 cars, effectively the BRC juniors. Nice win for Kyle White. Ulster certainly lived up to its tough reputation.
It's been a great event.
Yep.
It really has.
Yeah, it's been very good rally.
Very well run, and of course...
When you consider the conditions last night, Sav, it was absolutely horrendous. And I don't think they missed a beat, did they?
No, and also, I mean, it ran, there was massive time delays. You know, a few hiccups there, but they have a great organisational team. That means...
so there's our historic rally winner, Trevor Wilson. Oh, Trevor! Goodness me, she nearly got away from him there.
Of course,
just a bit too much right foot.
This event was a round of the FIA European Rally Trophy for drivers and co-drivers, FIA Junior, ERT for drivers, and a round of the British Rally Championship, the Irish Tarmac Championship, the Modified, and of course the historic, as well as the juniors. And of course, while we're on it, I'm just going to thank the likes of Barry Arundel, Caroline McGuinness, we mentioned earlier, Francie Fox, Brian O'Kane, Patricia Laverty, Terry Patterson, Brian Wilson, William Wiley, Alan McClellan, for example, as the stage team commanders.
Yep. It's all the same people.
We have spectator safety officer, for example, Neil Anderson, and clerk of the course, Wayne Turkington, deputy clerks of the course, Philip Murray, Plunkett Boyle, Gary Milligan, Richard Crozier, assistant clerks of the course, Barry Taggart, Bob McKeown, Simon McCrory, as we see
Stephen Armstrong
make his way through. Simon McCrory, Neil Anderson, Duncan McGregor. Thanks to Lois Henry, secretary of the event, Lucinda McKee, Tony Jackson, the Motorsport UK safety delegate, and Chief Safety Officer Neil Anderson. Big shout out to the service park coordinator, John Clark, and of course all the staff and helpers and officials, volunteers at Modern Tyres at the Cornbean Estate in Newry. And of course then we're into the medic crews, the rescue crews, marshals, and look guys, great job, well done, and a big thanks to all of you and anybody else that contributed in any way at all. We wouldn't be going rallying if it wasn't for all of you.
Gareth Daisley, another man we think has had a really good,
He's been
strong
really
rally.
good all weekend, he really has. Gareth Daisley and Simon Rogers in the Fiesta R200, Class N4. Ricky Clee says, well done. Callum, Eddie C says, great dives by Adrian Fermo and Callum Devine. Congrats to both of them. So people are quite happy to see the finish at stage 10. We've reverted back now to live on-stage action.
So confirmation there, Kyle White takes the RC4 class from Kyle McBride. The winning margin, just over 50 seconds. Both those guys have been called to... So Owen Lloyd having a bit of a throw there. All very dramatic. Looking good.
One thing for sure, I wasn't getting out of the way. There's no way I could have. They can't hear me.
Right, where's my thingy gone? Who's up next? Casey J. Coleman, but there's a bit of a gap between him and Owen Lloyd, so might be another minute or so before Casey J. I think it's been a good learning rally for Casey J. Coleman, as has everything this year. He's learning well. Very competitive times. Ulster's a really tough event. Tony Kelly spoke to his father earlier on, and another replay of Owen Lloyd getting very sideways. Not the most efficient way around the corner, but it looks pretty good.
So as I say, Tony back, making our way back now to Carn Bain with our camera crew. And we'll catch up with, as we see the replay of Owen Lloyd just going through, we'll catch up with the leaders. Jason Black, Carl Egan on a 1:43.35 dead. Damien Toner and Owen Gallagher in the Mark II Escort, 1:44.37.7, a minute and 2.7 seconds behind. Casey J. Coleman through there. He will be pleased to finish the event, and James will be pleased that he's got another event under his belt and learned loads. English visitors Wayne Sisson and Peredur Davies, they take third, a minute 57.7 behind Jason Black. Gareth Black will drop into fourth with Conor Dunlop navigating.
This is the national rally.
Yeah.
Yep.
2 minutes and 40.4 seconds behind Jason, and rounding at the top five will be Camillus Bradley, Crawford Henderson, who are 2 minutes 51.3 seconds behind Jason Black. And I still don't have any times through for the juniors on Stage 9, Tyrone Ditches, the second run through there. So we'll keep an eye on it.
Probably not even onto the stage yet, Saf.
Possibly not, no. And the delays wouldn't have helped them this morning, but
they're actually on the stage now.
Okay, well, we'll
yeah, on the stage now.
Well, that's we'll just keep the results on there to refresh.
So who's up next? So Justin Macaulay's due next. And Dylan Doonan in their Mark II Escort. Oh, time's in for Mickey Conlon. He's our Class 5 winner. And confirmation, Jason Black rounds off the top 10. Nice result for him. Now we're going to have a bit of a gap to David Armstrong, I think. I don't know why this gap has developed, Sav, but it has. So it's going to be 2 or 3 minutes, I think, before Davy Armstrong gets to our camera point.
Well, that's fine, because we shouldn't be very far away, Michael, from getting in results from stage 9 with the juniors. I can see Dara Donovan is on stage.
Yep.
And also Dean Kern and Joshua Bird and John Henderson. So Dara Donovan now approaching the latter part of the stage, where it makes its way down towards the back of Points Pass and up to the finish. And of course they will then make their way through to the final stage of the day for them, Tyrone's Ditches, or no, the Mount Pleasant stage. That finishes very close to Armagh City.
And obviously first time over earlier on, they had a regroup in Armagh City. This time they go directly to Modern Tyres at Carnbean Industrial Estate. How we are planning, if everything works out okay, we'll stay here on the final stage as long as we can. But what we do want to do is to go back to live to Carnbean with Tony Kelly and the finish podium at the Modern Tyres in Carnbean Industrial Estate. And we're probably 10 or 15 minutes away from that. Do you have a schedule there, Zav, just to have a quick look in amongst all that?
Yeah. Bear with me, I have too many sheets of paper, Michael.
Yes, production suite has just said to me 16:51 for the finish in Uri. So that's 21 minutes from now, and I'm just going to go back and see exactly where we are. We are expecting times in for stage 9 for the juniors, and I'm also expecting David Armstrong to at our camera location live. And then we should be there. This little gap that's developed is over. I can see Chris Ford on the stage, Nick Carey. So there's David Armstrong and his historic hazard lights on for some reason.
Yeah.
Whatever that was about. Didn't look to have any problems, but yeah, hazard lights on. So I'm pretty sure Davy Armstrong's going to take second in the historics. Andy Johnson was third.
Nice replay there.
Yep. So despite the hazards being on, he's going very nicely. Well, he can't really afford to lose too much time. If Davy Armstrong has a problem, John Adams was third with Michael Johnson just behind, less than a minute behind. So I thought, and Andy Johnson has slipped back. So Chris Ford through in the sister R5 car to his brother, who retired earlier on today on the first loop of stages, holding a good strong top 10 position at the time. James Ford, so that's Chris Ford. Andy Johnson's fourth in the Chevette, Fabian McAleer fifth in the Escort. This is the historics I'm talking about, folks. Malcolm Pedlow in the BMW sixth, and Harold Bunting and Desi Wilson in the older, I suppose some would say, probably the most authentic historic car on the rally, the lovely little Morris Mini Cooper S, an original Mini Cooper S. So BMW sliding its way through this farmyard.
Stage 9 times in for the juniors. Donald Donovan and Michael White have stopped the clocks. 14 minutes 53.9 seconds. Dean Kern and Darren Kern in the other Honda Civic are on a 15:20.3. That puts them 4 minutes 15.1 seconds behind Darrell O'Donovan and Michael White. We still have one more crew to complete the stage. Message from Raymond Porter: I've never seen a rally until yesterday and today. Thank you very much for the opportunity to watch, and it makes me want to go on 10 live. Been very well presented, thank you. So we have someone converted. Thank you very much, Raymond. Very nice message, and I have to be honest, I find living on the island of Ireland the first time you've seen a rally, so
yeah,
it's there are still undiscovered fans out there, which is good.
So it's Patrick Fitzpatrick.
So Darren O'Donovan and Michael White now one stage from clinching the juniors. As we watch a replay. And Joshua Bird and John Henderson have made their way through and have completed stage 9. Tyrone ditches the second run over in 16 minutes 29.8 seconds. So that's the leading juniors now through. They make their way out from the end of stage 9 through Hamilton's Bawn, Hamilton, and out to the final stage that then finishes just in the outskirts of Armagh. So they are probably 35-40 minutes away from completing that, which puts them on to about 5:15. 6 stages today, 65.2 miles, and I think, Michael, if we look back on it a little bit, I think it kind of was the right result. Adrian Formeau winning the event had no impact on the championship.
No.
You know, Callum set his stall out very early yesterday as we watch
Shane Cullen. Shane getting away from him there. That was. It was never going to turn out bad, but he could have had a half spin there, very handy. Just shows that it's slippy enough.
I think, Callum drove really well yesterday in terms of he was fighting for a championship, but he put it up to Adrian Formeau, who wasn't possibly, or didn't make as much time gain in the wet and the dark, but certainly changed that today. Johnny Greer has, if you like, risen like a phoenix from the ashes with some great times today and allowed him to take the final podium spot. Cahan McCourt and Dean O'Sullivan drove a great rally. I mean, there's been some great stories all the way through, the RC4s, the national, the juniors,
Yep.
great battle there.
Yeah. I'm just looking back, you know, Fermo went into the lead early on. The man that impressed us most to start with, Callum McCourt, he was the fastest of the tarmac guys out of the blocks. And Callum actually, over the first stage, was only sixth fastest. Then he found his mojo.
Yeah.
And he just started creeping up the leaderboard. The big one for me today has been Johnny Greer's performance today. I think
really good.
I like Johnny. I like his style. I like the way he's quiet. He doesn't shout and roar. He's a cool dude. Shane getting a bit sideways there. He's been on the back foot for the last couple of rallies and he hasn't been able to put his finger on it. A bit like Robert Parable, but boy, he's proved his people wrong today. And okay, you could argue that Formo and Devine did all the hard work last night in the rain and built up their respective buffers. But Johnny, I don't think he has an answer. But even at the finish there, he was on proper race for the finish, and that was some race over those final two stages between himself and Callum McCourt, and he gets the final podium place. But more importantly, he's been fastest over the last three stages. So I'm just going to look. The rally winner, Adrian Formo, has had 4 fastest times, 4 second fastest times, and we can't ignore Andy Johnson and his lovely Chevette. On his way to 4th in the historics. So Formo, 4 fastest, 4 second, 1 4th, 1 5th. Johnny Greer, 3 fastest times, 1 second, 2 thirds, a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th.
Yeah, and of course you throw in there Ryan Loughran.
Well, yeah,
you know, fastest stage time
brilliant
on an Irish tarmac event. He's improving. Desi Henry disappointed, double puncture. Marion Evans, I mean, second stage yesterday, and issue with the wipers, and that ended his championship battle.
Yeah,
that left it a fight between, and it wasn't really a fight because Callum had such a point lead over Josh. Alan Carmichael, that promised a lot, but retired in service. Marty Toner and Ben Taggart, who entertained, as did Sean Devine. John Devlin, I'll maybe swing around by John on Monday, had been going really, really well in the National, but retired with engine failure. The list of retirements is quite a few, but I think this has been a superb rally.
Yeah.
Excellent facilities, Newry, scrutiny are nice and easy, very easily done, and great service park. And of course Tony caught up with Rory earlier on. He was off to see a few stages, so you know, very lucky to have them as a sponsor, very lucky to have the facilities, and you know, the sun is shining on Saturday afternoon.
So it was Stephen Shaw that Tony spoke to, who is Stephen, I think, is the overall general manager of Modern Tyres, and has been. A lot of people know Stephen used to be with Car Sport magazine and went to Modern Tyres about 15, 20 years ago. We're all getting old. Now I think, Stephen was going out with a Coke and a Mars bar.
He was off for a Coke and a sausage roll.
A Coke and a sausage roll, sorry.
That was it.
Yes. I didn't actually, I saw Rory when we were there at the service park yesterday morning. I was chatting to Rory briefly in the place, and I mean, he's very proud of the whole Modern Tyres facility, and it's
phenomenal.
They've
really
opened their doors to the Ulster Rally, and everybody's welcome. It's a great facility, and we know that the Ulster changes tack every few years. It gets a new host, but for the moment, this is working out really well for them, and they're great stages. Everything. It's been a superb conclusion to the 2023 Irish Tarmac Championship. I don't know what the future holds for 2024. Will the calendar move about a little bit? There's a bit of uncertainty about certain events. There's a bit of controversy going on. But one of the things we do know is that the Cork 20 Rally is out of place in its date at the moment. Traditionally, Cork would have been the final event of the year, as you know. It was a superb rally this year.
It was really good, yeah.
But it's fallen in an awkward date with the the mid-summer holiday in the Republic of Ireland, which a lot of people are away. You know, you have wives and girlfriends who say, look, you're going rallying every other weekend of the year. This is our weekend this weekend. And whether that's true or not, but we know the numbers weren't there. But it was a superb event.
If you have your 7 events in the Tarmac Championship,
yeah,
what's to stop them deciding that next year, you know, forget about the politics for a second, next year Galway moves to the Circuit of Ireland date, Circuit of Ireland moves to the Killarney date, Killarney date moves to, and they all go move around one notch. So instead of having Galway, for example, in February, you have Galway in October one year. Instead of having the circuit before Easter, now I know it's traditional, you have the Circuit of Ireland in October. If they stagger a rotational...
That's a great idea, Sav. That would shake things up, wouldn't it?
What you would get is you would get the Ulster Rally have an October date, autumn date.
Well, do you remember
darker nights, more night rallying.
Look, 2 years ago, Zav, the Ulster ran in October. We did live streaming, and it was a superb event.
Yeah.
And
the rallies move forward a date every year.
That would shake things up.
But it would work.
Yeah. But I just know West Cork are never going to move away from St Patrick's weekend.
Well, there you go. So
the one event I think that may possibly move back into its more traditional slot next year is possibly Cork 20. But this is down to the Rallies Committee for Motorsport Ireland. They sit down with all the clubs and they all discuss. So it's a collective thing that James Coleman would be very much involved.
But you imagine if they went with that? Could you imagine a 3-day Donegal event in February?
Woohoo!
That'd be mega.
It would be actually, yeah.
Or a 3-day Donegal in September, end of the holiday season. You know, you don't have to change a lot. Just tweak it.
Yeah.
But yeah. I can but dream, but there you go. But yeah, something as simple as that might work.
So Malcolm Pedlow in the historic BMW. I said that when Owen Lloyd came through earlier on in the RC4 Peugeot, he was definitely looked like he was pushing on, and I think he maybe proving a bit of a point on that stage. He went fastest RC4. I know he's in Super Rally, but he took 10 seconds out of the two Kyles. So young Alcorn in his Honda. And we're coming to the end of the field now. And we can't be far off. The finish is due in a couple of minutes, so we can't be far off thinking about having our final segment to the live stream for this Modern Tyres 2023 Ulster Rally, where we'll hand over for the last time to our fantastic Service Park host Tony Kelly.
If anyone deserves Presenter of the Year award, it's Tony Kelly, especially
after last
for
night,
braving the elements last night. I mean, she must have been drowned about 4 times, 5 times, as well as the cameraman and everybody else that stood out. You know, great dedication and great professionalism, brought us great pictures, and you know, people giggle at us sitting in the studio far, far, far away, but we didn't get wet. So, you know, we have a lot to be thankful for as well.
Yeah. Well, look, Sav, I think what we're going to do is we both sincerely thank all our sponsors for the season and all the help from the rally organisers. Congratulations to our new Tarmac champions, respectively, and all the various sections, but in particular Callum Devine, the 2023 Tarmac champion, along with his co-driver Noel O'Sullivan. And it's the Germans in the BMW, the Blums. Congratulations to Ford and M Sport and Adrian Fermot on his maiden Ulster Rally outright victory and maximum BRC points. Thanks in particular to Wisecom and to our production team. And can you think of anybody else?
Yeah, our cameraman, again, I can never thank them enough. The marshals, the medic, the rescue crews. We saw today with stage delays how quickly they went in, cleared the stage, kept it running. Without those people who volunteer and the dedication, doctors, ambulances on standby in the event of an emergency, the spectators who listen to us on the stage, our contributors on social media who send us bits of information, and everybody else that's been involved, thank you very much for everything you do, for the sport, and for everyone that enjoys it.
And I think we'll wrap it up. Sav, thank you for your company.
It's been very good. Thank you very much.
It's been a very interesting season, and let's look forward to the next one. Once again, thanks everybody, and we're going to hand over to an ad break now.
Reach out, touch faith.
usedcarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Well done.
Well done, Colin. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Delighted. Happy out.
Thank you.
Happy out. How'd you get back in so fast? I don't know, I can't see. Huh? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Right, boy. How's it going? Thank you, sir.
What do you see? Well done, man.
Thank you very much. Happy out. Happy out.
Oh, amazing. Absolutely fantastic. Well done.
Delighted. Delighted. Come far.
You know well, man.
Thank you very much.
Got around this again.
All around in one piece, just about. So. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done. Well done.
You see the wee bag or something?
Happy days. Happy days, right?
Another happy day.
So, no.
Another happy
It's good
day.
the rain stopped too.
He's been
No, he's walking right behind me.
The last one, the Tyres, I bet you probably were.
Probably just where? Just to get don't need to answer the way. I'm just worrying about things like that.
Often it's hard to knowing that you only a fourth place will lose.
I think, yeah.
Stayed in the van.
Yeah, we're just taking over, we're just about
Okay, you're the celebration.
come by.
Christopher, are you seeing what Donovan has there? Okay, so what is... Chatting about beer, all about celebrations, is it, Cal?
Celebrations and how close can we get to the house? Start drinking.
Come here, obviously a very tough weekend's rallying for you all, but has it set in that you're the tarmac champion now?
No, probably not. Hey, probably want to get hangover. Probably make it better a wee bit, maybe. But I'll probably make that a wee bit better. But no, it's delighted, so it is, and it's great. It's great.
Is it always something you thought of? You know, because I know a lot of the time you can think of individual rallies, but Irish tarmac champion is huge.
Oh, it's huge. I guess it's a sport we all follow like so much, and like Donegal, yes, it's the pinnacle, but I always wanted, and the tarmac championship as well. So there's two things I got in 1 year. I'm quite happy.
You're a happy man. We want to get a quick word here with Noel. We've obviously got the event rally, or the event winner, just over the ramp there, and as you can see, there's a huge crowd. So we'll get back in a moment and get a quick word with Noel. Actually, so we have the two Frenchmen up on top of the focus. The event winner.
Fantastic sight. This maximum points in the BRC for the two guys. Absolutely wonderful. And their next event now, they're going back to the WRC after this year. So this is the start of the future. No doubt this guy will be in the fight for the World Rally Championship in the next couple of years. We're going to get now the champagne shot.
Yeah, Sky Boys. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you very much.
So, Adrian, first overall in the Modern Tyres Ulster Rally, was what you expected at the start of the weekend.
No, for sure. We knew it was a difficult rally to come here, and the competition was really high with the Irish drivers, for sure. The condition was really crazy yesterday evening. So honestly, really happy. I'm really pleased to win in here. I think first time a French driver is winning the Ulster rally, so it's good. And I think Malcolm Wilson won the rally 30 years ago, so it's very good. And that's a big thing now for M Sport to come here, take on all the Irish drivers in one.
It's a bit of a relief to get it over the line, you know what I mean? Today felt like it was going on forever, but yeah, we're just delighted. Yeah, it's been great.
And obviously motorsport's been such a huge thing in your life as well. I'm assuming that you would have hoped one day that your name could be on these trophies.
Yeah, I've watched many a Tarmac champion win, and I never thought I'd do it myself, but yeah, it's great. It's a great feeling, yeah. It's really good.
And what are the celebrations going to be like? The guys were all laughing here earlier on, but I would say they're going to be hurrying up.
I'm not sure, but I think he spent maybe about 2 or 3 months drinking after Donegal, so I say he could be a year now after this. He mightn't be seen yet again rallying. He could hang up the boots. You wouldn't know.
He's both, in fairness, you can hang up the boots now at this stage because you've pretty much done it all now.
I could do it.
The pressure got to you today, Gavin.
It comes at us next year again, just.
Good man. Well, listen, congratulations and enjoy all the celebrations. It's been fantastic to watch us all year, boys. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Enjoy the celebrations. We'll get you over the ramp. We'll get the champagne spray in a wee while. Oh, the whole team. That was lovely. Yesterday, a well-deserved run over the ramp in third position here.
Yeah, no, look, it was a challenging rally. Like obviously last night, conditions were horrendous, and it's very tough. But no, it was great battling with Cahan all weekend, and we seem to just have the edge on Mount Pleasant stage all the time there. So no, it's good to get the podium at the end of the year. We've had a bit of a up and down year, I suppose, since the accident in Killarney. We struggled a wee bit to get back in pace. But look, promising end to the year, and hopefully now we can come back next year stronger again. All going well.
Good man, Niall. Thank you very much, and congratulations again. Enjoy the celebrations, and we'll try and get a quick word here with Cahan because it was a tough battle all day. Cahan, not where you wanted to be whenever we spoke last, but unbelievable battle.
Enough. We're back in one piece, so no, look here. It's been a good event. It's been good for us. Johnny just was unbeatable today, and look here, it's probably his nature up here, and he's done the stages, so I'm happy enough. We can race them, so I'm happy out with that.
Tell us, do you have any more plans now for the rest of the year?
I don't think I'll do much tarmac. I might do a bit of gravel. I'm going to go and do the RAC rally in Starrickyard, so I'll probably park this up now for a while and focus on that, and then maybe go back to Galway at the start of the year again, see what the crack is. But up here, I haven't done much tarmac this year, so it's just good to be fit to know that you're not that far away. And the boys have done hundreds of kilometres where I haven't, so yeah, good.
So a big fight next year is what we could be seeing?
Once you're here, everybody goes to Galway to fight, so I would say that's probably the plan. So we'll see closer to the start of the year and see what way it goes.
Brilliant, good man, Cahan. Thank you very much, and again, congratulations on an excellent drive all weekend. So as you can see, guys, the ramp is still pretty busy there with the celebrations for Adrian. So we are going to wait until they sort of move off the ramp, and we'll get a quick word from the rally winner. But we'll just let them. We'll let them move off and get another few of the guys on first, and then we'll get a quick word with Adrian.
Second overall, Callum Devine and Nolan Sullivan. Second overall, well, taking the Tarmac Championship for the 2023 season. Callum has been another great, not the best start to the season, but it's come good and won the last 4 rounds in a row. Give him a big round of applause there now. Callum Devine, 2023 Tarmac Champion.
It sounds nice, doesn't it?
Could get used to that.
I could get used to it. No, we're delighted to wear. So no, it was a tough event to try and get through, and yeah, try and manage it. So,
You're very much a heart in your sleeve type of driver, so to let the head do the running this weekend must have been difficult enough.
Yeah, exactly. It's been all year, and it's been tight racing, and
yeah, it's kind of been flat out from where we're going, trying to get good results. So yeah, this is the only one rally that has been different. So I think we had to finish inside the top 4. One of the guys won, but yeah, the conditions here wouldn't make it easy. So.
And like you talked about, your competitors there. Like this has been a fantastic championship. It's probably one of the best in Europe, and to be here in the middle of it all, and to come out winner, fantastic feeling.
Yeah, exactly. The competition's always been very, very strong in the Irish Tarmac Championship all down through the years, and yeah, it was a tight battle all year. Like, I know we won the last couple of events anyway, what it was. And, yeah, it looks good on paper, but all them events was tight, hard won. So no, we're delighted. Yeah.
I'll grab a quick word from Noel here. I know he's very quiet and shy, but we'll talk to him anyway. So Noel, another title to add to the CV?
Yeah, it's incredible. I guess me and Callum set out to start the year to get this title, so yeah, it's great. Look, I suppose after Galway and West Cork, our championship looked to be gone, but we've knuckled down and got the results we needed, so yeah, I'm just delighted for the boys. The team there, they put in a big effort, and yeah, it's great to get it.
How do you describe the three? Was it 3 farmers and a pastor or something like that?
No, they're a great bunch of guys. Look, we worked hard, and yeah, it's great to get the results.
Yeah, I think it's a team effort. It's not just the two. There's all these guys here as well.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of that behind the scenes. You only see certain things there on the rally weekend, but yeah, look, Callum has put in big efforts since the circuit, and we got the wins, we got the championship, so it's great.
And for yourself, having that title, the co-driver title for the 2023 Armagh Championship, nice?
Yeah, it sounds good. Sounds good.
Right, enjoy the celebration. Let me grab a quick word with our sponsor here. Like, everybody keeps saying this modern tyres facility is not only like the class of Irish rally, it's world class.
Well, it has to be. It's great, that you're able to bring an event and have a facility like this here where everything is centrally coordinated. So you have the organisers within the main building, you have scrutiny in here, you have the service park out the back. So it all blends itself very naturally together. So it's worked well. So we're delighted and really pleased with it. So congratulations to all the winners and all the class winners, and a big shout out to the organisers of the event, Wayne Turkington and the team for putting on the event, and to all the media out there for all the coverage that's been and will be after the event. It takes every little bit of that coverage to make it all worthwhile as a sponsor.
Yeah. And like for yourself, Modern Tyres started here in Uri, now it's like Ireland wide. Like, from small, kernels, oak trees grow. Like this is turning into such a great business.
Oh yes, it's a family-run business. Started over 50 years ago by Jimmy Byrne, and still family-owned and run today with 4 brothers, very actively involved, pushing the business forward into the future. So this is testament to that. Drive forward, centralising our stock holding of our manufacturing facility here in Uri, and selling our tires throughout the world. It's a big investment for us. Future-proofing business going forward.
And like that's what it's all about, recruiting business, difficult times, but you've got the core there, it's all good.
Well, absolutely, and at the core of any good business is your staff. Without good staff, things like this don't happen. So it's from top to bottom, it's a complete team effort this time, things forward, day to day, week to week, year to year.
Brilliant, thank you very much. The man that got third place overall and second in the Tarmac Championship point is Johnny Greer and Niall Burns. Let's give them a big round of applause here. Johnny, it all seemed to come good this afternoon.
Yeah, we had a good run this afternoon. I won it. The last 2 stages of the loop were quite favourable to us, so we made good progress, but it's been a good event. A trial weekend with conditions being very variable across the 2 days, so yeah, I enjoyed it. It was a good one to get the end of.
Yeah, like it's a 10 stages, but tough, challenging stages.
Yeah, I mean everything brought something new. The last night, obviously, the conditions worsened quite bad over the last loop, and then this morning it was still quite flooded and wet from the storm. A lot of sort of debris in the stages as well. So made it tricky. And then this afternoon, the stages were pretty much bone dry, apart from the muddy sections that were there from the first pass. So it was there was pretty much every season this event over the course of 2 days.
So, you took second points now in the Tournament Championship here today. It's been a good enough championship for you all, though.
Yeah, we've had a good enough season. We've struggled a wee bit in Cork and Donegal, and obviously had an accident in Killarney, which wasn't good. But yeah, it was good to get this rally over with and try and get a bit of confidence back and get a bit closer to the pace where we wanted to be from the start. But yeah, enjoyed it. It was good fun.
Okay, have a wee quick word here with Niall. Niall, all in all, a good year.
Yeah, as Johnny said, probably lost a wee bit of momentum in the championship with the accident in Killarney, but no, it's great then the year on the podium there now, and just shows we can still mix it with the lads and go promising going into next year all going well.
And also Northern Ireland champion as well too, so you have to tip your hat to Johnny, he's had a busy year.
Oh yeah, like trying to do the 2 championships, and obviously him getting another Northern title has been fantastic. Great, very talented driver, and hopefully now we get back to this championship next year, we can be up there fighting with Callum again for the championship all going well.
Take one for next year. Thank you very much.
Out for it. Of course. Exactly. Yeah, I thought that.
Tyres organised will have another
Go, flat out up round the easy right 150, push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys of joys are the joys of joys.
Come on.
The joys of the joys of yours.
Wasn't me, said it? Tyres Ulster Rally 2023. First overall, Adrian Fermo and Alex Carrion. Second, Callum Devine and Noel Sullivan. And then third, Johnny Greer and Niall Byrne. So, are we ready? After 3, 2, 1, go!
Hello, you back, Alex.
Reach out, touch faith.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Go, go. Flat out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys of yours of the joys of yours.
Come on.
Well, there you have it. Winners, the championship winners, all behind us, and what a fantastic event it was. We had a cracker of a year and an even better event finisher. The Ulster Rally 2023 has been fantastic. The Irish Tarmac Championship 2023 has been fantastic, and all the excitement is just behind us. We want to thank you for being with us every step of the way and tell you how much we enjoyed being here and bringing this to you. So that's us for the year. Hopefully we'll see you very, very soon. And thanks again for watching.
Overall, Captain McCord and Dino Sullivan. I think they deserve a big round of applause as well. So, Captain, fourth overall, I'll see you the tip at the start of the weekend.
Oh, definitely, I don't care. Good weekend. It's good to know that we've got the pace to race them boys at the front, so no, very, very happy with the result. Just couldn't get Johnny at the end, but here, fair play to him, he was going very hard. I couldn't have went much harder. So, you know, you beat Fermo in a couple of stages.
2003 Irish Tarmac champion Callum Devine and Noah Sullivan. Yes, it's a big that time of year over there. Callum, it looks as if it's a girl because it's all big here. What can we say? Like, you know, a fantastic year.
Fantastic year. Yeah, fantastic Tarmac Championship. So, yeah, good.
Are they on?
Very on.
Anyway, we'll let the get the organised now.
No.
This is the Callum Devine work, the team here that makes it all happen. It's not just the two guys in the car, it's everyone else here involved as well. And it's great to see that celebrating with the team.
Push right on.
Thank you,
Callum, turn it to the front side.
Make sure you turn right.
That's the one. Good man, no.
Lads, can somebody kneel down in the front?
Please, don't go down. Somebody else. Good job.
Put yourself the phone into it. Put the phone into the cup.
Big cheer.
Lads, smile.
Is it going to be a cheer? Big cheer, like.
At count to three, a proper cheer. 1, 2, 3.
usedcarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Go, go. Let out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Come on. Come on.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.